Chapter 101 Whispers and Warnings. Book 2. A few more players stepped forward, one by one, pledging themselves to my company. It still felt surreal, like I was now the founder of a royal company, a guild, but recognized. So, you know better. At some point, I stopped keeping track of who was joining, lost in the endless cycle of names and gifts, each new member making my stash of rewards shrink further and further. They were the ones I had been saving the fantastic gifts for, the ones still on the fence, the ones who needed a little persuasion. When I reached the last name on the list, I straightened, scanning the room. Now, is there anyone else who wants to join? Silence hung in the air for a moment. Then, a soft chuckle came from the back, near one of the massive stone pillars. There, casually leaning against it, was Night Swallow. Her posture was utterly relaxed, one boot crossed over the other, arms folded loosely, the sign of effortless disinterest, except for the blade of grass in her mouth, which she chewed absent-mindedly, like some bored traveler who had just stumbled into a situation far beneath her energy levels. "What the hell? Why not?" she said lazily, voice carrying just enough amusement to sound half serious, half mocking. Then, with a sharp push off the pillar, she sauntered forward, not walked, not strode, but moved with the deliberate ease of someone who never rushed for anyone or anything. "Count me in, girl." She carried herself like she belonged everywhere and nowhere at once, the kind of presence that drew attention without ever demanding it, and reached the base of the throne. She tilted her head slightly, her lips curving into a knowing grin, her eyes full of amusement. "I accept the company nonsense, and ill fight like an honorable person shouldn't." The moment she finished speaking, a system notification popped up. Her request to join flashing right in front of me. I blinked. That counted? I glanced at Lola, who was already rubbing her temples, as if dealing with an entirely different kind of headache. "Right, of course," I cleared my throat. Welcome, Night Swallow." She arched an eyebrow, crossing her arms. "And the gifty?" "Gifty." I blinked again, trying to process the sheer audacity of calling what was supposed to be a valuable artifact something that sounded like a party favor. She gestured vaguely toward the air, her movements slow, almost lazy, but her meaning very clear. "A random small artifact, you said, but the last one cost, what, 5,000? She grinned, full of mischief. "I assume mine is of equal generosity?" My stare snapped to Lola, but all she did was nod with resignation. "Oopsie, I might have gone overboard with the gifts, but hey, for me, it was technically free. For everyone else, it was very, very expensive. And if anyone asked, that's exactly what it'd tell them." I grinned, reaching into my dwindling stash of gifts and pulling out a one I was saving for her. A small golden pin, delicate but unmistakably valuable. "I've got something special for you," I said, twirling it between my fingers before handing it to her. She took it gingerly, eyes narrowing slightly in suspicion, rolling the small ornament between her fingertips. It was light, simple, shaped like a coiling feather, its metallic surface catching the magic torchlight with a soft golden gleam. "A pin?" she said, clearly expecting something more dramatic. "I think this will aid you the best, and for the longest," I assured her, still frowning slightly. She tucked the pin into her long, unruly hair, the accessory fitting effortlessly, as if it had always belonged there. She paused. I saw it, the moment of hesitation, the tiny crease in her brow as something shifted. "I am not sure what this is." Then she shared the item's details. Only about half of recruits did so far. Explorer's pin quality, 6 Marvel restriction. Elam Royal Company info. The bearer of this pin feels the whispers of the unseen, guiding its bearer toward dungeons lost to time and shadow. Night Swallow tilted her head, chewing absently on the blade of grass in her mouth as she examined the details. "It does exactly what it says it does," I smirked. "You'll have an easier time finding dungeons with this pin. Isn't that exactly what you want?" Her brows furrowed, and for the first time since she waltzed into this ceremony, her easy confidence faltered. But she hesitated, clearly thrown off. "The item description is super ambiguous." "Oh, she didn't know." I let a gentle smile slip through, shaking my head. "All legendary items are like that," I explained, watching as a few nods of agreement spread through players in the room. "So, if this is new information for anyone, don't freak out when you get a vague item description. I think I once even saw it on an epic item." Her expression flickered, like she filed that knowledge away for later. Then, without another word, she just exhaled, popped another fresh blade of grass into her mouth, and sauntered back to her spot, completely unbothered. I inhaled, ready to ask if anyone else was willing to join, but I never got the chance, because suddenly, I wanna. A blur of white and silver shot forward, so quick and energetic that for a split second, my brain failed to catch up. Lunaris. She had jumped forward with the force of an over-enthusiastic bar visitor, her silver hair bouncing as she dashed toward the throne. I barely had time to process her energy before she skidded to a stop, buzzing with anticipation. I solemnly swear that I'm a good person, she declared, placing a hand over her chest with absolute sincerity. Oh no, she had rehearsed this. I swear I'll fight in the name of Elim, with honor and for glory. Oh gods, she was so serious. As if remembering something crucial, her eyes widened. In a sudden dramatic flourish, she dropped to one knee, lowering her head in what was, honestly, a beautifully executed bow. Then, with a voice dripping in seriousness, she recited word for word, I pledge my blades, my strength, and my spirit to the cause. May my victories bring honor, and my fall be met with pride. The room fell into a stunned silence. I saw Lola inhale sharply next to me, no doubt on the verge of emotional tears. Someone in the back whispered a quiet, Wow, I just stared. What the hell? I was so caught off guard I almost forgot to respond. Lunaris. At the sound of her name, she lifted her head eagerly, her bright, expectant eyes locked onto mine, practically buzzing with anticipation. I couldn't fail her. I scrambled together every ounce of role-playing knowledge I had, half-forgotten imperial court formalities, grand declarations from old quests, and even bits and pieces of historical dramas I never thought I'd actually use. Inhaling deeply, I straightened. When I spoke, my voice carried the weight of something far more official than I'd ever intended. I accept your oath, young Lunaris. May your honor not waver. May your glory not blind you, and may both your swords find a purpose beyond mere battle. A spark of joy ignited in her eyes, her whole expression lighting up like Id just handed her the entire world wrapped in silk. I couldn't help it. I beamed back at her. To support you in this vital task, I've chosen a gift meant just for you, I continued, reaching into my inventory and pulling out an item. Use it well, I said, handing her a cape. I hadn't realized that the moment I handed it to her, a snowflake crest would be inscribed into the fabric itself, etched in bold silver glory. So, somehow, ID ruined a Marvel tier item with my own branding. Great, because who else but me would want to wear something so blatantly personalized? Sorry, it somehow has my snowflake, I whispered apologetically. But Lunaris' reaction was instant. Her eyes widened so much that for a moment I thought she might actually vibrate out of sheer excitement. She wasted no time, sweeping the cloak over her shoulders, fastening it with practiced ease. The silver-lined fabric flowed behind her like liquid moonlight, draping over her small frame with an elegance that made it look tailor-made for her. Then, without hesitation, she shared the item's details with the room. Elim's oath-sworn mantle. Quality, 7 legendary restriction. Elim Royal Company info. Bound by oath, this mantle flows like fate itself, empowering duelists with unwavering balance, guiding twin blades in harmony, and shielding the sworn from unseen strikes. What? The word blurted out of me before I could stop it. Because when I had handed it to her, it had been 6 Marvel tier. Phantom woven duelist cloak, not legendary. A wave of silence crashed over the room. Lunaris, bless her, just ran her fingers over the fabric, visibly basking in the moment. I, meanwhile, was having a mild existential crisis. Yes, I'd heard rumors about this happening in the game. There were stories on the forums about items mysteriously upgrading in response to player actions. But this? I wasn't sure if this was luck, a glitch, or some terrifying hidden system mechanic that no one fully understood or exploited yet. Still, there was only one thing I could think to say. I exhaled, staring at the shimmering cloak before turning my gaze back to the stunned crowd. Apparently, the system upgrades items if you're sincere. Catherine let out a low whistle, and just like that, the room erupted into frantic whispers and hushed theories. The sound of 100 players suddenly re-evaluating every quest reward and interaction they'd ever had. Lunaris, however, was too busy twirling in her new cloak, grinning like she had just unlocked the secret to happiness itself. I pressed a hand to my temple, feeling the beginnings of a headache forming. So, Key, him next. Catherine stepped forward, hands braced on her hips, a grin tugging at her lips. Yeah, decent. That was probably a compliment. So, ill like pledge to you. Yeah, now mine liege or something, right? Of course, the system immediately accepted that. I shook my head, letting out an amused breath. Thank you, Catherine, for your pledge, I said, trying to keep my voice respectful but failing to suppress my smile. Her brows raised slightly at the near slip of her nickname, but she didn't call me out on it. Instead, she just grinned wider, waiting. Right. Gift time. I reached into my inventory, fingers brushing against the sturdy leather belt I had set aside just for her. The enchantment enhanced the raw strength behind sword strikes. With a fluid motion, I handed it over. Let me give you this. Catherine took the belt, running her fingers over the reinforced leather, giving it an approving nod. Oh, yeah, nice, thanks. Then, without hesitation, she turned on her heel and trudged back toward her spot, already fastening the belt around her waist. The crowd stirred, some whispering, others clearly expecting a shared item window. Nothing. She didn't bother displaying the stats, didn't gloat, didn't even comment on its effects. Just a simple thanks, an acknowledgement, and done. Some people looked disappointed, but I respected that. Catherine wasn't the type to flaunt what she had. She just used it. Before the silence could stretch, another voice cut through the air. I'll go next. Techi Lama. He wasn't loud, but the moment he spoke, heads turned. There was a certain presence to him, not the kind that demanded attention, but one that naturally drew it. His footsteps were measured, the heavy clank of his plate armor deliberate. Every movement was efficient, controlled. Even now, as he walked toward me, there was an ease to him. Like this was just another step in a well-thought-out plan. Strapped to his broad back was a large shield, and a spear rested comfortably in his grip, the shaft sturdy. I wasn't sure, but peaks like you and I itched to do something, he said, voice calm, level, the same even cadence I'd heard in his videos. No unnecessary words, no theatrics, just straight to the point. I swear to honor your words. The system chimed. There it was, that same efficiency that defined his entire style. Don't forget about me, a voice rang out confidently. Scamantha. She strolled up toward the throne, her steps light, deliberate. I'd like some freebies too, she added with zero shame, tossing her blonde braid over her shoulder like she had just declared something noble and selfless. I narrowed my eyes, watching her with thinly veiled suspicion. Oh, I knew exactly who she was. One of the best when it came to finding rare resources, uncovering obscure mechanics, sniffing out hidden exploits. But also famously infamous. She had once sold information for a legendary quest, an exclusive, one-time-only quest, to 10 different people, that had ended in a forum-wide disaster, complete with public outrage, digital pitchforks, and at least 2 people swearing to hunt her down IRL. Or, my personal favorite, the time she sold coordinates for an incredibly rare ore deposit, conveniently forgetting to mention that it was half a mile underground in an active lava cavern. So, yeah, she was useful, sure, but trustworthy? Scamantha flashed me an affable grin, clearly unbothered by my obvious hesitation. So, I'd like to also join, she announced, throwing her arms wide as if she were gracing me with her presence. Lola, standing dutifully behind me, let out the softest sigh, just enough that I knew she was already preparing for the inevitable headache. I crossed my arms, tilting my head. Scamantha, I said, my tone casual. Are you here to actually help? Her grin widened. Define help. I barely had time to open my mouth before the ground lurched beneath us. Brilliant, blinding light erupted from windows, swallowing the chamber in an explosion of white. Before I could react, my newly appointed personal guard snapped into action. Armor clanked. Boots pounded against the marble floor as they formed a protective ring around me, shields raised, weapons drawn. What's going on? I shouted over the noise. Mila was already on the move, his expression stone cold, calculating, eyes locked onto the nearest guard rushing toward him. The soldier skidded to a halt, breathless, gripping his spear tightly enough to turn his knuckles white. He whispered something hurriedly, too low for me to catch. But whatever it was, it sent Mila moving immediately. He turned toward me, barely slowing his stride as he barked out, "We're under attack!" Chapter 102, Demons at the Gate. Book 2. Okay, guys, I shouted over the tense murmurs. Players exchanged looks, some hesitant, others already gripping their weapons, but there was a clear lack of direction. They were waiting for someone to take charge. What we need to do now is gather outside on the walls. The players' eyes widened, hands flicking into the air as they instinctively checked their HUDs. A system notification for everyone. A quest from me. I blinked, taken slightly aback. Wait, I could issue mass quests that easily. That was normal, right? If I was in charge? Right? Before I could wrap my head around it, Scamantha, the closest one to me, let out a low whistle, her sharp grin cutting through the tension like a blade. Whoa, generous, she remarked, flashing me a knowing smirk before she bolted straight for the doors. And just like that, the rest of the players followed suit. Feet pounded against the marble floor, and murmurs escalated into excited chatter as they rushed out toward their assigned positions. I moved to follow, but my guards didn't budge. They stood firm, a wall of steel and unwavering discipline blocking my way. I exhaled, turning toward the woman at their center. Stand down, Alma, I ordered, meeting her gaze head-on. I need to go to the walls. I need to command. She didn't flinch, didn't even shift. Her eyes stayed locked onto mine, determined. Mila can do that, lady, she countered, her voice firm but measured. I won't let you walk into danger. Alma, listen. I stepped forward, lowering my voice but keeping it steady. I will get into danger. All the time, okay? For a moment, she didn't move, her jaw tightening as if she was forcing herself to process that reality. Then, after a breath too long for comfort, she finally shifted aside, the other guards following her lead. So Alma muttered, arms crossed, her tone bittersweet. My position is useless? She wasn't defiant, not quite. But she was bitter, as if the realization stung more than she wanted to admit. No, no, I said quickly, shaking my head, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It's still important. I shot her a half smile, amused but still sincere. But thankfully not a helpless princess. Alma let out a reluctant sigh, but there was the faintest hint of a smirk at the corner of her lips. Not yet, she muttered. I grinned. Not ever. Then I turned on my heel and strode toward the doors, stepping into the chaos. The fort was alive with movement, not just the players but the soldiers too. Their actions were sharp, disciplined, a stark contrast to the more chaotic energy of the adventurers weaving between them. Orders were shouted, boots pounded against the stone. The air was thick with urgency, but there was no panic, just preparation. It was the calm before the storm. Behind me, a familiar soft whisper reached my ear. Lady, squash them, okay? I blinked, turning slightly to glance at Lola. Her usual calm, collected demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Instead, her eyes were steely, her fingers clutching her stack of papers with the intensity of someone who had personally been wronged by fate. I giggled, brushing my fingers across her stiffened shoulder. Lola, aren't you fierce tonight? She didn't even look at me, just stared defiantly out the nearest window. They interrupted an important moment, she declared, voice low, simmering, so they deserved to cease existing. Okay, that was the most terrifying thing I'd ever heard from her. Sure, I laughed, but made a mental note to never get between Lola and her meticulously planned schedules again. We reached the outer wall, my light-hearted smirk still playing on my lips, and then it vanished. Demon army. The sight hit me like a physical weight pressing against my chest. Without hesitation, I stepped up beside Mila, my gaze sweeping across the battlefield. 1,000 demons. They stood not that far away, arranged in tight ranks, their black armor uniform, their helmeted faces unreadable. For someone seeing them for the first time, the sight would be awe-inspiring, terrifying even. I could hear it. The uneasy shifting of boots, the sharp inhales of soldiers who weren't quite used to staring down an inhuman force. But me? I recognized these. These weren't high-level demons, nor terrifying monstrosities conjured from the depths of the abyss. No, these were Duin's foot soldiers, fodder. This wasn't an unstoppable force, this was a token army, and at its head, standing tall and unmoving, was her. Erwin. She stood at the front. Her flowing battle uniform was cut just enough to leave something for the imagination, but it wasn't much. Her long silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, barely touched by the breeze, and I could swear her star-like blue eyes found me. Even from this distance, I could feel it, Her power, her control, the way the air itself seemed to bend at her presence. She inhaled, and then, "Come!" Her voice boomed, magic laced through every syllable, carrying far beyond the distance an elven voice should be able to reach. I flinched. Mila didn't, because, of course, he didn't. Out of the entire battalion, only a few held their ground without reaction. Hey, I was a pro, but even I jumped at sudden, unexpected sounds. That was completely fair. Alma, Catherine, Techi, and Lunaris, with me. Their footsteps were immediate, boots thudding against the stone as they closed in, forming a loose semicircle near Mila and me. Only Alma spoke, her voice a mix of disbelief and tightly restrained frustration. "Lady, you can't be considering." I was already moving, striding toward the wall's edge with zero hesitation. Behind me, I heard a sharp inhale followed by a resigned exhale. "You are serious. You are serious." Her voice dropped into a near deadpan, a sigh dragging through each syllable, her armor shifting as she reluctantly followed. "Join me. We'll get an answer." Then I turned, locking eyes with Lola, who was still standing near the command post, arms tensed, papers half clutched in her hands as if she was debating throwing them at my face. "You have command of the royal company." Her lips parted, a protest already forming, but before she could voice it, I spun back toward the enemy, my grin widening. Time to show off. I focused. Nothing happened. I focused slightly more. Still nothing. I focused a lot, and a pulse of mana surged from me, fizzing like raw lightning, twisting mid-air before coalescing into the form I wanted. Step by step, a staircase of shimmering ice unfurled downward, each step humming with frozen magic, reflecting the battlefield in fractured, ghostly light. The air snapped with cold, mist curling from the edges of the conjured path, the magic itself whispering like an unseen force, breathing frost into existence. I let out a slow, satisfied breath. "All right," I mused, stepping forward, the first stair solid beneath my heels. "Now, let's go say hi." I took the first step, the magic beneath me, solid. Cold seeped through my heels, an unnatural chill that wasn't entirely discomforting, but still a sharp contrast to the lingering warmth of the fort behind us. Lunaris followed closely behind, her movements careful, her hand hovering near her rapier's hilt as though expecting something to jump at us from the darkness. Alma strode just behind her, posture stiff and eyes locked forward, the tension in her stance betraying her outward composure. Catherine and Techi took up the rear, their boots clinking lightly against the ice as we descended. Somewhere in the middle of our slow descent, Lunaris leaned closer, her voice a whisper and her words slipping through uncertain breaths. "Why me?" Her gaze flickered around, uneasy, like she was afraid the attention might turn into a curse. "You have others." I resisted the urge to grin, because I couldn't tell her the truth. That she was incredible with the blades, a force of nature had watched carve through battlefields in another life. So instead, I whispered back, "Because you are strong and great up close," as I heard. Her steps faltered just for a second, but then she nodded, gripping the hilt of her rapier just a little tighter, before we finally stepped off the last stair, our feet crunching softly against the dry earth of the battlefield. And there she was, Queen Eowyn. She stood in front of her demon army, a statue of regal indifference, the weight of 1,000 soldiers behind her, and yet she looked unbothered, almost as if she had simply wandered onto the battlefield by accident. Her attire barely moved, even as a phantom wind rolled across the field. Of course, she wasn't worried. She was mythic tier. Nobody here could even dream of damaging her. So yeah, that was fairly inconvenient for me. I took a measured step forward, stopping just within a respectful, yet entirely uncomfortable, distance. I licked my lips. "Hi, Mom." A pause. A long, terrible pause, where I desperately hoped she would laugh and say this was all a misunderstanding, but yeah, not a chance. Catherine, in true Catherine fashion, didn't hesitate. "Ah, sup." She lifted a hand and gave Erwin a casual wave, grinning as if we had just bumped into her at a bar instead of on a battlefield where she had summoned a demon army. Then, her grin faltered slightly, and she tilted her head toward me. "Mom?" Erwin's gaze softened just slightly, her expression unreadable yet strangely gentle. And then she smiled. A small, knowing, painfully motherly smile. "We finally meet again," she said, her voice carrying without effort, without magic, yet sinking into my bones. "And I am glad we did." "Sure thing," I said. watching my confidence drain out of me like a punctured whiskey barrel. I could hear it leaving, the sharp, hissing sound of my brain desperately grasping for something clever to say and failing. What are you doing here? That was a solid enough question, right? I shifted my weight, crossing my arms, casual, confident, totally not awkward. I told you not to drop by unannounced. I have people at home. I jabbed a thumb over my shoulder, motioning vaguely at the fort. Like this was some annoying family visit and not an apocalyptic level confrontation. Silence. The kind of silence where you can feel someone processing the sheer level of nonsense you've just spoken. Terrible joke, Catherine declared, arms crossed, her grin half mocking, half amused. She leaned in just a bit, like she was delivering a secret, but whispered just loud enough for everyone to hear. You're nervous. Calm down. Mother's icy gaze flickered, not at me first, but at my group. Slowly, deliberately, she studied each of them, her eyes lingering, calculating. No judgment, just assessment. Then she returned her focus to me. You have impressive friends, she finally said. Then her head tilted slightly, and with a faint smile she asked, But could we talk alone? My terrible joke didn't land. Time to double down. I'm sorry, but this is a big party. Catherine snorted, and I swore I saw Lunaris suppress a laugh out of the corner of my eye. Owen, though? Unfazed. Her smile didn't waver, her expression still holding that strange, almost serene happiness. It'll make it only two of us, she offered lightly, as if we were negotiating tea preferences and not whatever this situation actually was. Her hand rose slightly, fingers flexing. A subtle ripple of magic pulsed through the air, just enough for me to feel it in my bones. If you are amenable to that idea, it'll put a shield around us. I glanced back at the others, reading their reactions before answering. Alma? Shaking her head so furiously that if magic didn't kill me today, she probably would. Lunaris? Inspecting the ground like it had just insulted her family. Catherine? Shrugging, as if she were watching a particularly interesting bar brawl unfold. And Techie? The only one who actually spoke up. The Queen's strength is vastly superior. Shield or not, it wouldn't change things. All right, I said, cracking a wry smile, even as my heart pounded just a little harder. Let's talk. Chapter 1003, Truths Sealed in Gold. Book 2. The moment Erwin raised her hand, the air shifted, thick with an unseen force. Magic rushed like a tide, crackling, the pressure making my breath hitch before a translucent golden barrier surged into existence around us. The world outside dimmed, the sounds muffling into nothing, as though we had been plucked from time itself. The golden shield was opaque, shimmering like molten sunlight and sealing us in a space meant only for us. Before I could question it, she moved blindingly fast, a blur of gold and motion, and then arms around me, strong, warm, pulling me toward her, hugging me. The world tilted, my entire body locking up in sheer stupefied shock. What? Wait? What? Her voice, soft and full of something real, pressed into my ear. What you have achieved is amazing. I'm so proud of you. I froze because it felt too good. The warmth of her arms, the steady rise and fall of her breath, the sheer certainty in her words. And yet, you, what? The words fumbled out, barely coherent. Because what the hell was I supposed to say? This was Erwin. I swallowed hard. Are you really my mom? Are you really my mom? She leaned back slightly, just enough for me to see her face, and was smiling. Not a smirk, not a calculating curve of the lips. It was a real, genuine, soft, motherly smile. Do you know where children come from? She asked, her tone perfectly serious. I blinked. I scrambled for words, my brain short-circuiting again. Not going to lie, that threw me off so hard I almost tripped over my own existence. I mean, when two people like each other. I started, completely unsure where I was going with this, but she laughed, and before I could dig my own grave any deeper, she wrapped her arms around me again, squeezing slightly, her head shaking in quiet amusement. Charlie? She said, a soft chuckle in her voice as she glanced up at me again, eyes bright with mirth. I have spoken with people from your world, so… She tilted her head slightly, still studying me with that affectionate gaze. I only wanted to know if you knew the differences. What the actual hell was this conversation? Where were the questions of my strength, of our numbers, strategy, a declaration of war? I expected 1,000 things from this meeting. Accusations, ultimatums, a deadly chess game of politics and power. Not this quiet, impossible conversation about my existence. Her words settled over me like a dense fog, thick and disorienting, forcing me to rethink every assumption I had about this world. The test servers. The hollowed-out cities abandoned the moment actual players left. The NPCs who were never really born, just copies, imperfect reflections of the true Rimelion. I had always assumed it was because of server limitations, like the world had been a half-finished draft, struggling under faulty programming. Later in the testing, when there were less of us to actually test, it was a chaos when they copied the Rimelion. But how new people were born? No idea. I knew that there were actual young adults created with memories. That was a known fact. I even watched a Catherine reaction video on that. I swallowed and forced out a hesitant. Children are born at the age where they need to be. Erwin raised an eyebrow, her expression approving yet unsurprised. That's true. She paused, then exhaled, her gaze flickering downward. I hadn't expected you to know that, but not how you were born. Her shoulders stiffened, a flicker of something almost like regret passing through her face. Then, just slightly, she stepped back, as if ashamed of what she was about to say. People always have to start the same way as in your world, she said carefully. That's not something that can change. If species are incompatible, it simply can't be done. Her eyes darkened as an almost disappointed sadness settled over her features, though I couldn't tell if it was for herself or for another reason. But a mother can choose the age of her child, she continued, her voice steady but laced with something deeper. If she chooses nothing, it follows the same course as your world. But if she needs them to work the fields, or if a noble wants a grown heir, the intervals are every 4 years, much like the system's restrictions. You are 20, at least in this world. I nodded slowly, and suddenly, awareness crashed down on me. My body. I was standing like an idiot, stiff and out of place, shifting my feet uncertainly, trying to casually place my hands on my hips. But what was casual? She wasn't just a mythic tier entity standing between me and my future. She was my mother. I swallowed. I wasn't aware. Her eyes softened, not in pity, but in understanding. You are special, she said carefully. Then, after a moment, she corrected herself. And I don't mean it the way every child is special. The Prime God asked me if I would like another daughter after they executed mine. Her face shifted, a moment of raw vulnerability flashing through her face before she looked away, almost embarrassed. I failed your older sister. Silence. But before I could form a response, she continued, but I digress. Her voice steadied, smoothing over the edges of emotions. The Prime God owed a favor to someone. I do not know how that was even possible, but they asked for you to be real. I felt my breath hitch. Real. I took a half step back, my shoulders pressing against the golden barrier, expecting it to shock me, to push back, to reject me. It didn't. It was solid, unmoving, like a wall that had been here for a long time. What do you mean? Eowyn met my gaze, her expression unreadable, yet not unkind. Apparently, the dream world where you were wasn't real. A chill ran through me. A simulation. I was living in a simulation, and he needed a soul to give you. I could only stare. When a child is born, a soul is also born from both parents, she said, her voice gentle but determined. And, no matter how old you are, with half of your soul coming from me. She smiled, and before I could react, before I could even think, she wrapped her arms around me again. You are my daughter. The words were so simple, and I love you. All I could do was hide in the hug as I pressed my face against her shoulder. I had never met my biological parents, but as a kid, I had dreamed of the moment we'd finally meet, that one impossible day where everything would make sense. That day never came. But I loved all my foster parents. Yet this feeling, this undeniable connection, the way something inside me clicked into place like it had always been waiting for this moment. I squeezed my arms tighter around her, shutting my eyes as I whispered, "Thank you." She held me for a moment longer, her breath steady and sure before finally pulling back. Her expression was fond, yet tinged with something I couldn't quite name, something between regret and pride. I apologized for how I acted back in the dungeon. Her voice was lighter. Since then, I've learned so much. And thanks to you, I don't owe my soul to demons. You saved me. I blinked. I did? It didn't sound right, what she wanted. You wanted to sell your soul. That was the price. That's why you had to vanish after the rebellion, right? Ewen nodded. Yes, that was my intention. Her expression darkened, the sharp lines of her face momentarily full of old burdens. But you knew the demon's name. Her eyes locked onto mine, and something ancient flickered in them. That changed everything. I stared, struggling to piece together what she meant. And as much as I'd love to talk more, we need to hurry, she continued, her voice smoothly shifting into something more businesslike, more commanding. I could almost see it. The transition from mother to queen, from Erwin to the legend standing before me. There is an army all around us, after all. My stomach dropped. I had forgotten for a moment, just a single, fragile moment. This wasn't a game. This was real. But it wasn't, not really. Or was it? Reality was still here. My mind flashed to the players, the soldiers, all of them on edge, waiting. Some idiot might get antsy, might think they needed to act first. Why did you come here with such a token army? I asked, forcing my voice level. She laughed. Would you believe me if I said it was to see you? I glared at her, but then grinned instantly. I would, because I would do it too. The shift was instant. Her breath hitched, and for the first time tears welled in her eyes. She blinked them away, but the emotion didn't leave her face. You are an amazing daughter. Her voice was softer now, genuine, stripped of all the grandeur, the power, the myth. Then, just as quickly, she recomposed herself and straightened. Another reason was to see if you are strong enough. Her gaze swept over me, and I could feel the weight of her assessment, the calculating way she measured everything, my stance, my expression, my very presence. Then, just as quickly, her expression softened. I'll go back to my camp so you can have fun with this fodder. I blinked. Fodder. My mother was casually dropping off an entire demon battalion, like she was gifting me a fruit basket. I wasn't sure about their level, but it could be a walk in the park, or a fierce battle. They were fodder, but that was compared to an imperial army in a few years. Now? Cool. Completely normal. She smirked, watching my reaction. It'll serve as a message to the demons, so don't worry about killing them. I forced out a dry laugh, crossing my arms. Oh, sure. Because that sounds so easy. It will be. Her voice was matter-of-fact, utterly confident, as if she was handing me the answer to a simple arithmetic problem. Then, she sighed. I would love to give a declaration of war to your hands right now, but I can't. Something in her tone shifted, a rare note of frustration, as though something was keeping her from acting further. I narrowed my eyes. About that. Sorry, she cut me off, her tone firm. The golden shield hummed, the magic vibrating with a shift in energy. But we've really run out of time. Goodbye. She gave one last look, and the moment the shield was gone, so was she. I barely had time to process it before the weight of reality slammed back down. To arms! I yelled. Defend yourselves! I spun, scanning the battlefield. The guild leaders had moved down behind the wall, clustering into their groups with their members, and each having light for the darkness. At least 100 players were gathered, not on the fortifications where they should be, but below on the ground. My stomach dropped. What the hell were they doing down here? Why are you? I didn't get to finish. Mother was faster. Attack! Her voice boomed effortlessly, overpowering any other sound. A wave of magic rippled across the battlefield, and the demon army stirred. Hundreds of armored figures tensed, a synchronized ripple of motion spreading through their ranks. The clank of weapons being unsheathed echoed in the still air. Some gripped spears, their tips glowing with runes. Others brandished axes, their curved edges glinting with a dark, unnatural sheen. A few carried exotic weapons, blades crackling with violet lightning, staffs that pulsed with deep emerald energy. And then, they moved as one. The sound of their charge was a rolling wave of boots striking the earth, metal scraping against metal, armor rattling in deadly harmony. Duwin's foot soldier, Levi, 15 type, 2 uncommon HP, 3000-35050. I sucked in a sharp breath, my mind already racing. I needed to command. I needed to get them organized. I opened my mouth to order the players, but too late. Some had already panicked, scattering in chaos. Others, too eager, too reckless, had thrown themselves into the fray with zero coordination. A torrent of spells erupted toward the enemy ranks. Fireballs streaked through the air, lightning crackled and danced, arrows whistled. The battlefield lit up in bursts of chaotic color, magic clashing against steel. Too strong. Formation 6. Luminaria's voice rang clear and commanding as she charged forward, her robe fluttering wildly around her. I turned in time to see her raise a hand, energy coalescing between her fingers, crackling into a sphere of condensed lightning. Good. At least some people knew what they were doing, but I couldn't focus on them. I had my own people to organize. I twisted back toward my group, eyes locking onto each of them in quick succession, fall into formation. I quickly explained where they should be, but before I even finished, Alma ignored my order and backed toward me, eyeing the nearest demon with wary glance. Her grip on her sword was tight, controlled, but I could see the tension in her stance. Teki, on the other hand, listened to me and was already stepping forward without hesitation, his shield angled low, bracing to counter the first incoming strike. Lunaris and Catherine flanked him, waiting for the opening to strike. Let's give her a show. Chapter 1004. Tactics in Chaos. Book 2, Stremin. Catherine's battle cry tore through the air as she countered a spear strike, her blade clanging against metal with the force of a hammer blow. Lunaris, caught mid-motion, twisted sharply, her boots scraping against dirt as she barely dodged a demon's downward slash. The blade whistled past her shoulder, close enough that I thought she was a goner. Another demon lunged, its heavy axe gleaming in the moonlight. It swung with monstrous force, the air splitting with a sharp whoosh as the blade came down like a falling guillotine, straight for Teki. Clang. The impact slammed into his shield, the sheer force of it reverberating through the metal with a deep, gut-wrenching ring, and the ground beneath him trembled, dust and loose gravel kicking up from the violent shockwave. Teki dug his heels in, his entire frame locking up against the blow. His sturdy plate armor still groaned under the pressure, the weight of the strike pressing him down, forcing his knees to bend slightly. He didn't stumble, but dear Sovereign, it took everything he had to hold the line. If I think about Sovereign as a goddess, will she grant me more powers? His spear wavered just for a second. He couldn't even swing it back. The demon's onslaught was relentless, each crushing blow pinning him down, giving him no room to counter. Fodder, I whispered under my breath, my fingers flexing as I took in the scene. Yeah, my power scaling was definitely skewed by my past life. I straightened, throwing my hand into the air for additional flair. God of War, I called out, my voice ringing. This is clearly an act of war, and the enemy hasn't even declared one. I demand compensation. Princess Charlie has challenged the war. Nita accepted, applying a global buff, 25 to damage. A wave of energy pulsed outward, crackling through the battlefield. Weapons glowed faintly, fists tightened, spells bit more. What? Catherine turned to me, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yeah, I can do that? Of course, I snapped, my focus whipping back to Teki just in time to see 4 more demons breaking from the ranks, moving to flank him and attack the girls, joining the 3 already here. Oh no you don't. I thrust my hands forward, magic roaring to life, and with a sharp breath I willed the battlefield to shift. A wall of craggy frost erupted, slamming into place with a deafening crack, cutting off the 2 from the right. Another flashed into existence on the left, a perfect barricade of glacial spikes, halting the ambush before it could even begin. Teki grunted, using the brief reprieve to shift his footing, forcing the demon in front of him to finally break its stance. While my focus had tunneled in on my little group, it wasn't enough, not for this battle. I needed a broader view. Go help Teki, I ordered Alma, my eyes already flicking upwards. I didn't wait for a response. With a surge of will, a column of ice exploded beneath me, launching me skyward. Wind tore at my clothes, my vision expanding as the battlefield stretched out below me like a blood-stained chessboard. The demons were pressing hard on all fronts, their black armor attired against the chaos of battle, but somehow we were holding. Scattered pockets of resistance stood firm. Lisa, Luminaria, and Efti, all of them leading like generals, their guilds locking into formations, covering flanks, and forcing the enemy into choke points. And then, of course, there were the others. Scamantha and Frosner, to name a few, were playing the opportunists, lurking at the edges and darting in for kills only when the odds were firmly in their favor. I inhaled deeply, recentering and focused. The runes for Princess Grace burned in my mind. Magic here wasn't stable, but it needed to be done. I traced the sigils into the air, my fingers leaving behind trails of luminescent magic, a circle of 6 runes forming perfect circle before me. As I completed the last stroke, I shifted slightly to the right, adjusting my aim toward where the guild clusters had thickened. Princess Grace. Player Takilama's strength increased by 16. To player Lunaris' agility increased by 16. To player Catherine's strength increased by 16. NPC Alma's stamina increased by 16. Oh yeah. Notifications flooded my vision, drowning me in a sea of glowing text before I shoved them aside with a thought. But just as I let myself savor the rush, something moved. A demon's head snapped toward me from the enemy's backline. Its eyes gleamed with green malice, and before I could react, a spell shot toward me. A streak of neon green, twisting like a serpent, slicing through the air faster than thought. Spilled whiskey. I cut my pillar in an instant, gravity seizing me as I dropped like a stone, the attack whistling past where my chest had been a heartbeat ago. The spell missed, but barely. My stomach lurched as I fell, the wind roaring in my ears, the battlefield racing up to meet me. You suffered full damage. 30. I groaned, sprawled on the ground, but my grin remained on my lips. Masochist again, I muttered under my breath, channeling healing magic before the ache even had time to settle in. My health bar blinked full, but there was no time to breathe. A shadow flickered in my peripheral vision. Another spilled whiskey. I barely rolled aside as a demon's axe whistled past where my head had been a moment before. The impact bit deep into the ground, scattering chunks of earth, a low snarl rolling from its throat. And then a body went flying over me. A blur of silver green crashed into the dirt with a heavy thud, shield clattering away in the distance. Alma! Alma! I yelled, scrambling to my feet. Her shield bounced against my ice wall, which was cracking. Something or someone was attacking it from the other side. I threw more mana into the barrier, reinforcing the structure before whipping my head back. 5 more demons circled the walls and attacked our backline. Me. Nope. I stuck out my tongue at them because, honestly, why not? Then erected another wall right in their ugly faces, cutting them off. That bought us a few seconds. Time to reassess. Techi was still holding his ground, locked against 2 demons. His shield absorbed the blows, but his stance was wavering. Lunaris danced around her opponent, graceful but disconnected from the rest of the fight, while Catherine was locked in a brute force exchange, her strikes landing but too evenly matched for my liking. 0 teamwork. Damn it! I threw a quick heel at Alma, my magic washing over her like a cooling rush, and pushed myself up. Teki, back away a bit, take all 4 on you, I called out. Can't hold 4? He barely grunted the words, but still obeyed, shifting his stance to absorb the incoming assault. Kit, push him forward. You too, Lunaris. Let Techi take the blows and flank him. They hesitated. For a moment, I thought they'd ignore me. Then, finally, they moved. Lunaris twisted, reversing her stance to press against her opponent's weaker angle, forcing them toward Techi. Catherine dropped low, sweeping her sword across to herd her target into the same bottleneck. Now, all 4 demons turned to Teki. It happened so fast. They pressed against him like a collapsing wall, their weapons hammering against his shield, pushing him to the brink of breaking. His armor screamed under the pressure, boots digging trenches into the dirt as he braced against the onslaught. But that was exactly what we needed. I lifted my hand, ready to throw a heel at Kit, but my instinct screamed wrong target, and I snapped my magic onto Techi instead. The girls, now free to move, finally scored some real damage. Lunaris twirled, slipping inside a demon's guard, and drove her rapier clean through a gap in its armor. The creature shrieked. Catherine, always a brute force enthusiast, used Teki's staggered position to crash her sword down like a hammer, shattering the demon's shoulder plate in a shower of splintered metal. One glance at my mana bar told me everything I needed to know. I was here as support, not a damage dealer. But damn, I really wanted to flick an icicle into their visors. First, the right one, I commanded. Lunaris flowed like water, twisting between the demons with movements too fast, too fluid for their heavy swings to track. Her twin blades flashed in the dim light, striking with precise, surgical accuracy, each cut widening a weak point, each dodge baiting an opening. I glanced back, but Alma's health should be fine. Maybe it was her first battle. "Alma, wake up!" Then I saw one of the demons pushing too much into Techi. Meanwhile, Alma, finally recovered, sprinted forward. With a sharp yell, she pushed up, positioning herself beside Techi. Together they braced, shields side by side, and they advanced. Techi gritted his teeth, muscles straining, and pushed the demons backward. His shield caught another brutal axe swing. Metal screeched against metal, but he held firm, locking his stance like a fortress refusing to fall. "A chance! Go, Kit!" Catherine grinned, and was all power, all force. She leaped, a wild, powerful jump that shouldn't have been possible in her armor, and brought her massive sword down in an overhead arc. The impact sent a shockwave through the dirt, cracking the ground beneath her enemy's feet. The demon reeled, its armor fracturing under the sheer force. She smashed her pommel into the demon's already damaged armor, sending it stumbling backward right into Lunaris. The rapier wielder didn't hesitate. She slid under its guard, twisting her wrist, and drove both blades deep into the demon's side. It shuddered. Its body jerked once before collapsing into dust. Alma then slammed her shield forward against the second demon, the resounding clang of metal meeting metal ringing through the chaos. The fodder soldier staggered back, its helmet rattling, and for the first time I caught a glimpse inside its visor. A hollow, lifeless face stared back. Oh, that was too tempting. Without hesitation, I thrust my hand forward, ice lancing through the gap like a harpoon piercing through old, rotted steel. Lunaris darted in next, quick as a viper, her twin blades flashing in the firelight as they found a gap in its defenses. Techi followed suit, his spear driving forward, forcing the demon further off balance, just in time for Catherine to finish the job. She grinned, shifting her grip, then with one brutal thrust, her sword sank deep into the demon's stomach, piercing through the plates of its tarnished armor. It collapsed into dust. And that's when it clicked. I narrowed my eyes at the battlefield. These weren't just demons, they were undead, which meant I should be way more effective here than I thought. I'd forgotten about that. Still, where the hell was that sleazy Tjorn when I actually needed him to teach me magic? The air thickened. Heat rolled in waves as the first dark incantations rippled through the battlefield. I barely had time to register the chanting from the enemy's back line before the first spell slammed into my ice wall. It didn't just break, it melted, hissing, bubbling, dissolving into nothingness under the concentrated assault of demonic fire. Then, the ground ruptured. A column of hellfire erupted beneath us, the sheer force hurling Lunaris off her feet, sending Catherine staggering. Techi barely holding his stance as his shield glowed red-hot from the heat. Alma rolled, barely dodging a spear of molten rock that pierced the dirt where she had been standing seconds before. Through the chaos, Catherine still managed to bring her sword down in a clean arc, her blade slicing clean through a demon's throat, its head tumbling to the dirt with a sickening thud. But it wasn't enough, because now it was 5 against 20. And we were losing ground. I gritted my teeth. The demons closed in, the heat scorching the air, warping the battlefield with each hellfire blast. My walls were gone. The protection they'd offered, nothing but melted puddles in the dirt. I took a shaky breath, my mind racing. We needed a way out. We needed something big. A reset. Or we were dead. Chapter 105, Shadow Ops. Battle Cries, Book 2, Somewhere in the Slums. Lucas gritted his teeth as he pushed himself upright, rolling his stiff shoulders with a grimace. Every muscle in his body protested, stiff and aching from being cramped in this hellhole for too long. The air was thick with the stale scent of sweat and dust, mingling with something sour that had long since settled into the cracked concrete walls. "ETA 5 minutes, Pearl's voice crackled in his ear, crisp and efficient. Lucas smirked at her relentless need for updates, but his amusement faded as he surveyed his so-called hideout. It was little more than a forgotten storage room, barely big enough to stretch his legs. The single cot in the corner had a warped metal frame and a mattress that looked like it had lost a fight with a pack of rats. A rusted bucket sat nearby, his only alternative to plumbing. The only source of the light in this night was a lamp outside, even that was near the point of failure, sometimes flickering. The sole door was barricaded from the other side. a pile of debris shoved against it just in case. He had checked already. No one was getting through that without making a racket. The only real exit was the shattered window, its craggy edges glinting like teeth under the dim city glow. Beyond it, the rusting scaffolding clung to the building's side, swaying slightly in the wind, as unreliable as a back-alley handshake. He judged it to be at least half a decade old, if not more, just stable enough to make his descent risky rather than outright suicidal. It reminded him of the stakeouts in Africa, where he spent long nights pressed against dusty walls, watching and waiting for the right moment. His gaze flicked to the building across the narrow street. The darkened windows offered no clues, but he had watched them leave 15 minutes ago, their movements hurried, tense. A rush, not a relocation. That was good. That meant they'd left something behind, something that would clear his debt. Rubbing his hands together, he forced himself to stay calm. Patience. One step at a time. A final gear check. His black tactical vest sat snug against his chest. His pants were lightweight but sturdy, and his trusty 9mm rested securely in its holster. It wasn't much, especially compared to the firepower those guys had been packing. When he saw them lugging around actual assault rifles, his original storm the building plan had died a swift and painless death. Satisfied, he took a breath and climbed through the window, boots landing lightly on the scaffold. The entire structure groaned under his weight, metal joints creaking in protest. As he descended, the rusted bars trembled beneath his grip, loose bolts rattling against each other. One wrong move, and the whole damn thing could collapse. He grinned. Wouldn't be the first time. It didn't take long for the hum of an e-bike to cut through the quiet night, a distant buzz that grew steadily louder. Right on time, just as Lucas landed on solid ground, boots crunching against the grimy pavement, Pearl pulled into the alleyway, her neon green bike slipping behind a rusted dumpster that looked like it had been abandoned before the city even had a garbage collection system. The thing was caked in layers of peeling paint, and what might have once been graffiti, now just a smudged mess of age and neglect. He approached as Pearl threw a rag over the bike, an attempt at makeshift camouflage. She hunched over, adjusting the fabric, but even in the dim light it was painfully clear she wasn't dressed for a stealth op. A yellow miniskirt, shimmering like it was cut from the same reflective fabric as Riker's coat, though, thankfully, toned down to a fraction of his shininess. Fishnet stockings wove intricate lines up her legs, disappearing beneath the absurdly short hem, and those platform boots added at least 4 unnecessary inches to her height. Her pink t-shirt, boldly displaying a print of Rodriguez, clashed spectacularly with the rest. Lucas let his gaze sweep over her outfit, incredulous. She said she was always flashy. "Hi there, partner," he greeted, dragging a hand down his face and flashing her face with his flashlight. "I told you I could handle this alone, you." His words trailed off as his eyes flicked to her boots, then followed the webbed patterns of her fishnets up to that ridiculously impractical skirt. Only normal thing was her tactical backpack. Pearl tossed her head. Short, pixie-cut hair, a striking shade of electric pink, flaring as she narrowed her eyes at him. "I don't want to be here either," she huffed. "But you said there was serious equipment involved." Her voice lost some of its edge as a blush crept onto her cheeks as she saw his stare. She hesitated for half a second before suddenly launching forward, wrapping her arms around him in a tight hug. "Lucas!" He stiffened, but only for a moment. Then, with a sigh, he returned the embrace, patting her back once. Yeah. Let's get moving." They circled the block under the cover of night, the dim glow of distant streetlights barely reaching the alley's depths. Well, warehouse was a more accurate term. Lucas had scouted it earlier, noting the old metal door that didn't seem to have a manual lock. It had to be remotely controlled. Ed'd seen a few deliveries come through, though he had no clue what they were moving in or out. Pearl, still slightly flushed from their earlier exchange, suddenly perked up. "Let me handle this." She swung her backpack off her shoulder and pulled out her holocomputer, the screen flickering to life with soft sounds at which her cheeks turned more rosy. Squatting down with her back pressed against the cold concrete, she brought up a hollow keyboard, her fingers moving in a rapid, almost hypnotic dance across the glowing interface. Lucas had always prided himself on being a damn good hacker. Top 10 in the city, top 1,000 worldwide. Compared to Pearl, he might as well be a kid fumbling with his first password cracker. She glanced up at him with a bright, almost smug grin. "You were right. They've got one of those they can't rob me security systems, but she chuckled, eyes gleaming with mischief. They haven't updated it in months. Probably a failed auto patch. That makes it. Before she could even finish her sentence, the heavy metal door gave a low click and swung open with a mechanical groan. Pearl gestured toward it with a flourish. Well, there we go. Under my control, nobody inside or outside, we can talk normally. Lucas exhaled, shaking his head with a smirk. Show off. But even he couldn't keep from smiling. Pearl tucked her holocomputer away and pulled out a long flashlight, matte black, with a small skull emblem etched into the holder. Lucas arched an eyebrow at it. Before he could say anything, she caught his stare and quickly hid it behind her back. Lucas, you promised. He let out a bark of laughter. I never knew you were this amazing. She huffed, but the pink in her cheeks deepened as he stepped inside. The warehouse's interior was bathed in dim, flickering light, casting jagged shadows across the walls. It smelled of stale machine oil, burnt plastic, and something acrid, like old circuitry left to rot. The place wasn't abandoned, not entirely, but it had the air of a forgotten relic, a husk stripped for parts. Scattered across the floor were broken electronics, cracked visors and outdated implants, bits of metal plating glinting under the weak glow. Rusted servos lay tangled with loose wires, the occasional static spark flickering between them like dying fireflies. The walls were lined with steel shelves, half collapsed under the weight of corroded tech, their labels long since faded. They moved carefully, stepping over spilled hydraulic fluid and shattered glass. The slick patches reflected distorted glimpses of their silhouettes as they made their way toward the upper floor. Pearl wrinkled her nose. Are you sure they have military tech? Because this looks more like a junkyard. Lucas chuckled at her disgust. You'd hate Abuja then. This is nothing compared to what we found in those back alleys. He stopped at the base of the stairs, or rather, what should have been stairs. The rusted metal framework barely remained, the steps long gone, leaving uneven edges like broken teeth. Huh? He frowned. How the hell did they get up? His friend rolled her eyes and shifted the beam of her flashlight toward the back of the room, illuminating a metal ladder bolted to the wall. It was old but sturdy enough, leading up to a catwalk. And I thought you were the pro here, she teased, flashing him a triumphant grin. Lucas tested the ladder again, giving it an experimental shake. You should go first, he said, watching how the metal frame wobbled slightly. If this thing gives out, at least I can catch. Thwack. Pearl bonked him on the head with her skull-emblazoned flashlight. You go first, but... He glanced between her and the ladder, hesitating. She let out an exasperated sigh, then jabbed a finger at her outfit. I swear to God, Lucas, you weren't this dense with her, were you? Look at what I'm wearing. His eyes instinctively flicked her miniskirt. He smiled. It's fine. The look she gave him could have killed a lesser man. His throat went dry. Okay, I'll go first, he surrendered, grabbing onto the ladder and pulling himself up. The climb was uneventful, if you ignored the faint creaks of metal under his weight, but the moment he reached the catwalk, his eyes swept over their destination. The space was split into two distinct areas, a server room tucked against the far wall, and what looked like makeshift living quarters on the other side. A cot, some discarded food wrappers, and a few crates stacked like a poor excuse for furniture. Before he could comment, Pearl was already moving. She slipped past him, crouching beside the server racks as she yanked out her holocomputer. A translucent holoscreen flickered to life in a semicircle around her as she jacked her port into the server access panel. Let me work, she muttered, fingers flying across the interface. Then, without looking up, she pointed vaguely toward the cluttered desk in the living area. You go through the papers. I have an allergy to that. Back to the skirmish in East Klipa, Techi and Alma were locked in a desperate struggle, their weapons flashing under the chaotic glow of battle, but it was clear they were losing ground. My quick heels kept Techi from crumbling under the onslaught, but barely. I gritted my teeth. Fall back! To the walls! No one listened. They were too deep in clashing steel on steel, dodging, blocking, countering, fighting to survive, not to retreat. And the demons? They weren't relenting. More pressed forward, relentless. I stepped back, trying to get a better vantage, only for a demon spear to suddenly thrust toward me, aimed straight for my gut. I barely had time to react. My foot skidded on blood-soaked dirt as I stumbled back, but another shadow loomed from the side, a battle axe swinging down. Before I could dodge, a blur of feathers and fury slammed into the demon's helmet. A bird, a massive one, raked its talons into the demon's visor, screeching as it latched on with savage precision. The demon staggered, swiping wildly, but the creature wouldn't let go, pecking and clawing at any opening. "Chief!" I whipped my head toward the voice. Frosna. She stood just a few feet away, her expression as grim as it was exhilarated, her bow still half raised. Of course. The infamous Beastmaster. If there was anyone who treated animals with more respect than humans, it was her. I suddenly felt very guilty about my past hunting sprees. She didn't seem to recognize me as one of the merciless mudwolf hunters. Thank the gods. Not the time to reflect. I gritted my teeth, pushing that particular anxiety deep down for later. Right now, we had to move. "Thanks," I shouted, forcing my focus back to the fight. I threw another pulse of healing toward Catherine, just as she barely parried another blow. "Guys, disengage!" I yelled, more force behind my voice. "We can fight like this! Fall back on the walls now!" The moment my words sank in, my group finally fell back. Teki shoved off the last demon, his shield dented but still holding, while Alma threw herself between him and another strike before dragging him backward. Lunaris and Catherine didn't stop slashing and dodging, moving like a deadly duet, cutting down any demon foolish enough to chase too close. But it wasn't enough. Frosna's arrows rained down, but the demons barely flinched. Their undead nature allowed them to shrug off the pain. Her bird, though? It swooped low, talons ripping at visors and pecking at eye sockets, doing more damage than her entire quiver. But still, we were outnumbered. And I? One glance at my mana pool told me everything I needed to know. No walls, no barriers, no major spells. A demon lunged, and then the world exploded in fire. A massive ball of flame crashed into the approaching horde, detonating on impact. Then a wave of heat rippled, their armor glowing red-hot. The sheer force of the blast sent shockwaves outward, kicking up dirt and forcing even us back a step. I barely had time to register what had happened before a familiar voice cut through the smoke. "The cavalry is here!" I looked up. Lisa, hand raised. She stood at the head of her guild, each one already charging in. I let out a breath and grinned. About damn time. Chapter 106. The Weight of Truth. Book 2. I glanced back at the battlefield as we retreated toward the gate, the chaos of combat still raging. Spells flared, blades clashed, and the dying wails of demons echoed against the fortress walls. "Thank you, Frosna," I blurted out, still breathless, barely sparing a glance at the woman beside me as she loosed another arrow. Smooth, Charlie. Real smooth. She didn't even turn to look at me, just kept firing, her stance steady, her fingers fast as she knocked, pulled, and released. "Anytime," she said casually. Then, with the faintest smirk curling her lips, she added, "Heard you like wolves?" My breath hitched mid-step. I swallowed hard, my pulse skipping a beat. No way, she knew. I forced a laugh, a touch too high, too forced. Yeah, big fan, love them. Abort, get out, tactical retreat. Anyway, retreating to the gate. Thanks for the save. How? I wanted to ask. How much did she know? I didn't stick around to find out. As I sprinted, I forced my mind back to the battle, taking in the chaos, the shifting tides of combat. Despite the mess, despite the complete lack of a coordinated strategy, something became glaringly obvious. We were winning. The realization sent a thrill down my spine, but I pushed it aside and turned back to Lisa. Without thinking, I pulled her into a hug, my arms wrapping around her before she could protest. Her robe was softer than I expected, loose and flowing, carrying the faint scent of burnt ozone from her spells. "Lisa, thanks," I murmured into her shoulder as I let the system finally reward me. "Congratulations, you are now level 8. She was still mid-cast, one hand raised, fire swirling around her fingers, but as soon as her latest spell soared forward, bursting into a storm of destruction among the demons, she let out a breath and turned back to me. "Cute princess," she mumbled, eyes flickering with something unreadable. Then, before I could react, she pulled the reverse card and buried her face in my chest. I froze. Am grateful, she murmured, voice half lost against my princess clothes. I have no idea how you did it, but you are amazing. Oh, that was not what I expected. I let out an awkward chuckle, but she didn't move. She just pressed closer, forcing me to pet her like a demanding cat. It's fine, I said, raking a hand through her hair in slow strokes. Still, my curiosity won over the closeness of the situation. You got your class and everything is fine, right? I asked. Was he a bother? She stiffened slightly, but pulled back just enough to glance up at me, her face still dangerously close. I have it, she said firmly, gathering magic for another fireball in her palm. The runes reflected in her eyes, glowing like molten gold. That's what's important. Without another word, she turned back to the battlefield and unleashed hell. The remaining demons stood no chance. Her spell landed dead center in their dwindling ranks, detonating with an earth-shaking roar. The explosion ripped through them like a cleansing storm, leaving only smoldering craters and molten scraps of armor behind. And just like that, the battle was over. The last few demons fell, cut down by lingering fighters. The field was strewn with bodies dissolving into ashen remnants. Smoke and a tang of burnt flesh still clung to the air, but it was done. This time. After we counted our losses, the reality of the battle finally sank in. Only 13 players had fallen. Given the overwhelming odds, that was an insane success. We slowly gathered back in my throne room, though the mood was entirely different this time. Before, there had been hesitation, uncertainty. Now, the room buzzed with barely contained energy. Excitement rippled through the gathered players as notifications flooded their interfaces. The demons had been stupidly generous with experience, and as it turned out, so was my quest. I collapsed onto my throne, exhaling slowly. Speaking of quests, I squinted at my interface. My level hadn't gone up because of quests, ever. Weird. I tapped through the menus, scanning for an error. Somewhere in the past, he'd wait. No way. System, deliver my quest rewards. I demanded, half praying I just forgot. Congratulations, you are now level 9. Congratulations, you are now level 10. Congratulations, you have reached the first milestone. To continue, evolve your class. I stared at the glowing blue boxes, jaw tightening. I had been so smug, so confident, strutting around like I knew all the secrets, all the tricks. The exploiter. That's what I called myself, right? And yet I didn't even accept quest rewards. I chewed my lip, fighting the urge to scream. A loud burst of laughter suddenly yanked me out of my spiral. I blinked, dragging my focus back to reality. The room had erupted into something very different. Right in the center, Luminaria and Lisa were locked in a stare-down, standing rigidly like two rival queens preparing for battle. Behind them, two separate groups had formed, each side clearly waiting for their leader to make the next move. And they were taking bets? Oh, look at that, Lisa giggled, tossing out another shared notification. Another 4. Lure. I tilted my head. What a cute nickname. Luminaria, however, wasn't amused. She furrowed her brows, glanced at her numbers, and then, slowly, a wicked smile crept onto her face. Here you go, Lise, she purred. 6 more. Casually. Lisa gasped. Not fair, she whined, spinning dramatically on her heel, only to suddenly twist back around, eyes flashing with a vicious grin. I would say that, if I didn't have 10 more demons, she sang, flourishing her fingers as if casting a spell. I could physically feel Lur's brain stalling. She turned, silent. Her crowd held their breath. And then, finally, Luminaria, exhaled. She glanced at her numbers, glanced at her team, and sighed. You win. Yubla, abla, Lisa shot her fist into the air like she had just won an Olympic medal, and her crowd immediately exploded. Lisa! 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 The chanting filled the throne room, players laughing, cheering, clapping each other on the back. Congrats, that was still a lot. Lisa grinned at Lure, nudging her playfully with an elbow. Luminaria sighed dramatically, rolling her eyes, but there was a small smile tugging at her lips. I suppose, she said with false reluctance, but her posture had already softened. I watched them, and as the light-hearted banter continued, something twisted in my stomach. It wasn't nerves, not battle adrenaline wearing off. It was something heavier, colder. The moment I stopped moving, stopped barking orders, stopped fighting, My thoughts finally caught up with me. Owen, my mother, everything she told me, the truth that had shattered every assumption I had about myself. The past wasn't just inside a simulation. I hadn't even had a soul, not until now. The realization settled in my chest like a lead weight. I glanced around the room, my eyes drifting from face to face. Techie, leaning back in his chair, shaking with laughter at some joke Scamantha had just cracked. Lola, her brows furrowed, flipping through her stack of papers with practiced efficiency. Even Alma, who was hiding in the back of the room. Lunaris and Catherine strode up to me, Catherine's energy as boundless as ever, while Lunaris followed with her usual quiet spirit. Catherine grinned wide, eyes gleaming with post-battle adrenaline, and raised her hand. Yeah, awesome. We won. I blinked, mind still tangled in heavier thoughts, but my body responded on instinct. A sharp, satisfying slap of a high five. Simon, girl! Catherine turned to Lunaris, motioning for her to join in. Lunaris hesitated for a fraction of a second, but then shyly raised her hand. I gently tapped it, keeping it light. But before she could retreat, Catherine grinned and threw her full weight into the slap. A loud smack echoed, and Lunaris let out a tiny yelp, her pout immediate and exaggerated. Hey! She gasped, dramatic and wounded, rubbing her hand as if it had just been hit with a warhammer. But then she grinned, bright and playful. You stole my kills, she accused, poking Catherine in the ribs. Catherine only laughed, throwing an arm around Lunaris' shoulders and pulling her along. You're too fast, she declared, leading her toward Lisa's group without looking back. I did, though. I watched them go, the effortless joy in their movements, in their laughter, every single one of them, smiling, laughing, living. Why not me? A knot formed in my throat, tightening, pressing, choking me from the inside out. I knew why. They all had souls. And me? Mine had to be created. A patch job. A favor from a god. What about the real world? Did I have a soul there? My throat felt dry. I needed whiskey. I pushed myself to my feet, trying to shake the suffocating weight pressing down on me. The room's atmosphere was still alive with laughter, conversation, and the afterglow of victory. But for me, it all felt hollow. Not real. Because I wasn't real, maybe. Or was. Mother said so, so it must be true, right? At that moment, Lola finally finished sorting her papers and turned to me, her voice low and urgent. Everything is ready, she whispered, her tone full of purpose. I barely processed the words. Without thinking, I pulled off my ring and amulet, extending them toward her. Good. You can do it instead of me. Huh? She blinked, her hands hovering in the air, unsure whether to take them. No, she panicked, her voice rising. You have to be here. You are the ruler. Your presence is necessary. I didn't answer immediately, because a part of me wanted to just walk away, to disappear into the background like a glitch in the system. I reluctantly agreed, but my heart wasn't in it. Not really, not anymore. My mind felt like it was unraveling, the weight of what I had just learned settling in my chest like a leaden stone. I needed to think. Alone, I turned, my gaze scanning the room before landing on the undeniable star of the hour. Lisa, the one with her own soul. The thought coiled in my mind, unwelcome, and I had to shake my head to clear it. But even then, I couldn't force myself to smile, not even a fake one. Hey Lisa. My voice was quieter than usual, subdued. I motioned for her, and she hopped over, her usual boundless energy, a stark contrast to the hollow weight pressing against my ribs. But then she looked at me. Really looked. Her expression shifted in an instant. The laughter in her eyes dimmed, the playfulness draining away as she read my face. Her brows furrowed slightly. What's going on? I hesitated. The truth was too big, too tangled, too impossible. It was the talk with Owen, I lied, but it was the closest thing to the truth I could offer. It brought up painful memories. How could I even begin to explain? Hey, Lisa, I came from a simulation, a fake construct with fake memories, and was given a soul here in Rimelion, I guess? I destroyed John's body, and now am here, someone else entirely. Different identity, different gender. And John, he's just gone. Would anyone believe me? But Lisa, she didn't press, she just nodded. And in that moment, she changed. The carefree girl, the one who cracked jokes and turned battles into games, was gone. In her place stood someone steady, grounded, someone I could rely on, someone with a real soul. I felt like a fraud just standing next to her, I tried, but the words caught in my throat, tangled in my thoughts, and Lisa didn't wait. She hugged me. A real hug. Not a teasing, playful squeeze. Not some exaggerated, over-the-top display. Just warm, steady arms around me, grounding me. I stood frozen for a second before, without thinking. I clung back. Over Lisa's shoulder, I caught sight of Lola. Anxious. Mouthing sorry. My chest tightened. It wasn't her fault. None of this was. It's fine, I whispered. But it wasn't. And I didn't know if it ever would be. Everyone is fine. Better if you do it. In just trying to... My voice trailed off. My mind was spiraling. I don't know. Sorry. I pulled open my inventory and without hesitation transferred my entire hoard to her. Lisa pulled away just enough to look at me again, brows knitting together. Then she checked what I gave her. Her eyes widened. That she started, and for once she was speechless. She shut her mouth, then nodded, exhaling as if steeling herself. Then she looked at me again, really looked, and the only thing she said was, "Thanks for the trust." She nodded again, as if that could assure me, as if anything could. "Whatever it is," she added, her voice stronger now, "watch me steal this show." And just like that, she turned on her heel. She didn't hesitate, didn't question, just stepped into the role. Lisa's voice boomed through the hall as she spread her arms, spinning to address the gathered players. "Good news, everyone," she declared with a wicked grin. "As the winner of the demon hunt, our dear princess has named me the official organizer of this grand affair." She giggled, enjoying the moment, and as I nodded at Lola, she stepped forward and handed Lisa the carefully prepared list. The rest of the night was a blur, a haze of faces, voices, movement, things happening around me, but not to me. I went through the motions, fake smiling when I was supposed to, nodding when needed. I let them thank me, let them toast a victory, let them believe I was still the same. Until it wasn't. Until I crawled out of the capsule, scrambled to the shower, and felt the first hot streak of tears slip down my face. The moment the water hit me, my head started spinning, a spiraling mess of thoughts, fragmented memories, questions without answers. Who asked for the favor? Who owed who? Why me? Nothing made sense. Nothing added up. Except that punk kid. It had to be him who asked for a favor. My body sagged against the shower wall, forehead pressed to the cool tile as the steam curled around me. Hot water mixed with silent tears, dripping down my skin in a steady rhythm. There was no one to ask, no one I could turn to, no one I could trust. I was alone in this. But wasn't that always the case? Even in my fake memories, there was always this feeling, this dull, creeping sense that nothing I did really mattered, that I was just testing a game with no bugs, running through a fake testing world. So, what did I do then? What did I always do? I pushed off the shower wall, running a hand through my wet hair, forcing the breath back into my lungs. "Sorry, Adam," I muttered under my breath, "but I need that whiskey." Chapter 107, Almost Smiled. Book 2. "Sorry, Adam," I muttered under my breath, "but I need that whiskey. And you too, Jerry. Give me a moment to center myself. I promise to make more sense later. If not drunk." That was a good plan. Simple, effective. Get whiskey, drown thoughts, move on. But first, clothes. I pulled open the closet, half-heartedly rummaging through the mix of things Catherine had bought for me. Half of it was ambitious. The other half, also ambitious. But whatever. It was cute. My fingers brushed over soft fabrics, hoodies, skirts, leggings. Things I never would have bought for myself before, obviously. Things that felt like someone else's wardrobe. But wasn't that exactly the point? After a minute, I settled on something casual but comfortable. A hoodie, snug enough to feel like a shield, loose enough to let me disappear into it. Something normal. Something safe. I pulled it on and stepped in front of the mirror, eyeing my reflection with a critical stare. This was me now. No smart suit. No stiff collars. No heavy jacket. Hands shoved deep in pockets like they could keep the world at bay. Just a girl, standing in front of a mirror, trying to recognize herself. My face was pale, eyes still slightly red from earlier. I grabbed a towel, ran it under cold water, and pressed it against my skin. The coolness helped, a little. Made me look a little less like someone on the verge of an existential crisis. Not good enough. I leaned in, studying my reflection, tilting my head to the side. I needed to learn how to do makeup. Not now, obviously, but eventually. I couldn't keep walking around looking like I just clawed my way out of an identity crisis, even if I had. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. It didn't matter. None of it mattered. Let's go then, I muttered to myself, tugging my hoodie sleeves over my hands. I turned toward the door, but the moment I reached for the handle, a cold knot twisted in my stomach. The memory hit me, from that simulated world, sure, but no less vivid. A walk to the pub. The wrong streets. Questionable figures loitering by the corner. I could still hear their voices, a casual call-out, an ask for a lighter. I had ignored them, kept my head down, jacket pulled tight. They let me go. Would they let me go now? I turned back to the mirror, staring at myself again. But this time, I saw what they would see. Not a man with a stiff posture and a don't bother me stride. A girl, small, hoodie draped, alone at night. I clenched my jaw, frustration bubbling up. Why was I scared? It was stupid, irrational. But the fear was there anyway, pressing at the edges of my mind, whispering caution in a voice I hated. I could just go. I had done it before. Or I could call Lucas. A drinking buddy, a familiar presence, someone to drown out the thoughts with, someone to tell me I wasn't crazy. Miss Charlie, Jerry started, his usual stiff politeness barely masking curiosity. If I could. No, you could not. I cut him off before he even got the chance. I adjusted the hoodie, pulling it tighter around me like armor. Sorry, but I'm questioning the very fabric of existence right now, so unless you've got answers about the nature of the soul and whether or not I have one, I'm gonna have to pass. Got it. There was an awkward beat of silence. Going somewhere? He finally asked, his tone neutral. I hesitated. Was I? Maybe, I said, shrugging one shoulder. Patrick's, I think. Alone? That was the real question, wasn't it? I exhaled slowly, glancing down at my holophone. The soft blue light of the display hovered in the dim room. Lucas' contact already pulled up. His name flickered, waiting for me to make a decision. Depends, I muttered, rubbing a thumb along the edge of the device. My mind drifted, half lost in the haze of exhaustion, half rooted in the dull buzz of melancholy pressing against my ribs. I sighed, tilting my head back against the couch. Too bad you're just an AI chip and a watch, Jerry. If you were more advanced, I'd teach you to drink. There was a pause, a little too long for a machine that could think faster than a human. Maybe in the future, I could gain capabilities like that, Jerry finally said, his tone measured, uncertain, like he wasn't entirely sure he wanted that future. Too bad. Drinking was awesome, despite being the absolute bane of my existence. Well, it'll still take you along, I mused, stretching my legs out. But you're right, I don't want to go alone. Miss Charlie, Jerry said smoothly, his voice slipping into that professional AI politeness. My advice is to call Lucas. He arrived quickly last time. I let out a short, humorless chuckle. Yeah, last time. That was something, wasn't it? I murmured, swiping my finger across the rough edge of my sofa. Fine, call him. The hollow display of my TV blinked twice, signaling the connection. It barely rang once before the screen flickered, and instead of Lucas' smug face, I was greeted with something different. Pearl. Specifically, Pearl's head filled the display, her expression blank, her tone drier than a corporate secretary. Hello, you've reached the UE military, she deadpanned. What's the nature of your call? Sorry, Pearl, I don't have time for your usual jokes. My mood's in the gutter. Is Lucas around? The words came out automatically, slipping past my lips before I could think better of them. Pearl's expression shifted instantly. The sharp professionalism drained away, replaced by something wide-eyed and curious, her head tilting slightly like a cat hearing an unfamiliar sound. Hello, Charlie, you know me? Her voice wasn't suspicious, just surprised, genuinely surprised. I froze, gripping the edge of the couch. Holy Nathan! Of course, I knew her. I knew Pearl from another life, from a past that technically never happened. Back in the simulation, she was Lucas' girlfriend, though warden might have been a better term. She took his death badly. More, half the time. I had to smuggle Lucas out for drinks like we were pulling off a Black Ops mission. The Germans even lent us an AWP once, an absurd, over-the-top memory that felt more like a fever dream than reality. But that was the problem. It wasn't reality. Not for her. Not for anyone but me. I swallowed thickly. Think. Lucas talked about you a lot. That was technically true, just not in this world. Pearl's lips parted slightly. her surprise melting into something softer, almost pleased. Truly? But before I could latch onto that and steer the conversation to safer waters, her brows knitted together, suspicion creeping in as she glanced to the side, as if trying to piece something together. I barely had time to blink before she fired out like a half-formed accusation. "What do you want with him? Go to a pub?" I started, but the second the words left my mouth, her expression shifted. It was subtle, but unmistakable. A flicker of something hurt in her eyes. "Oh, crap. Because I don't want to go alone." I tacked on quickly, trying to salvage it, my voice lighter than I felt. Pearl stared at me, her jaw tightening slightly before she forced a smile. Not a friendly one. Not an amused one. A tight, brittle thing that carried the distinct snap of someone repressing an entire novel's worth of thoughts. "WC. I see. Can we talk?" She was staring at me like she was trying to solve a hacking assignment that was missing half its code. Her focus felt like a spotlight, scanning for cracks in my words, in my expression. She was suspicious, curious, and, most of all, utterly confused. "I'm in the middle of a downward spiral, Pearl." "Please," I said, gripping my knees to calm myself. "I don't have time for dances. Either say yes or no. What do you want?" There. Plain. Clear. No room for misinterpretation. Pearl hesitated, her lips separating before she carefully spoke, like she was testing the weight of each word. "I don't know if you know, but you look like another woman." She was his girlfriend. "Charlie," I cut in, my voice empty. "She died. He wanted to see her again in the game. Something went wrong, and I got caught in the crossfire. Now I exist here instead. He loves me. I don't. That sums it up. Now, do you allow him to go or not?" There. Laid out like a QA report. No room for sympathy, no gaps for her to poke into. Pearl's face flickered through a dozen emotions, each one trying to settle but getting shoved aside by another. "You what? Allowing you don't?" Her brows knit together as she tried to make sense of the contradictions, but I sighed, rubbing my temple. "Pearl, please, tell me, what do you want now?" It was a tried and true tactic in my communication with her. And it worked. Pearl's nostrils flared as she snapped, "Lucas." Then realization crashed into her like an angry Irishman. Her eyes widened, her lips pressing together like she'd just confessed something terrible. "I mean, sure," I cut in, sparing her the effort of backpedaling. "But I think he needs to grieve first. Hard to do with me looking like this." I bit my lip, staring at the floor. I should probably keep my distance, not just because of him, because of me. Because I wasn't real. Because every interaction with Lucas was another reminder of her. "I think I'll just take a tuber instead," I murmured. "I'll tell him you called." Pearl's voice wavered, her usual confidence nowhere to be found. Terrible poker face, as always. She hesitated, her lips parting, like she was about to say something else. This was from what I expected. "I think." Click. I hit the red button, cutting off whatever she thought before it could take shape in words. I'd know soon enough what she thought. She and Lucas would end up together. They were meant to. And I'd be right back where I started, smuggling him out of their apartment like some bad sitcom rerun. A heavy sigh escaped me as I dropped back onto the sofa, limbs splayed out, staring at the ceiling. The dim glow of the hollow screen cast long shadows, flickering against the walls, making the room feel colder than it was. Now I feel even worse. How's that possible? It was a rhetorical question, by the way. "Got it," Jerry replied. Then asked, "Should I call Roberto?" I hesitated. My fingers drummed against my stomach, restless, uncertain. "I don't know," I admitted, hating how small my voice sounded. I wasn't afraid, not really. Just not in the mood to find out what happened if I walked alone, and my luck wasn't on my side this time. "But I have only this night to sort myself out," I muttered, eyes locking onto the hollow screen again. The numbers blurred. Tomorrow will be too busy for self-pity. I shook my head. "Call him." Jerry didn't need further instruction. The line buzzed for a few moments before Roberto's face appeared, his easy smile and dark curls as annoyingly perfect as ever. "Ah, signorina." His voice was chipper, all warm familiarity and charm. "How you doing?" "Terrible," I blurted before I could stop myself. Roberto arched a brow, amusement flickering behind his dark eyes. "Sorry," I corrected, rubbing my temple. "I mean, I'd like to go to the pub," but I trailed off, feeling ridiculous even as I forced myself to keep going. "What I mean is, could you take me?" My throat tightened. I'm scared to go alone. For a second, I braced myself for laughter. A joke. Maybe even a well-meaning Charlie. You? Scared? John never was. Roberto just studied me through the screen, his gaze unreadable. Ah, mi dispiace, signorina. But at this moment, I am a man of leisure. I blinked. No pub for me then. The words came out hollow. I reached for the end call button, not even sure why I felt disappointed. Thanks anyway for answering, Roberto. Enjoy your time off. I moved to cut the connection, but his voice stopped me. Ah, signorina, you wound me, Roberto gasped, the happiness back in full force. I never said I wouldn't pick you up, just that this is a specialissimo VIP service off the books. And just like that, just for a moment, I almost smiled. Sorry, Adam, I muttered under my breath, but I need that whiskey. And you too, Jerry. Give me a moment to center myself. I promise to make more sense later, if not drunk. That was a good plan. Simple, effective, get whiskey, drown thoughts, move on. But first, clothes. I pulled open the closet, half-heartedly rummaging through the mix of things Catherine had bought for me. Half of it was ambitious. The other half, also ambitious. But whatever, it was cute. My fingers brushed over soft fabrics, hoodies, skirts, leggings. Things I never would have bought for myself before, obviously. Things that felt like someone else's wardrobe. But wasn't that exactly the point? After a minute, I settled on something casual but comfortable. A hoodie, snug enough to feel like a shield, loose enough to let me disappear into it. Something normal. Something safe. I pulled it on and stepped in front of the mirror, eyeing my reflection with a critical stare. This was me now. No smart suit, no stiff collars, no heavy jacket, hands shoved deep in pockets like they could keep the world at bay. Just a girl, standing in front of a mirror, trying to recognize herself. My face was pale, eyes still slightly red from earlier. I grabbed a towel, ran it under cold water, and pressed it against my skin. The coolness helped, a little. Made me look a little less like someone on the verge of an existential crisis. Not good enough. I leaned in, studying my reflection, tilting my head to the side. I needed to learn how to do makeup. Not now, obviously. But eventually, I couldn't keep walking around looking like I just clawed my way out of an identity crisis, even if I had. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. It didn't matter. None of it mattered. Let's go then, I muttered to myself, tugging my hoodie sleeves over my hands. I turned toward the door, but the moment I reached for the handle, a cold knot twisted in my stomach. The memory hit me from that simulated world, sure, but no less vivid. A walk to the pub. The wrong streets. Questionable figures loitering by the corner. I could still hear their voices, a casual call-out, an ask for a lighter. I had ignored them, kept my head down, jacket pulled tight. They let me go. Would they let me go now? I turned back to the mirror, staring at myself again, but this time, I saw what they would see. Not a man with a stiff posture and a don't bother me stride. A girl, small, hoodie draped, alone at night. I clenched my jaw, frustration bubbling up. Why was I scared? It was stupid, irrational. But the fear was there anyway, pressing at the edges of my mind, whispering caution in a voice I hated. I could just go. I had done it before. Or I could call Lucas. A drinking buddy. A familiar presence. Someone to drown out the thoughts with. Someone to tell me I wasn't crazy. Miss Charlie, Jerry started, his usual stiff politeness barely masking curiosity. If I could. No, you could not. I cut him off before he even got the chance. I adjusted the hoodie, pulling it tighter around me like armor. Sorry, but I'm questioning the very fabric of existence right now, so unless you've got answers about the nature of the soul and whether or not I have one, I'm gonna have to pass. Got it. There was an awkward beat of silence. Going somewhere? He finally asked, his tone neutral. I hesitated. Was I? Maybe, I said, shrugging one shoulder. Patrick's, I think. Alone? That was the real question, wasn't it? I exhaled slowly, glancing down at my holophone. The soft blue light of the display hovered in the dim room. Lucas' contact already pulled up. His name flickered, waiting for me to make a decision. Depends, I muttered, rubbing a thumb along the edge of the device. My mind drifted, half lost in the haze of exhaustion, half rooted in the dull buzz of melancholy pressing against my ribs. I sighed, tilting my head back against the couch. Too bad you're just an AI chip in a watch, Jerry. If you were more advanced, I'd teach you to drink. There was a pause, a little too long for a machine that could think faster than a human. Maybe in the future I could gain capabilities like that, Jerry finally said, his tone measured, uncertain, like he wasn't entirely sure he wanted that future. Too bad. Drinking was awesome, despite being the absolute bane of my existence. Well, it'll still take you along, I mused, stretching my legs out. But you're right, I don't want to go alone. Miss Charlie, Jerry said smoothly, his voice slipping into that professional AI politeness. My advice is to call Lucas. He arrived quickly last time. I let out a short, humorless chuckle. Yeah, last time. That was something, wasn't it? I murmured, swiping my finger across the rough edge of my sofa. Fine, call him. The hollow display of my TV blinked twice, signaling the connection. It barely rang once before the screen flickered, and instead of Lucas' smug face, I was greeted with something different. Pearl. Specifically, Pearl's head filled the display, her expression blank, her tone drier than a corporate secretary. Hello, you've reached the Yuli military. She deadpanned. What's the nature of your call? Sorry, Pearl, I don't have time for your usual jokes. My mood's in the gutter. Is Lucas around? The words came out automatically, slipping past my lips before I could think better of them. Pearl's expression shifted instantly. The sharp professionalism drained away, replaced by something wide-eyed and curious, her head tilting slightly like a cat hearing an unfamiliar sound. Hello, Charlie. You know me? Her voice wasn't suspicious, just surprised. Genuinely surprised. I froze, gripping the edge of the couch. Holy Nathan! Of course I knew her. I knew Pearl from another life, from a past that technically never happened. Back in the simulation, she was Lucas' girlfriend, though Warden might have been a better term. She took his death badly. More, half the time, I had to smuggle Lucas out for drinks like we were pulling off a Black Ops mission. The Germans even lent us an AWP once, an absurd, over-the-top memory that felt more like a fever dream than reality. But that was the problem. It wasn't reality. Not for her, not for anyone but me. I swallowed thickly. Think. Lucas talked about you a lot. That was technically true, just not in this world. Pearl's lips parted slightly, her surprise melting into something softer. Almost pleased. Truly? But before I could latch onto that and steer the conversation to safer waters, her brows knitted together, suspicion creeping in as she glanced to the side, as if trying to piece something together. I barely had time to blink before she fired out like a half-formed accusation. What do you want with him? Go to a pub? I started, but the second the words left my mouth, her expression shifted. It was subtle but unmistakable, a flicker of something hurt in her eyes. Oh, crap. Because I don't want to go alone. I tacked on quickly, trying to salvage it, my voice lighter than I felt. Pearl stared at me, her jaw tightening slightly before she forced a smile. Not a friendly one, not an amused one. A tight, brittle thing that carried the distinct snap of someone repressing an entire novel's worth of thoughts. I see. Can we talk? She was staring at me like she was trying to solve a hacking assignment that was missing half its code. Her focus felt like a spotlight, scanning for cracks in my words, in my expression. She was suspicious, curious, and, most of all, utterly confused. I'm in the middle of a downward spiral, Pearl. Please, I said, gripping my knees to calm myself. I don't have time for dances. Either say yes or no. What do you want? There. Plain. Clear. No room for misinterpretation. Pearl hesitated, her lips separating before she carefully spoke, like she was testing the weight of each word. I don't know if you know, but you look like another woman. She was his girlfriend. Charlie, I cut in, my voice empty. She died. He wanted to see her again in the game. Something went wrong and I got caught in the crossfire. Now I exist here instead. He loves me. I don't. That sums it up. Now, do you allow him to go or not? There. Laid out like a QA report. No room for sympathy. No gaps for her to poke into. Pearl's face flickered through a dozen emotions, each one trying to settle but getting shoved aside by another. You what? Hello, and you don't? Her brows knit together as she tried to make sense of the contradictions, but I sighed, rubbing my temple. Pearl, please, tell me, what do you want now? It was a tried and true tactic in my communication with her. And it worked. Pearl's nostrils flared as she snapped, Lucas. Then realization crashed into her like an angry Irishman. Her eyes widened, her lips pressing together like she'd just confessed something terrible. I mean, sure, I cut in, sparing her the effort of backpedaling. But I think he needs to grieve first. Hard to do with me looking like this. I bit my lip, staring at the floor. I should probably keep my distance. Not just because of him. Because of me. Because I wasn't real. Because every interaction with Lucas was another reminder of her. I think I'll just take an Uber instead, I murmured. I'll tell him you called. Pearl's voice wavered, her usual confidence nowhere to be found. Terrible poker face, as always. She hesitated, her lips parting as if she were about to say something else. This was different from what I expected. I think. Click. I hit the red button, cutting off whatever she thought before it could take shape in words. I'd know soon enough what she thought. She and Lucas would end up together. They were meant to. And I'd be right back where I started, smuggling him out of their apartment like some bad sitcom rerun. A heavy sigh escaped me as I dropped back onto the sofa, limbs splayed out, staring at the ceiling. The dim glow of the holoscreen cast long shadows, flickering against the walls, making the room feel colder than it was. Now I feel even worse. How's that possible? It was a rhetorical question, by the way. Got it, Jerry replied, then asked, should I call Roberto? I hesitated. My fingers drummed against my stomach, restless, uncertain. I don't know, I admitted, hating how small my voice sounded. I wasn't afraid, not really. Just not in the mood to find out what happened if I walked alone, and my luck wasn't on my side this time. But I have only this night to sort myself out, I muttered, eyes locking onto the hollow screen again. The numbers blurred. Tomorrow will be too busy for self-pity. I shook my head. Call him. Jerry didn't need further instruction. The line buzzed for a few moments before Roberto's face appeared, his easy smile and dark curls as annoyingly perfect as ever. Ah, signorina! His voice was chipper, all warm familiarity and charm. How are you doing? Terrible, I blurted before I could stop myself. Roberto arched a brow, amusement flickering behind his dark eyes. Sorry, I corrected, rubbing my temple. I mean, I'd like to go to the pub. But I trailed off, feeling ridiculous even as I forced myself to keep going. What I mean is, could you take me? My throat tightened. I'm scared to go alone. For a second I braced myself for laughter. A joke. Maybe even a well-meaning, Charlie, you scared? John never was. Roberto just studied me through the screen, his gaze unreadable. Ah, mi dispiace, signorina. But at this moment, I am a man of leisure. I blinked. No pub for me then. The words came out hollow. I reached for the end call button, not even sure why I felt disappointed. Thanks anyway for answering, Roberto. Enjoy your time off. I moved to cut the connection, but his voice stopped me. Ah, signorina, you wound me, Roberto gasped, the happiness back in full force. I never said I wouldn't pick you up, just that this is a specialissimo VIP service off the books. And just like that, just for a moment, I almost smiled. Chapter 108. Heavy Machinery for Heavy Hearts. Book 2. I never said I wouldn't pick you up, just that this is a specialissimo VIP service, off the books. Thanks, Roberto, I murmured, the words carrying more weight than they should. Maybe it was just the relief of knowing I wouldn't have to face the night alone. Ah, signorina, già in movimento. Roberto's voice was as effortless as ever. And with that, he hung up. Because, of course, Roberto needed no further instructions. I sighed, shaking my head. He was probably already halfway there, weaving through traffic with that ridiculous self-assured grin of his. Maybe I should learn more Italian, just in case. With the call done, I drifted back toward the mirror, unable to shake the faint nerves creeping up my spine. My reflection stared back, unimpressed. Why was I suddenly worried about Roberto seeing me? It was just a drink, not a date. And yet my fingers twitched, absently tugging at the hem of my hoodie. The soft grey fabric was unassuming, the cute little logo stitched over my heart, adding an almost childish charm. It was fine, casual, normal. Paired with my black leggings, I looked like any other woman going out for a casual drink. So why did I feel underdressed? Scowling at myself, I turned and dug through the closet, pushing past Catherine's questionable taste in fashion. Even after that shopping spree, it seemed I still hadn't accumulated enough going-out clothes. A little black dress? Nope. Something classy but effortlessly chic? Nope. I blew a stray strand of hair out of my face and shut the closet door with a firm click. Well, heels it was. Somehow, somewhere along the way, ID started loving them. The height, the confidence boost, the way they made every step feel just a little more deliberate. Like I actually belonged in my skin. Okay, Jerry, I muttered, rolling my shoulders as if that would shake off the tension. As ready as I can be. Do you want me to start a therapy lesson? I froze, then let out a slow, tired sigh. Jerry, no. It could be beneficial. You seem unusually preoccupied. I don't. I trailed off, pinching the bridge of my nose. I can't argue with an AI about whether or not I have a soul. Good question, Jerry mused, sounding almost amused. If souls were real and I was once human, maybe I do? I groaned, throwing my head back toward the ceiling. Jerry. It was a rhetorical question. Got it, he answered. Would you like me to set a reminder for your existential crisis later? I grabbed my keys and slung my bag over my shoulder, fastening Jerry's watch onto my wrist with a practiced flick. No. Got it. The apartment door clicked shut behind me, sealing away the lingering warmth of my safe little bubble. Outside, the world was dark. The air was crisp, the kind of cold that nibbled at exposed skin. I shoved my hands into my hoodie's pockets and stepped onto the pavement, leaning against a lamppost. Metal hummed under my fingertips as I drummed against it absent-mindedly through the hoodie, my nerves translating into soft, rhythmic taps. The city was never truly silent, but this late at night, the usual din of voices and honking horns faded into something distant. Somewhere in the distance, tires screeched against asphalt, a sharp, stuttering noise that announced who was driving. I sighed. Roberto. Sure enough, his old sports car came skidding around the corner, tires protesting violently against the turn. The engine purred, a growling beast beneath the hood, as Roberto executed yet another unnecessary drift before coming to a flawless stop, passenger door swinging open in the same breath. Hop in, signorina. I stared at him for a beat, unimpressed. Did he seriously test his brakes again just to show off? Still, not to be ungrateful, I slipped into the seat, tugging the door shut behind me and, of course, fastening the seatbelt. Thanks, Roberto, I muttered, pressing my head against the headrest with a sigh. Today was a crazy day. Signorina, I was already on my second bira, so truly, no worries. A pause. The words sank in. I blinked and turned to look at him, eyes narrowing. Is it a good idea to drive then? Roberto let out a booming laugh, waving a hand dismissively. Pfft, I've driven after 10 before. This? Facile. Bobby fine. Oh no. My grip on the seat tightened as he slammed his foot onto the pedal, the car roaring forward like a shot out of hell. And sure, technically, we were fine. This time, we only had to drive on the sidewalk twice, which, considering Roberto's usual antics, was practically a victory. It took barely any time at all before he was sliding into a parking spot with another dramatic drift, tires screeching one last time before we came to a sudden, jarring halt. I exhaled, prying my fingers from where they'd sunk into the seat's upholstery. Yep, still alive, thanks, I managed, my voice still catching up with my body. Roberto grinned, clearly pleased with himself, and we stepped out of the car. The moment we entered the pub, the familiar weight pressing against my chest began to ease. The scent of aged wood, faint smoke, and spilled whiskey clung to the air. Muted laughter hummed from the back, and the soft clinking of glasses set an easy rhythm beneath the conversations around us. The pub felt timeless, like stepping into a world separate from the outside, where worries dulled and reality blurred just enough to breathe. Vieni. Roberto's voice carried easily over the murmur of the bar, his hand firm on my back as he steered me toward our usual table in the far corner. The alcove was dimly lit, tucked away from the louder clusters of patrons. His friends, well, our friends, were already gathered, the low glow of the table's lamp catching on raised glasses and half-finished pints. The scent of whiskey and beer mixed with the faint musk of well-worn leather seats, and the ever-present aroma of fried food wafting from the kitchen. People, Roberto announced with a dramatic flourish. Say ciao to Charlie here. You know her, she was John before. See, that one. And listen up, eh? I don't want to hear any funny business, capito? His tone was light, teasing, but there was a quiet warning beneath it. The reaction was mixed, some wide grins, a few murmurs, the occasional raised eyebrow. but no one said anything outright. Just quiet acknowledgement, a few nods, a slight lifting of glasses in greeting. It was easier than I thought it would be. Roberto slung an arm around my shoulders, a casual, easy weight as we settled onto the bench. Before I could even process it, a glass of whiskey landed in front of me, the amber liquid catching the light just right. Thanks, Ein. And say thanks to Patrick, I murmured, glancing up at the waitress. She just gave a knowing smirk, wiping her hands on a rag. You look like you need it. Then, without another word, she was off again, weaving her way through the crowd. I exhaled, leaning back, only to realize that back meant into Roberto's arm. He didn't move it, not a date. Definitely not a date. But it felt safe, a tether to something real, as if I had a soul. I let the warmth of the moment settle, then raised my glass, locking eyes with the people around me. The better times. The better times. The chorus rang out, and I downed the whiskey in one smooth tilt of the glass. The burn trailed down my throat, pooling in my stomach like liquid fire, and before I could even set the glass down, another was placed in front of me. I blinked, looking up. Boss said you looked too gloom. On the house, she shrugged, already turning away before I could protest. Well, that settled that. Well, now you have to drink it. Andreas piped up from across the table, already a few beers deep. His face was flushed, his grin loose and easy. And tell us how you changed. No need for that, Roberto cut in, his voice light. Only if she wants. Justo, Andreas? Andreas raised his hands in surrender, laughing. No problem, just curious. He took a long swig of his beer, then sighed. After a long day in that crane under the blazing sun, I'm as dry as a gearbox running without oil. I lounged back in my seat, the soft hum of conversation and clinking glasses wrapping around me like a well-worn jacket. The alcohol had settled into my system, smoothing out the edges of my nerves, making everything just a little lighter, a little less suffocating. As if I found my soul in here. This was one place that was a constant in my life. Sorry, Adam. I felt terrible drinking after swearing I wouldn't, but after the kind of day I had, stopping wasn't exactly an option anymore. At some point, the storytelling baton had fallen into my hands, and I was in the middle of recounting one of my more questionable exploits. Then I just turned and knocked on a wall where the relic was. A round of laughter followed, the kind that came easy with booze and camaraderie. Would love to do that to that stronzo Rico, Federico chimed in, usually one of the quieter ones. He had that slightly glassy, loosened-up look of a man deep enough into his drinks to start venting. Roberto groaned, rubbing his temples. Madonna Santa, don't even start. What happened? I grinned, shifting my attention to Federico, subtly nudging him forward. Sometimes you had to give people a push to join the conversation. I knew that well enough. Federico let out a sigh, loosening his neck before launching into his tirade. So there's this almost finished mansion, maison as they're calling it, the pretentious bastards, going up near my place. Right in the middle of the old neighborhood, you know? A fortuito monument to stolen taxpayer money. I arched a brow. That bad? Roberto snorted, taking a slow sip from his beer before answering for him. Buddha comme la femme, an eyesore straight out of the Bible. 5-meter walls like some medieval fortress, security cameras on every damn corner. Gaudy, gold trim, statues everywhere, and a driveway so big you could land a plane on it. Looks like it was designed by a man with troppo soldi and absolutely zero taste. Federico waved his hands. The worst part? It's illegal. No permits, no approvals, nothing. But it's still there, growing like a damn tumor. The table murmured in agreement, a mix of rage and amusement rippling through the group. How does something like that even get built? I asked, genuinely baffled. Bribes, Andreas answered simply, slouching back with his beer. Lots and lots of bribes. And connections, Roberto added with a smirk. The kind that make problems disappear overnight. The conversation spiraled from there. Stories of absurd corruption, of fines that never got paid, and of officials who magically forgot certain laws existed. By the time we circled back to the Maison, ideas were floating around the table about what should happen to it. Egg it, someone suggested. Too petty? Graffiti? Too much work? Federico leaned in, a wicked glint in his eye. What about a good old-fashioned break-in? Silence. The kind of silence that wasn't empty but brimming with potential. Like the breath before a laugh, the pause before a bad decision. Roberto was the first to break it. his grin stretching wide, eyes glinting with something undeniably dangerous. Aspetta, aspetta, we should totally fix this. I turned to him, leaning my elbow on the table, whiskey glass swirling in my grip. Define fix. Andreas, still drunk but dead serious, waved a hand in lazy confidence. Knock it down. I can get the crane. We all blinked. You what? I asked, my brain short-circuiting. Andreas took another swig of his beer and shrugged, completely unfazed. I can get the crane. The big one. You know, the one with the wrecking ball? Or maybe the excavator, if we're feeling subtle. The table went dead still for a second. Then, like fire-catching dry brush, the entire group lit up. Roberto howled, slapping his hand against the table so hard the glasses rattled. Santo Dio, spida accettata, in driving that baby. He threw his arms up like a man who had just won the lottery. Federico wiped a tear from his eye, already breathless from laughter. You cannot be serious. Andreas just took another long sip, then set his beer down with a decisive clink. Oh, I'm dead serious. I exhaled, rubbing my temples, but I couldn't stop the smirk creeping onto my lips. This was either the stupidest or the most brilliant idea I'd ever heard. Chapter 19, Demolition, Night, Book 2. As the night wore on, I started to suspect that this might not have been the brightest idea. But really, who would bother with caution when committing an act of justice, especially when fueled by whiskey, camaraderie, and the reckless confidence that came with both? Barely 10 minutes into the first stages of our plan, we had already cobbled together something that almost resembled a strategy. Almost. There were 4 of us, me, Federico, Roberto, and Andreas, and, oh, were they inspired, not just by my recent exploits in Rimelion, but by what they called my genius tactical maneuvering, or, as any sane person would call it, theft. But no, not theft, clever and efficient methods of item acquisition. Completely different things, obviously. So we went to the cars. Every single one of them was wasted except for me, of course. I had only had a few whiskeys, which, by my flawless and unbiased assessment, put me at the peak of my decision-making abilities. As I settled into Roberto's car, I tugged my hoodie closer and glanced out at the others. Federico slipped into his at least 60-year-old sports car, the rust and dents telling stories of questionable driving skills and even more questionable choices. He and Roberto were already mid-argument through the open windows, their rapid-fire Italian voices bouncing between playful and intense. Stronzo, your clutch is slipping. Amico, like your last attempt at dating. Roberto barked, laughter mixing with his words. Porca miseria! You talk about slipping when you brake like an old woman, Federico shot back, revving his engine in protest. They exchanged more words, and I grew bored, before, without warning, Federico floored it. What? Tires screamed against the pavement as he shot forward, the old beast of a car roaring down the street. Roberto was right behind him, gunning the engine as the chase began. What did you say? I asked, gripping the seat. Bella, friendly bet. Roberto just cackled, weaving through traffic as though AI-driven cars were mere suggestions rather than obstacles. With a squeeze between a building and a bus stop, he overtook Federico on the sidewalk. The AI cars, consistently law-abiding, wheezed past us, programmed to ignore the chaotic recklessness unfolding between us. I breathed, finally letting myself sink into the seat. All right, maybe. This was fun. And then Federico took the next turn sideways. The drift went on for what felt like a century, smoke curling up from his tires as his car slid effortlessly around the corner, reclaiming his lead like a warden ghost slipping through a wall. Roberto cursed under his breath, shifting gears, his grin sharpened into something predatory. I chanced a glance at the speedometer and felt the color drain from my face. In all of automotive history, these kinds of speeds were only ever meant for the autobahn, not in the middle of a city, not with pedestrians potentially lurking in the shadows. Roberto, undeterred, found his opening. Timing his turn just right, he cut in at the next intersection, barely missing the curb, pulling ahead by inches. Federico swerved, trying to compensate, but it was too late. The finish line, an empty crossroads ahead, was fast approaching. I braced myself, knuckles white against the door handle. Roberto won by a hair. Federico, accepting defeat with an exaggerated groan. Even I heard it, slammed the brakes, and we skidded to a halt at a nearby parking lot. The smell of burnt rubber lingered in the air, mingling with the night breeze. The industrial district loomed around us, the cold steel and concrete structures standing tall like silent judges to our stupidity. As usual, Roberto drifted into the parking spot. "Show off," I giggled, finally exhaling the breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Roberto flashed a cocky grin. "It works! And guess what? Abbiamo vinto." "Never again," Andreas groaned, stumbling out of the Federico's car. His face paled before he turned and emptied the contents of his stomach onto the pavement. 10 beers lost. I clutched my stomach, testing my own stability. Nope, still fine. Whiskey remained undefeated. "Here," Andreas said, motioning toward an old building, its gray industrial paint peeling away in large flakes, revealing corroded steel underneath. The windows were dark, lifeless, as though the place had been abandoned for years. We stepped inside, and there, in the dim, cavernous space, we found exactly what we came for. A wheeled mobile crane stood before us. The large machine had the kind of raw presence that made you pause. Bright yellow paint, scuffed and streaked with years of grime, thick hydraulic arms curled inward, like a sleeping, not a dragon. Chains rattled softly in the still air as a massive wrecking ball hung suspended from the towering boom, swaying slightly, as if eager to be let loose. I stared, blinked, stared some more. "You don't actually want to use that, do you?" I half asked, half accused Andreas, who was already halfway to the crane, grinning like a low-budget supervillain. "Oh, we are," he declared, with the confidence of a man who had definitely made worse decisions in his life. He reached out and tapped a small electronic device attached to the side of the crane, probably a security lock, his fingers moving with the dexterity of a drunk hacker. "Let me put boss code," he muttered, then smirked as he typed. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Done. A loud clunk echoed as the lock disengaged. Roberto slipped inside the cab, while Andreas, brimming with unchecked enthusiasm, started mashing buttons like a kid with a new arcade machine. The control panel lit up, humming to life as an array of dials, levers, and screens blinked into existence. The startup sequence was almost rocket science. At least to my definitely sober brain. "Signorina, hop in," Roberto called, his signature phrase delivered with the same level of unshakable confidence, as if he were inviting me into a luxury sports car instead of a construction-grade instrument of destruction. I squinted at the interior. "Only one seat," I deadpanned, "hard pass." While I weighed my very limited options, Andreas had already climbed into an excavator, his grin only widening as he grasped the controls like a man born to do nothing but wreak absolute havoc. Meanwhile, Federico somehow found a pneumatic demolition hammer, as it said on the cover. With zero hesitation, he threw it into the excavator's bucket, nodding to Andreas, who in turn raised the bucket slightly, giving it a little test swing. And then, because clearly this was a night for terrible ideas, Federico climbed into the bucket with it. I blinked. First, Andreas was in the excavator. Did he need to be? No. But was he thrilled about it? Absolutely. Second, Federico stood up in the excavator bucket with a grin, with a pneumatic demolition hammer. Third, I had no idea what the plan was, but at this point they didn't either. They were just fully committed to the aesthetic of destruction. "No," I whispered, horrified. "No, no, no. That's not how physics works." "Wait, Roberto," I yelled, because the crane was already rumbling to life, growling like not a dragon stirred from slumber. I climbed into the cab, gripping the metal frame, and found myself face to face with Roberto. "Ah, come on, signorina. Just sit on my lap," he said, completely unfazed, flashing me a grin as if he hadn't just proposed the worst seating arrangement in history. "Best seat in the house, garantito," with a pointed look that promised swift vengeance if he so much as smirked. I did exactly that, planting myself firmly on his lap. He didn't hesitate, hands immediately shifting to the controls, while I leaned slightly into his chest, trying not to overthink how absurd this entire situation had become. "This won't end well," I muttered under my breath, eyes locked on the wrecking ball that was about to become the city's worst nightmare. "Probability is less than 1, Miss Charlie." Jerry finally graced me with his presence. I murmured even more quietly, "That's the same probability you gave last time I asked you if things would go wrong." "Yes," Jerry admitted. "That is statistically correct." I groaned, and then Roberto pulled the lever. The crane swayed as Roberto navigated the empty streets, its towering arms slicing through the darkness with the grace of a titan of earth. The excavator followed close behind. Andreas hunched over the controls like some mad engineer overseeing his mechanical beast. Strangely, nobody came out to question us. No sirens, no security drones. Not a single. Hey, why is there a goddamn wrecking ball in the middle of the city? It was almost insulting how easily we rolled through town, driving heavy machinery as if we were delivering pizzas instead of imminent structural annihilation. It should have been harder. It should have been impossible. Instead, it was just a night. By the time we reached the illegal mansion, I regretted I didn't pack any whiskey on the go. The towering walls loomed before us, 5 meters high, lined with decorative ironwork that tried, and failed, to make them look anything less than fortress-like. I tilted my head back, eyeing the showy display of wealth. Gold-trimmed window frames. Statues of, were those Greek gods? Of course they were. The entire thing reeked of a man with more money than taste. The kind of person who used estate as a verb. The kind who put maison on his property title to pretend he wasn't just another tax-evading bastard who should have been fined out of existence. Andreas stood beside me, hands on his hips, staring up at the monolith like a sculptor contemplating his next masterpiece. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He finally muttered. Forgot about air compressor. Federico, still holding the pneumatic demolition hammer like some sort of righteous avenger, froze. His entire world crumbled to dust before my eyes. No, he whispered, staring at the silent, utterly useless machine in his grip. He lifted it experimentally, swinging it like it actually worked, like sheer willpower alone could bring it to life. Roberto clapped Andreas on the back with a grin that could only mean danger. Relax. You know what solves every problem? I sighed. A good plan? No, Bella. His grin widened. A wrecking ball. Before I could object, he spun on his heel and sprinted back toward the crane. The distant roar of an engine shattered the stillness of the night. The ground shook as Roberto rolled into view, guiding the beast forward like an imperial knight leading a warhorse into battle. The wrecking ball swayed, gathering momentum. Then it swung. The impact was deafening. Stone cracked like thunder, a shuddering boom that rippled through the air. The once imposing wall buckled inward, chunks of concrete exploding outward like shrapnel. The force sent ripples up the entire structure. Windows shattered, gilded balconies groaned under their own weight, and those ridiculous statues teetered on their pedestals before toppling like dominoes. Andreas, clearly caught up in the spectacle, revved the excavator. With a trained ease, he maneuvered its mechanical arm and slammed it straight into the crumbling remains of the front gate. Metal screeched, the wrought iron bars twisting like melted wax before giving way entirely. Roberto yanked on the controls again. The wrecking ball swung a second time, obliterating what little dignity the maison had left. Chunks of debris rained down, kicking up plumes of dust so thick they coated the night air like a sandstorm. A particularly stubborn pillar wobbled, groaned, and then, with an earth-shaking crash, collapsed right onto a lavish marble fountain. Then, just as I was starting to admire our work, sirens. A distant wail at first, then closer, louder. The kind of gut-sinking sound that spelled prison time. Time to bail, Andreas yelled, already leaping down from the excavator. I didn't move, didn't even flinch. Too late. I was prepared to accept my fate. If this was how it ended, so be it. But, alas, Roberto had other plans. We waited for what felt like an eternity, half a minute at best, as he finished his damn job. The wrecking ball swung one last time. Boom. More stone collapsed. A towering archway, likely imported at great expense from somewhere wildly inappropriate, caved in on itself. Roberto finally killed the engine, wiped his hands like he'd just finished a casual shift at work, and hopped down from the crane, beaming. Et la maison? He spread his arms dramatically. Puff! Gone! Then his grin faltered as the wailing of sirens drew closer. His eyes darted toward the street. Merde! We're not getting back in the machines, are we? Cazzo, Federico hissed, eyes darting wildly. What about my prince? Forget prince. We're toast, I laughed, half in disbelief. Rosalia, Federico blurted, as if shouting a name would somehow solve the problem. Ah, brillante, amico. Roberto snapped his fingers, already jogging away from the crime scene. I like the way you think. I exchanged a long, exhausted look with Andreas. He looked just as confused as I was. Then we nodded at each other. We ran. You beat the probability, Jerry announced, sounding surprised. As it turned out, Rosalia wasn't a code name. Rosalia was a woman. More specifically, a chain-smoking, mildly terrifying woman who happened to live nearby and owned a car. A battered old Fiat that had absolutely seen some shit in its lifetime, but it had 5 seats. If you discounted the overwhelming stench of tobacco, cheap perfume, it was a fine Fiat experience. She didn't even ask questions, didn't blink at the 4 dust-covered, slightly panicked idiots piling into her car, didn't react when Roberto, without missing a beat, kissed her hand like some kind of imperial official before throwing himself into the driver's seat. She just exhaled a cloud of smoke, muttered idioty, and flicked the key into the ignition. And with that, we were off, not back home, not to hide, not to reflect on our frankly terrible life choices. No, we went back to the pub. Because after erasing a millionaire's illegal maison from existence, there was only one logical next step. Whiskey. Chapter 110. No permits, no problems. Book 2. The light was blinding, stabbing straight into my skull like a vindictive tweer armed with a spotlight. And then there was the buzzing, persistent, high-pitched, annoying. Ugh, my head hurts, I groaned, voice croaking, dry like the Sahara after a drought. Miss Charlie, you may want to see this, came Jerry's overly chipper voice, far too enthusiastic for this hour for any hour. Jerry, not yet, I whined, trying to burrow deeper into nothing. I reached for my blanket, fingers fumbling, only to grasp cold air. My eyes fluttered open, vision blurred by sleep and dehydration. Huh? I was not home, not my sofa, not my anything. I blinked up at an unfamiliar ceiling, clean white walls and sterile furniture. Some high-end apartment for sure. The room smelled faintly of citrus polish and expensive cologne, with undercurrents of something more industrial. Oil? Motor grease? What happened? I mumbled, rubbing my eyes as I sat up slowly, trying not to disturb the hangover demon currently hammering inside my skull. Jerry buzzed again, closer now, vibrating on my wrist like a needy insect. Miss Charlie, please look at the screen. I squinted at the massive hollow TV dominating the far wall, easily twice my own at home, the hollow screen curving slightly like some kind of technological deity demanding attention. It was blaring epic orchestral music, the kind they use for movie trailers about the end of the world. Brass horns blasting, drums pounding like war calls. A narrator's voice intoning dramatic words over visuals that could only be described as, well, AI-generated chaos porn. On screen, a massive, crudely animated wrecking ball swung like a vengeful comet, crashing into an equally oversized, gaudy faux Italian mansion. The simulation zoomed in with absurd detail. The impact shattering marble columns, tearing through ridiculous golden gates, sending chunks of ornate stonework flying in slow motion, all set to swelling strings and pixelated dust clouds. The screen cut abruptly, orchestral music fading into the background, replaced by the overly serious tones of a live broadcast. A live marker pulsed in the top corner, and the camera zoomed in on a reporter standing in front of the wreckage. Beside him, looking half asleep and rubbing his eyes, was Andreas. I squinted, leaned forward. They got him? Jerry was silent, which was a no for yes. Andreas, you idiot, I whispered, equal parts dread and admiration bubbling in my gut. The reporter, a man with desperation in his smile and a mic too close to his mouth, nodded at the camera. Thank you for staying with us. That was the animation of roughly what happened. Thank you for that splendid animation. He didn't even try to hide the sarcasm, his tone as dry as a week-old toast. Now, joined by second adjunct manager of city building codes and zoning, Mr. Zeno. Sir, what can you tell us about the building that was vandalized? Zeno yawned, then turned to the pile of rubble behind him, brushing dust from his jacket. There is nothing, he said flatly. Only grass. The reporter blinked. What do you mean? Zeno gestured lazily at the wreckage, clearly one more coffee away from caring. I mean, legally, there is no building here. The site in question was not filed under any officially approved permit, nor was it logged with the municipal construction office. No records, no inspections, no approvals, just nothing. Therefore, no building, just grass. He blinked slowly, as if this was the most obvious fact in the world. Thus, nothing was vandalized. The reporter blinked at the camera, visibly lost. So you're saying? Zeno shrugged, already done with life. I'm saying as per Code 47B, subsection 19. 3. Without permit 501c registered under the Bureau of External Zoning and lacking Form 18A, there is no legally recognized structure here. Ergo, the space was designated vacant land. Zeno sighed heavily, as if had been through this 1,000 times with people who just didn't get it. You can't vandalize land. He gestured again at the rubble, then rubbed his temples with both hands. Do I take it that you intend to press the issue? The reporter pressed, his voice rising with faint hope. Zeno rolled his eyes, not even bothering to hide his irritation. No, first, if anything, this land was not designated as a landfill. And yet, he swept a hand toward the collapsed mess. Look at all the trash. Technically, that was a violation of the building code. You can't just pile garbage on a plot that hasn't been zoned for waste disposal. But let me explain, since I see you struggling to follow. That's not how law works. The reporter looked offended, but said nothing. Zeno pressed on. The city can't press charges. That's civilian jurisdiction, and because this wasn't a registered property, any claim of damage has no legal foundation. Criminal charges? Only the police can do that, and since no legal structure existed, they have nothing to investigate. The police won't waste their time on air and dust. Now, he breathed, adjusting his tie. If the construction company wants to report thievery, that's different. The camera lingered on the rubble for a moment. Ah, thank you for the reminder for our viewers. The reporter seized the moment, finally back in his element, which is why I've invited Andreas, assistant manager at the construction company involved, to clarify this issue for us. The camera snapped to Andreas, who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, still rubbing his eyes. His hair was a disheveled mess, and his high-vis vest crooked. Andreas cleared his throat, brushing dust off his reflective vest like he was about to give a TED talk on demolition equipment. The camera followed him as he ambled toward the rusted, half-forgotten beast of a machine went so graciously abandoned under the cover of night. It groaned slightly under his touch, like even it was hungover. Thanks. So what we have here is delicate machinery, he began, gesturing to the cracked windshield with the confidence of someone about to sell it for twice its value. People think it's easy, but navigating one of these, especially without damaging it in daylight, that's tough. And at night? He gave a low whistle, tapping the side of the machine. That's an art. You gotta avoid oversteering, compensate for blind spots, and feel the weight shift. One wrong move, and boom, damage to the gear, or worse. The reporter leaned in like a shark smelling blood in the water. So, does that mean you'll be pressing charges for the damage to your machinery? Andreas blinked, clearly puzzled by the question. What? No. He patted the rusted beast again, the clang echoing like it was protesting. Can't you see? He ran his hand along the scratched metal, his fingers snagging briefly on a dent. Not even a scratch. I nearly choked on my breath and burst out laughing. The thing looked like it had been through 3 wars and a volcanic eruption, minimum. Andreas, following my lead as if he could hear me from the sofa, looked back at the camera, saw the battered machine as we all did, and let out a boisterous laugh of his own. I mean, he corrected with a smirk, that one wasn't there yesterday. Boss was actually pretty impressed. He threw the reporter a wink. Andreas gave the camera a sideways glance, his grin never fading as he adjusted his hard hat like a crown. So, if the one who borrowed this beauty wants to work for us, the doors are open. He shrugged with all the nonchalance of someone offering a beer, not a job. You can't teach that kind of skill. Might as well hire it. Then he clapped his hands together, a loud smack that echoed against the empty lot like a closing deal. Now, if you'll excuse me, he gestured to the battered machines. I've got a couple of ladies here that need to be driven home. The reporter, clearly floundering to salvage something serious about this absolute circus, nodded stiffly. Ah, of course. Well, folks, what a remarkable turnaround. The thief not only avoided charges but may have landed a job. Talk about making the best out of a bad situation, luck or talent. Who can say? Now, back to the studio. The feed cut to black, replaced by some overproduced news jingle that was far too dramatic for the segment we just witnessed. I exhaled slowly, leaning my head back against the unfamiliar sofa cushions, the room still dim with early morning light bleeding through gauzy curtains. The throbbing behind my eyes pulsed in rhythm with my thoughts, and I whispered, "Okay, Jerry, that covers the aftermath. But what the hell happened last night?" My wrist buzzed faintly. Jerry's voice responded, brighter than before. "Miss Charlie, I have assembled together a sequence of events. Would you prefer a chronological breakdown or highlights? Do I need to brace for this?" I muttered, eyeing the empty whiskey glass on the nearby table. "I would advise to sit, and perhaps hydrating. Just the important details, Jerry," I muttered, my voice scratchy and dry, betraying the kind of hangover only a spectacularly bad decision could birth. Despite his advice to sit and hydrate, I stubbornly scrambled up from the unfamiliar couch, my legs wobbly but determined. The room spun, not dramatically, just enough to make me question every life choice, and I stumbled toward the nearest door, praying it led to the bathroom. I cracked it open and blinked into the dim interior, squinting as shape sharpened. Not a sink. A bedroom, and in said bed, tangled in white sheets and snoring like a relaxed bear, was none other than Roberto. His dark hair was a mess, his hand limply draped over the side of the bed like some tragic romantic hero. I froze. Oh no. I swear to every god real and pixelated, I could hear Jerry giggle. Not an actual sound, but a smug AI silence too full of amusement to be anything else. I slowly, carefully closed the door, the latch clicking shut like a gun cocking. "Speak," I whispered darkly, then stumbled to the next door and thankfully found a real bathroom. Harsh fluorescent light flooded the tiny space as I stumbled in. I didn't hesitate. I turned on the faucet and splashed my face with icy water. It hit me like a slap, waking me enough to glance at the mirror. I recoiled. Holy Nathan, I look horrible. My reflection was a disaster. Hair? A chaotic tangle of flattened and spiked strands, sticking out at every angle like it'd lost a fight with a wind tunnel. Eyes? Puffy, ringed in shadow, red rimmed from lack of sleep or crying or both. And the frown. Deep enough to imprint itself permanently into my soul, assuming I had one. Still debatable. Jerry finally chimed in. "Miss Charlie, what do you remember last?" I squinted at my reflection, trying to find the version of me from yesterday, but she was long gone. "We returned to the pub," I croaked, gripping the edge of the sink as fragments of the night clawed their way back into my brain. "After that, it's a blur. You celebrated the victory over the evil mafia lord." Mr. Roberto was not clear on the exact occupation of the owner of the ex-maison, but he implied criminal ties. I chuckled softly, trying to smooth out the chaos in my hair with my hands before I found a hairbrush tucked near the sink, its bristles caught with long red strands. Definitely not Roberto's. So, he has a girlfriend. Of course he did. The man had charm for days and an Italian accent. It was practically cheating. Jerry continued, unbothered. "After you left for the Maison, some of the pub's patrons went on their own side quest. They tracked down Zeno, the city clerk responsible for approving the permit. When we arrived, he was on his fifth beer and insisted there was no corruption, just Dio 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 Dio. After his seventh, he admitted he ignored the issue to prioritize other tasks. Too much paperwork, not enough time. I snorted. Paperwork. The true villain of every RPG. My hair was halfway tamed now, and with a splash of cold water to the face, I chased away the puffiness clinging to my eyes like guilt. Not perfect, but passable. Enough to walk home without people thinking it'd been crying or brawling in a back alley. Jerry wasn't done. Andreas and the others, inspired by civic responsibility, planned to sabotage any further efforts to rebuild. They went home early. You, on the other hand, insisted on finding your soul. You combed the bar, quite literally, even under the pool table where you eventually fell asleep for a short while. A dry laugh escaped me, sharp and hollow. Classic me, and I end up here. Again. I sighed, then paused. Different this time, though. I'm a girl now. Nothing improper happened, right? No, Jerry said simply. Good. My fingers traced along the hallway wall, guiding me toward Roberto's room. Should I wake him? I murmured almost to myself. Jerry hesitated, which for him was unusual. Mr. Roberto offered you the couch. You refused, Said he had an awesome soul and you didn't, so you weren't worthy. He brought you inside, put you to bed. Then he went to sleep on the couch. You went to couch. He tried to work on something downstairs, still intoxicated, but gave up quickly. Told you to rest, go home when you felt better. He didn't know I was listening. I reached the door, my hand hovering over the handle. The brass was cool beneath my fingers. I stared at the wood grain, running my thumb along the edge. We have so much to do today, so I can't be hero any longer. The battle is in like a day. But I can't just leave like this, can I? I went inside. Chapter 111, Real Enough. Book 2. The room was quiet. The room was quiet. The kind of quiet that made every creak of the floorboard feel like a gunshot. Light filtered in through the slats of the blinds, dust motes swirling in lazy spirals through the air. The place smelled like Roberto, cologne with a hint of citrus, and something deeper, maybe old leather or a worn book spine. I padded across the room on bare feet and eased down onto the edge of the bed, careful not to jostle him too much at first. "Hey!" I whispered, my voice barely louder than the rustle of sheets. No response, just a low, steady snore, the kind that sounded suspiciously smug. I sighed, a little louder this time. "Roberto?" Still nothing. His snores intensified, as if in defiance, and I swore he was grinning in his sleep. It wasn't just sleep. It was a slumber worthy of the undead, and here I was trying to summon an undead knight with nothing but my voice. That mental image sent me into a quiet giggle, which only encouraged him to snore louder. Rolling my eyes, I reached over and gently shook his shoulder. "Come on, you sleepy corpse." That finally got a reaction. His eyes cracked open, dazed and bleary, unfocused, as they scanned the room before landing on me. "Charlie?" he mumbled, and with no warning, he wrapped his arms around me in a surprisingly tight hug. "Wait, huh?" I froze, completely caught off guard as he pulled me in and promptly fell asleep again, on my shoulder, snoring again without missing a beat. "Roberto?" I protested, trying to wriggle free, but he was dead weight, clinging to me like I was his favorite pillow. A very confused pillow. "I would suggest cold water," Jerry offered helpfully in my ear, his voice far too happy for the situation. "Jerry, shut up," I hissed, biting back a grin and opting for a less aquatic solution. I shook Roberto's shoulder again, this time with intent. "Come on, wake up, you walking stereotype." That finally seemed to seal the deal. His arms tightened around me once more, then loosened slightly, only to tighten again, as if confirming I was real and not some odd dream. "Charlie?" His voice was hoarse, full of confusion and sleep, and muffled slightly against my shoulder. "Yes?" I asked, still trapped in his half-conscious embrace, stifling a giggle that was bubbling up like soda in a shaken can. Madonna mia. He pulled back just enough to blink up at me, bleary-eyed and utterly baffled. "Why are you hugging me?" I blinked right back, just as confused. I didn't. The absurdity hit me all at once, and I burst into laughter, a real, uncontrolled laugh that vibrated through my chest, shaking off the weight that had been sitting there for hours. A laugh that felt like it had a soul behind it, whatever that meant. After everything, Erwin's revelations felt like some distant fever dream, surreal and hazy. I was still here, still me, and I could still do something, even if it was as stupidly insignificant as destroying an illegally built mansion. Roberto groaned, rubbing at his temples as if trying to massage the pieces of his brain back together. "Ma che cosa?" "What happened?" He peered at me through narrowed eyes. I remember trying to fix the spoiler. His hand dropped, and he stared at his fingers like they betrayed him. "Perché diavolo would I be fixing the spoiler at tre di mattina in the workshop?" "You were wasted, my lovely Roberto," I said with another giggle, brushing some sleep-tousled hair away from his forehead. "Spectacularly wasted. And I was too. I just wanted to thank you for taking care of the drunken me." Again. He flopped back onto the pillow with a dramatic sigh. No problem, signorina. Ubriaco or not, you're still troppo bella to complain about." "I'll take that as a compliment," I said, rising to my feet with a smirk, brushing down my hoodie and smoothing out my leggings. "Well, I should be." Before I could finish, his hand caught mine gently, his fingers warm and rough against my skin. His grip wasn't forceful, just enough to say, "Wait. No, signorina. At least a cafe before you go. Leaving without coffee? Wa una barbarita." I nodded with a smile. Sure. As it turned out, Roberto's idea of getting cafe wasn't the groggy, stumbling affair I had in mind. Instead of tossing a pod into a machine, he took my hand and led me downstairs, still tousled from sleep, still half-dressed in whatever passed for his lounging clothes. And there, like some hidden gem I'd never noticed before, was a cafe inside his building. Cozy. The walls were lined with exposed brick and shelves of mismatched coffee mugs. The air was thick with the aroma of freshly ground beans and warm pastries, and sunlight streamed through tall glass windows that framed a quiet street where only a handful of early risers strolled by. With no particular urgency, behind the counter stood a petite redhead with a wide smile and an apron that read, "Caffeine is my love language." She lit up when she saw Roberto. "Ciao, fratello," she said, before turning her attention to me, her eyes sparkling with interest. "This is my sister Isabel," Roberto said, gesturing between us like a proud matchmaker. "Isabel, this is Charlie. She needs coffee, a special coffee." What followed was a passionate 5-minute debate in full Italian about what kind of coffee I should have. I caught only fragments. Something about robusta troppo forte, then delicata ma potente, and then something that sounded dangerously close to, "She has the eyes of someone who needs at least 2 shots." Eventually, I was handed a steaming cup of something rich, topped with a delicate swirl of foam. I didn't know what it was, but it was strong, slightly sweet, and exactly what I didn't know I needed. I sipped in silence, watching the lazy world outside through the cafe's large windows, the gentle clink of cups and indistinct murmur of voices soothing the last of my swirling thoughts. Maybe I just needed to think. "Okay," I finally said with a smile that didn't feel forced anymore, setting the empty cup down. "Now I really have to go." Roberto nodded, falling into step beside me as we stepped out into the crisp morning air. "I'll walk you out, Signorina. After all, wouldn't want you to forget your soul here." I rolled my eyes. "You're never letting that go, are you?" "Not a chance." He took my hand again, fingers warm and callous from years of tinkering with machines, and led me around the side of the building with a casual confidence that said he did this sort of thing all the time. The morning air was cool against my cheeks, still tinged with the scent of espresso and baked pastries from the cafe. We reached a heavy steel door nestled into the side of the building, and Roberto pulled it open with a familiar creak, revealing his personal garage. The interior was bathed in warm, golden light from old-fashioned sconces, illuminating a pristine space that smelled like oil, leather, and the faint metallic tang of tools. His car, the same beast had drifted into a parking space last night, sat there. I didn't ask Jerry if we drove totally wasted, but I suspected the car didn't even have a self-drive AI. Roberto?" I blinked, a bit confused, my gaze drifting from the car to him. "He'd like to see your car, sure, but..." He tilted his head, just as confused. "Aspetta. I drive you home, Sid. Or... snow?" "Oh, no, that would be great," I laughed, the sound escaping before I could stop it, and silently berated myself for being dense. Of course he was offering. I'd told him I didn't want to walk alone. He listened. That shouldn't surprise me, but it did, and that felt oddly nice. The ride home was mercifully uneventful. Only one slightly aggressive turn over the sidewalk that had me clutching the door handle, but by the time we pulled up to my place, I was humming. Specifically, the Rimelion theme. The melody stuck in my head like a warm, comforting memory, and I kept humming it as I unlocked my door and stepped into the mess I'd called home for the past few chaotic days. Empty bottles, scattered clothes. It was a war zone of procrastination and avoidance. I sighed, rolled up my sleeves, and started cleaning. Dishes into the sink, trash into bags. I moved, a rhythm to match the urgency I suddenly felt to set things right. Truth was, I was stalling, delaying re-entry into Rimelion, the world where, apparently, I had a soul, where I wasn't just a code pretending to be a person. The weight of Irwin's words still clung to me like a heavy coat I couldn't shrug off. Was I really that different? Was the Charlie in the game someone else entirely? Nobody knew how this tech worked. If what Riker said was true, it wasn't just tech, it was magic. Real magic. The kind that rewrote rules and bent realities. No wonder Rimelion couldn't be replicated or cloned. With the apartment pristine, every surface wiped, every piece of trash gone, even the floor suspiciously clean, I stood in the middle of the room with no more excuses to delay. I inhaled deeply, taking in the oddly satisfying scent of the cleaner and sterile order. It felt artificial, like it'd clean not to live in it, but to prove I could. Whatever. Time to face it. I stripped off my hoodie and leggings, tossing them onto the freshly vacuumed floor with mild defiance. Who cared? It'd be messy again soon enough. Then, with one last glance at my reflection in the mirror, barefoot, hair wild again, eyes staring too deeply, I stepped into the capsule and entered Rimelion. In an instant, I was back in my castle. It didn't feel different, not exactly, but there was a hum beneath my skin, like I was more present, more here. Was that what it meant to be real, or some game quirk? I didn't dwell on it. Instead, I stretched, cracking my neck, and with a spring in my step, headed toward my office. The castle halls echoed with the muted rhythm of heels on polished stone and the soft murmur of servants and soldiers moving through the early morning bustle. They saluted as I passed. Still weird. Me commanding people. Yet here I was, a princess in a stone fortress with banners bearing my snowflake crest, a company and alliance under my name, and now, looming war. The moment I stepped into the castle's hallway, I was ambushed by paperwork incarnate. Lola stood at the door to my office, papers in hand, tapping it rhythmically with her quill like a swordmaster ready to duel. Her expression? That look, the one reserved for people who forget very important things. It was the "you have disappointed me greatly, but I will not yell because I am too good" look. Hi Lola. I tried, my voice inching toward hopeful. Have I maybe possibly forgotten something? Her lips pursed. Dangerously. Lady, yes. You promised to return this morning, she stated efficiently like a finely sharpened dagger. Technically, it is still the morning. Barely. And you are not the last one to arrive. However, now you are here. The War Council will convene in 15 minutes. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if daring me to argue. In the High Strategy Chamber. I blinked, brain still not working properly. We have a High Strategy Chamber. Yes, she said, with the firm finality of a judge handing down a sentence. You insisted on calling it the map room, but everyone else refused. Including me. I squinted at her, placing my hands on my hips. Rude. Lola didn't dignify that with a response, only raised an eyebrow and resumed scribbling on her papers like a woman with plans that didn't involve my nonsense. All right, what's on the agenda? I asked, trying to save myself before she buried me under a mountain of logistics. She finally cracked a tiny, ominous smile. Chapter 11, The Map Room, Book 2. The walk to the so-called High Strategy Chamber was entirely too serious, especially when it was obviously the map room. I mean, there was a map in it. That's the defining feature. End of discussion. I glanced sideways at Lola, who strode ahead with military precision, papers tucked under her arm like it contained the secrets to world domination. Maybe it did. Still, I didn't voice my objection to the room's name. Shed earned her fantasies of grandeur, working herself ragged, organizing a kingdom from scratch. I could let her win this one. For now. When we arrived, I had to admit the room had leveled up. The old folding tables and hastily scrawled diagrams were gone. Now, a massive, polished oak table stretched through the heart of the room, big enough to seat 20 people per side. It gleamed under the flickering light of magic lamps, and at its center was a huge, detailed map of East Clipper and lands around us. I paused at the doorway, taken aback but quickly composed myself. The room was full, familiar faces, both players and NPC, turning toward me in expectation. Soldiers, guild leaders, mages, each wore different expressions. Some were curious, others weary, a few nervous, all waiting for me. Oopsie. I put on a smile like armor and stepped inside. Good morning. My voice was cheerful, if not a bit too loud. I made my way to a chair at the head of the table and sank into it. The murmur of returned greetings flowed around the room, low and polite, and there it was, the map. In the map room. Glorious, overwhelming, full of tiny flags marking troop positions. My eyes darted to it, impressed, while a rogue thought popped into my head. Where the hell are they getting these high-res updates? Magic? A really persistent cartographer? Lola sat beside me, the true ruler of this chaos, and slapped down a stack of papers like a gauntlet. Without missing a beat, she slid me a neatly folded agenda. I blinked at it, already planning my protest. This was a game we didn't need. Her glare could have frozen lava near the Nutter Dragon. Right. Not a game. Probably. I sighed, unfolding the agenda like a doomed noble unrolling a decree. First item, disaster. Yesterday. My heart stopped for a second. She couldn't possibly know about the Maison demolition, right? Right? No? Therese, no way. My mind raced until it screeched to a halt on the other disaster, the demon fight. I cleared my throat, buying time. Stay cool, Charlie. Think like a princess. Think like someone who didn't help demolish a probably illegal mansion while drunk. The room was quiet as I pushed my chair back with a soft scrape and rose to my feet. What happened yesterday was a disaster, I began. Frosna scoffed, loud enough for a few people to shift uncomfortably. She didn't bother to raise her hand or lower her volume. What do you mean disaster? We won. Her voice was slicing through the air like one of her arrows. She lounged back, arms crossed, as if daring me to argue. I didn't flinch. Please, wait until I finish. I'll give you each your word, all right? My voice was firm, the edge of command threading through the words. There was a pause, then nods, reluctant, but they came. I paced a half step along the table, fingers trailing over the polished wood, eyes scanning the room. What I mean is that what I did yesterday, leaving the wall, parleying in the open field, was foolish. Yes, Erwin could waltz wherever she pleased, but that was an exception. She's that strong. The walls wouldn't stop her. I raised my hand as the faces turned sour, frowns pulling tight, and a murmur of disapproval rippled across the map room. I know, it worked out. But it was chaos. Total chaos. No direction, no structure. Everyone running wild, fighting solo or only with their guild. That's not strategy, that's barely survival. A flicker of discomfort darted through the gathered guild leaders. I flicked my gaze at the parchment in my hand. Second agenda item, Mila's suggestion. What we need is a military touch, I continued. Because, and trust me on this, if we pulled the same stunt tomorrow, casualty rate would be 100%. Night Swallow gave a soft scoff, just loud enough to be heard. I caught her lips moving, the words like a sneer. I'd run. She probably would. I chose to ignore her, for now. I took a slow breath and locked eyes with Mila, sitting like a statue of iron and discipline. That's why I want to ask Imperial Doan Commander Mila to walk us through how to structure our defense. I stepped back toward my seat, but not before delivering the hook. Before you hear him out, remember this. With his help, with real tactics, not only will we survive, but well level faster, and with better rewards. I motioned toward Mila with an open hand, then sank back into my chair. It was boring, like mind-numbingly, soul-snappingly boring. Mila, in all his stiff, imperial glory, pranced around the map room like it was his personal stage, orchestrating our defense with the flair of a man who hadn't smiled in a decade. He outlined some quasi-imperial clan structure, full of titles and redundancies and twins help us. Paperwork. But at least, everyone would now know what they were supposed to do. Even the notoriously unmanageable solo players, like Frosna or Scamantha, were given leadership roles, wrangling small packs of independent players into something resembling order. Herding cats, but with sharper weapons and less patience. Mila droned on, gesturing to scrolls and diagrams as if they were holy relics. He devised a structure so complicated on paper, it looked like the family tree of a particularly inbred noble house. But in practice, it was surprisingly simple. Each person had no more than 5 under them, and only one superior to report to. Clean, efficient, almost too logical. The best part? Even if half the army went to respawn, the chain of command wouldn't collapse like a badly built tavern. There were redundancies upon redundancies. Mila had thought of everything. Guilds were given autonomy over their own ranks, though they were slotted into roles within the overall structure. No micromanaging from Mila there. Probably because even he didn't want to tangle with the chaos of guild politics. Across the table, Lola was glowing like a star about to go supernova. That smile of hers, the one she wore when everything was going exactly according to plan, never left her lips. She didn't need to pay attention to Mila. She was already 3 steps ahead. When she wasn't looking, I snuck a peek at her papers. Oh, she wasn't just planning for the battle. No, Lola was drafting a kingdom. In her meticulous, beautiful handwriting, guild leaders were slotted in as nobles, complete with titles and lands and personal armies. The players under us. The crown standing force, loyal to the throne. Her throne, not mine, if the world made any sense. She should be the queen, not me. I leaned back in my chair, watching her quietly scribble and shuffle papers, completely in her element, commanding the future with ink and ambition. The meeting had lasted hours. Hours of bickering, side-eyeing, and resistance so thick I could have cut it with a relic tear dagger. Players, shockingly, didn't like being told what to do. Who would have guessed? Everyone, actually. It was a game to them. Fun, freedom, escapism. Not remembering 5 tiers of structure and who reports to whom when the arrows start flying. It was spiraling, fast. I leaned back in my chair, eyes twitching from the sheer stupidity of it all, and muttered under my breath, "Hey, system, is it possible for you to just handle the structure?" There was a pause. Request received, permission granted. "Congratulations, you created Charlie's Doan." I blinked at the glowing text in front of me and then glanced around the table. Lola's radiant smile was a distant memory, long since replaced by the weary 1,000-yard stare of someone who's been arguing with Frosner about whether wolves can technically serve in command positions. People were still arguing, loudly, endlessly. I needed an ally, one that wasn't trying to bite someone. Send invite to Lola as I shrugged, some kind manager. Invite sent. Position, some kind manager. Lola flinched like someone had just poked her with broken whiskey bottle. Her eyes locked on the invisible box floating in front of her, lips parted in disbelief. "Lady? That's... how?" She was frozen, staring at the title. "Why am I some kind manager?" I thought it'd help, and hey, it kinda worked. I offered my most innocent smile. No clue how, though. She glared, but then she sighed, shoulders slumping as she started fiddling with the system interface. Not surprised. "I would hug you, but I'm busy." Her fingers blurred over the air as she muttered to herself. Setting it up, fixing this mess. Didn't take long before blessed silence fell over the room. One by one, the invisible boxes popped up for everyone, assigning them ranks, roles, and titles, automated, system-enforced, and non-negotiable. Exactly how players liked it. I stood up, brushing imaginary dust off my clothes, and cleared my throat. "As you can see, you don't need to remember anything anymore." I pointed casually at one player whose tag had already updated. Leader, second class position, 74E Techie Lama. "See? Problem solved." I grinned and flopped back into my seat, limbs spread like a queen whose kingdom finally started running itself. Lola was still working, her expression a mix of concentration and quiet confusion, my favorite Lola blend. I let my eyes close, just for a second, thinking I could rest now. A hand touched my shoulder, light, hesitant. I opened one eye. "FD. Thank you," he said simply, and left. "Huh?" I blinked, rubbing my eyes. The room was nearly empty. Players filed out with actual order, and I checked the time. I dozed off for 30 minutes. Another oopsie. The corridor outside the mat room was mercifully quiet, the only sound of our footsteps tapping against the polished stone floor. Lola's arms were full of papers, again, but there was a lightness to her stride that hadn't been there this morning. "Lady, that's all we need to do before the battle," she said with an actual smile, a rare and radiant thing that made me blink in surprise. "Thank you for suffering with me. You did everything." I waved a hand dismissively, walking beside her. "You should be the princess, not me." We rounded the corner toward the office when I spotted a familiar figure. "Kit," I called out, grinning wide as I caught sight of Catherine, my favorite chaotic streamer. "Thanks for not making a fuss about the strategy. I owe you one." She shrugged, her perfect eyes glinting beneath her tousled hair. "Boring. Fight's good though." A sly smile curved her lips, and I swear my heart did a tiny flip. "Just a tiny one. You want to do something now? Rimelion or IRL?" I asked, hopeful. A drink, a distraction, anything to keep my mind from spiraling back into that murky soul crisis. Especially with her. "We've got time to kill until tomorrow." Kit hesitated, her smile faltering. "Nope. Rent's planned something." Her voice trailed off as she inhaled, and for a flicker of a second I saw something. Pain, maybe? Or just resignation? "Boring. Running late, actually." And then she bolted toward the toilet to log off. I blinked after her, confused, and turned to Lola to gossip naturally. But Lola was already glancing away, her cheeks tinged pink, clearly embarrassed. It took me a beat before I remembered right. I don't want to rule, lady, she breathed. No, you just work really hard to make it a reality. I chuckled as we neared our office door, opening it for her with a playful flourish. You're amazing, Lola. In what you do, you've got the brains and the looks of a princess. I can ask Owen to give you some of her titles. She has enough. I waggled my eyebrows. If you want one. No. She shook her head with violent force, nearly sending her stack of papers flying. No ruling for me. My dream is to be the one helping to rule, not to rule. Only then did she step inside, mumbling something about paperwork. I suck at it, I muttered under my breath with a sigh, trailing in after her. Except we weren't alone. Alma? I blinked. My personal guard stood near the window, arms behind her back, posture so stiff she might have been mistaken for one of the statues lining the hallway. What do you never mind? I wanted to talk to you anyway. You will learn, lady, Lola added matter-of-factly from her desk, already sorting papers into organized chaos. She didn't disagree about my lack of ruling skills, though. Ouch. I sighed again and turned to Alma. So, about the battle. When I called for, and you didn't listen to my order. Chapter 113, Threshold of War, Book 2-1. I just finished talking with Alma, mostly stressing that, yes, as High Warden, she should absolutely listen to me, and after giving Lola a tired wave goodbye, I logged off from Rimelion. The capsule hissed open, the scent of recycled air mixing with the faint, almost clinical tang of nutrient supplements that clung to my skin. I peeled myself out of the pod with a groan. Your session was shorter than usual. Jerry's annoyingly happy voice filled the room, bouncing off the walls like he was proud of me or something. That is excellent progress. Oh, please, Jerry, I muttered, slipping into my new softest pajamas, the ones I'd never admit I loved. I'm addicted to the nutrient paste from the capsule, obviously. I need real food. I stretched, relishing the freedom of movement, and headed for the kitchen. That is not possible, Jerry replied, deadpan. You should wait at least half a day for optimal digestive adjustment post-immersion. Mood obliterated. Awesome, I sighed, slumping onto the sofa instead and grabbing the remote. Guess it'll just starve for flavor. I flicked through the streams looking for Catherine's. Something mindless, something funny. Offline. Great. She even told me so. I tossed the remote onto the cushion beside me and started fidgeting with my fingers, the silence pressing in like a weighted blanket. Miss Charlie? Jerry asked. Why are you nervous? Is it because you are not playing? He was far too specific. I swear, his online therapy certification is ruining my life. I scowled at the ceiling, then pushed off the couch and started pacing, arms folded tightly across my chest. This battle is make or break, you know. My bare feet padded softly across the floor, rhythm matching the tension crawling under my skin. If we win, the Duke promised to help me. Really help me. I think hell make me countess. Or at least somewhere closer. And if we actually defeat Irwin, the Empress herself will be glad. The thought made me smile, just a little. That rush of progress. Of climbing up, of being someone. But if we lose, I muttered, slowing, my fingers curling into fists, if we don't even offer real resistance. The words died off. I stared at nothing, lost in the swirl of what-ifs. It'll be bad. Very bad. Jerry's voice returned, perfectly measured. Miss Charlie, you are becoming fixated on the game. According to Jerry, I snapped, wheeling toward the watch on my wrist, anger bubbling, uninvited and sharp. We've talked about this. No therapy, no analyzing me, not tonight. My voice cracked, just slightly, but I held it steady. Held myself steady. The air inside my apartment was too still, like the silence after a storm. But instead of chaos, all I had was a perfectly clean space. A kind of cleanliness that felt staged, like a hotel room no one really lived in. I eyed the pristine counter, the untouched dishes, the precisely folded blanket on the armchair, all the evidence that I'd been avoiding existing. I flopped onto the sofa with a sigh that echoed off the spotless walls, talking to the only person or thing still engaging me. Got it, Jerry's voice hummed from the watch on my wrist. So you would like to hear I found a way to prevent them from banning you in the short term and even long term. That's great, I muttered, dragging a hand through my still damp hair, the strands cool against my fingers. Do tell. Short term? Stay under level 10. New account protection protocols will shield you. Your low-level management enemies can't touch you unless your account is level 0. Long-term, I will prepare a request to— Thanks, Jerry, I cut in, a rare smile tugging at my lips, for helping me, despite not being a fan of me playing all the time. There was a pause, then Jerry's voice, warmer than usual. Of course, Miss Charlie. I leaned my head back against the sofa's armrest, eyes wandering to the wide windows. Beyond the glass, the sky hadn't quite dipped into dusk yet. Soft twilight painted the horizon in streaks of lavender and gold. A handful of people strolled along the street below, their chatter and the faint hum of traffic drifting upward through the open window. Forgot to close it during my cleaning spree, haha. That level 10 requirement lifted a weight off my shoulders, like someone finally loosened a vice around my chest. The constant fear of being yanked from the game, banned, erased like a bad save file, it dulled a little. Not gone, but manageable. Fighting the queen without a prestige class felt like bringing a butter knife to a duel with a great sword. I rubbed my temple, exhaustion creeping into my bones. I'll go sleep, I muttered into the empty room, the words more a surrender than a plan. My legs moved on autopilot toward the bedroom, my thoughts a fog of dread and anticipation. The sooner the conflict was here, the sooner it'd be free of the waiting, that gnawing sense of something looming. That's the theory anyway. Sleep didn't come easily. I tossed, I turned. My brain staged an all-out rebellion, replaying every conversation, every battle, every truth Erwin had revealed. The ceiling became my best friend and worst enemy. Hours bled into one another before I finally slipped into unconsciousness. And then, it was morning. The war between my desire to not exist and the obligation to do something about existence raged as I lay tangled in the sheets. Postponing wakefulness? Always a tempting option. Not viable. Jerry rang the clock as if his life depended on it, so I dragged myself upright like a reanimated corpse, groaning as I stumbled to the bathroom. The tile floor was icy against my bare feet, and I flinched as cold water hit my skin in the shower, shocking me awake. The cascade of water cut through the brain fog like a sword, the steam curling around me like a quiet comfort. Dried, dressed, and staring at the capsule, I felt the tension coil in my stomach again. The familiar hum of the machine beckoned, its surface cold under my fingers as I ran a hand along the seam. Okay. I took a breath. Here goes nothing. At least I'm not nervous about having a soul anymore. Jerry chimed in from the watch, calm, an improvement. Good luck. The capsule hissed open and I slid inside, the world sealing around me. Light flooded my vision, reality twisted, and I vanished into Rimelion. The fort was alive, buzzing with anticipation, tension thick in the air like a storm waiting to break. The moment I blinked into existence in my office, the sound hit me. Shouts. The rhythmic clatter of armored boots against stone. Barked orders echoing down the stone corridors. From every window, every open door, I could feel the pulse of movement. It was a war zone preparing to breathe. Drawn by the commotion, I drifted toward the courtyard and pulled aside the window curtain. The sight hit me like a spell in the chest. Soldiers flooded the grounds, darting like ants in chaotic coordination. The glint of polished armor caught the morning light. Supply carts rumbled past, laden with crates of weapons and provisions. Even the air smelled different, with the faint metallic tang of sharpened steel. I touched the ring. Prince? No response. Typical. He was probably meditating or communing with some ethereal plane of smugness to recharge. Whatever he was doing, I was on my own for now. Also, my office was empty, and Lola wasn't online. No neat stacks of paper, no disapproving glances over the rim of her paperwork. I hesitated, but stepped outside, the cool breeze biting at my cheeks like a wake-up slap. Nice. As I strolled through the fort, every 5 meters, someone bowed. A brief dip of the head, and murmured, "My lady," before they scurried off, clutching gear or scrolls or gods knew what. It was surreal. Not calm before the storm, not anymore. This was war. They were preparing to bleed for East Clip, for the Empire and me. Descending the stone stairs, I scanned the crowd until a familiar silhouette caught my eye. Mara. Master Marge Mara, I called, waving like an idiot. He turned, eyes narrowing until recognition sparked. I reached him as he gave a proper, crisp bow. "My lady," he said with a gravity that felt earned. "I see you joined our troops," I offered a smile, but his face didn't mirror mine. It was tired. Resigned. You said mages were needed to power your defensive spells. His voice was tight, brittle. So here I am. I won't fight with sword or flame, but I can do something. His hands clenched, knuckles white. The fabric is still. He didn't finish, jaw twitching with frustration. Sorry, I blurted out, and to my surprise, I meant it. Deeply. It shocked him too. His eyes flicked up, surprise flashing in their depths. I scrambled to explain. It was my mother who cast that spell, Eowyn. Sadly, he breathed as if I'd struck him, then steadied. Ah, then that's another reason for me to stand with you. But listen to me. His gaze met mine, firm. You are not her. Never, never apologize for your parents' sins. We all stand on our own choices. The moment with Mara still echoed in my mind as I continued down the wall, his words sitting heavy on my chest. The air was sharp with anticipation. Smoke from blacksmith forges, the tang of oil, the ever-present hum of voices blending into a low, constant roar. Yeah, so when I need the mana, I'll let you know, I told him, offering a nod. Good luck in the battle. Yeah. His response was more sigh than agreement, the weight of the world in that single word. Focused, but distant, as if already bracing for something he couldn't control. I kept moving, slipping into the current of bodies. The sheer number of players crowding the fort made my head swim. The buzz of their voices, the clatter of gear, the shimmer of spells being tested and rechecked. It all blurred. So many of them. Here because of me, or something I did, or something I said. This wouldn't work without me. I had changed lives. It was too much. And then, bam! Cute princess. A bolt of color and sound barreled into me, nearly knocking me flat. Lisa! She caught me in a tight, unrelenting hug and buried her face in my chest, purring like a damn cat. Reflexively, my hand went to her hair, petting her without thinking, her silken strands slipping between my fingers. Her warmth pressed against me like a whiskey shot. So nice to see you before the fight, she mumbled into me, all honey and sunshine. You too, I said, laughter slipping into my voice despite the pressure in my chest. I looked around, trying to breathe. Her guild hovered nearby, even him, that grinning womanizer. I narrowed my eyes at him, a warning in my stare. He had the audacity to grin wider, as if daring me. I refocused on Lisa, lowering my head to whisper, not that it was easy, not with the chaos around us. Okay, half yelling directly into her hair counted as a whisper, right? Sorry to force you to lead the river defense. Her hair smelled faintly of roses and something sharp, like ozone from her magic. She just purred louder, arms tightening. You know I love a challenge. Besides, she looked up with a glint in her eyes. It's for you. I'll show those demons why they should have stayed in hell. The rare from the diamond. I started, the impulse to correct her bubbling up, because, no, demons weren't from hell, they were from. Lisa's finger pressed lightly against my lips, silencing me with a playful smirk. Her eyes twinkled with mischief, her touch feather-light. I chuckled, unable to stop the grin spreading across my face. Hell it is, I surrendered. After we talked for a good 15 minutes, I had to move. Good luck, I called after her, raising my hand in farewell as she pulled away. Good luck, princess, came the chorus in reply, warm and chaotic. One particularly annoying member, whose name won't ever be mentioned, added, Drinks after, if we survive? Lisa spun on her heel and smacked him on the shoulder, hard. Eyes on the battle, lover boy. I kept moving, weaving through the sea of faces, each one familiar or half familiar, names blurring, voices overlapping. I must have wished good luck to 100 people, maybe more. My voice was hoarse. My cheeks ached from smiling, but I had to. For them. In the swirling crowd, Lunaris appeared beside me, practically bouncing with excitement, her eyes glowing like twin stars. Catherine wasn't far behind, casually cracking her knuckles, a lazy grin on her face. Teki Lama trailed after them, spear in hand, looking resigned but determined. What? Was working before? Catherine muttered, folding her arms and nodding once, as if her logic was irrefutable and eternal. Which, annoyingly, it kind of was. Fine, I sighed, but the weight on my chest lifted just a little. Let's win again. As a group, with them flanking me, I made my way up the wall. The stones felt cool beneath my hands as we climbed the stairs, and the wind bit at my skin, whipping my skirt around my legs. The world beyond the walls stretched vast and ominous, the dark mass of Erwin's army creeping closer with every breath. I found Mila standing at the highest point, his hands clasped behind his back, posture stiff. He didn't look at me as I approached. His eyes were locked on the horizon, where the first banners of the demon host glinted in the dull light. "Today, no parley," he said, voice low, like gravel underfoot. I stepped beside him, squinting into the distance. My heart was heavy but steady. "Today is official, Mila. I need to receive the declaration of war." He finally turned his head, jaw clenched. "You sure?" I nodded slowly. "Let's get this over with." A grunt escaped him, half agreement, half dread. His gaze snapped back to the horizon, where death marched closer with every heartbeat. Chapter 114. The Dread March Host. Book 2. The army was vast and large. Oh, they really rolled out the unholy red carpet for us this time. From my perch on the wall, I surveyed Erwin's little assault party. If there was ever a fashion show for horrors, dragged straight out of someone's nightmare and stitched together with malice and poor life choices, this was it. Front and center, we had the Bone Reavers and Foot Soldiers, the standard hit wall until wall breaks crowd. These different soldiers looked like they'd been pulled from an enthusiastic compost heap, wielding rusted blades like they wanted tetanus. These guys didn't even bother with helmets. Bold choice. Maybe they wanted to regenerate the top half of their heads just for fun. And the Bone Reavers? Double axes, double armor, double not giving a damn. They stood there like they were posing for a Fear is for Mortals calendar shoot. Immune to fear, probably immune to fashion sense too. Flanking the sides like sneaky little vermin, were the Doom Riders and Hellhounds, revving up for a dramatic ride around and stab you in the back maneuver. Well, thank God our tactic has us staying on the wall. The Hellhounds were just glorified Duin's demon poodles, agile and definitely the kind of pet that would eat your neighbors. The Doom Riders, though, walking skeletons on skeletal horses. Very meta. Very edgy. I bit my lip as I tilted my head back to take in the sky above the approaching horde. Damn, they really committed to the air superiority flex today. The clouds were practically vibrating with demonic wings and bad intentions. "Do we have enough fire teams?" I asked, my voice tighter than I intended, eyes locked on the growing swarm. The sky looked like someone had given a bunch of caffeinated hornets wings and weapons. Mila stood beside me, arms folded, his gaze sharp and focused as if trying to calculate the exact moment everything would go to purgatory. "Yes," he nodded, tone grave. "We've divided the wall into 3 zones. Each has 3 fire teams, rotating spells. Should hold, assuming discipline." Assuming. I didn't like that word. I squinted against the sun, the light catching the Sky Reavers as they zipped and darted through the air like demented hornets with a javelin hobby. They flung their cursed projectiles as if physics were more of a suggestion than a rule. The javelins arced in lazy spirals, trailing streaks of sickly green smoke, and my gut clenched just watching them. And then them. The Shriekers. I winced as their piercing, wailing cries cut through the air like some sadistic DJ scratching chalkboards. Imagine a banshee with performance anxiety, I thought bitterly, just screaming their metaphorical lungs out, not for terror or death, but for maximum annoyance. Disruption, disorientation, discombobulation, check, check, and double check. I already felt a migraine blooming in my temples. "Thanks, guys," I muttered, glaring at the sky. Exactly what I needed. A flying headache and airborne trauma. Lovely. I glanced back over the wall at our troops below. Players and soldiers alike, some confident, others clearly trying not to show their panic. This was going to be fun. In the being punched repeatedly by demons kind of way. I shook my head and glanced at the army. Behind the disarray of the demon army, their caster squad was lined up like the world's worst band. The Blight mages were throwing corrosive hexes to the air like they were confetti. Sick bastards. The Sea Corpse binders? Oh, they just recycled specifically us. Raise the dead, drain energy, and possibly your will to fight. Lost your friend to a random arrow? Surprise. Now you need to kill them. Sustainable, but in a horrifying way. In reserve, waiting like divas for their moment to shine, were the Revenant Knights and Ruin Warlocks. The actual threats, let's be real. The Revenant Knights looked like someone asked, "What if we made death into a fashion statement?" and then handed them magical lances? Their job? Smash through anything that holds. Fantastic. And ruin warlocks to ruin the ambience. Yeah, their formation was charming. Smash through the center with brutal melee, hug us to death on the flanks with mounted psychos, and rain hell from above while their mages made sure we suffered every step of the way. And when things got dicey, in come the knights and warlocks to clean up and break spirits. Real cozy. I heard hurried footsteps behind me, rapid and definitely Lola in work mode footsteps. I turned just in time to see her rush up, slightly out of breath, her papers nowhere in sight for once. Emergency level, serious. Lady! Use this ring, she panted, thrusting a silver band into my hand, its blood-red stone catching the morning light. Before I could stop myself, I grinned wide. I do. Lola blinked at me, exhausted eyes not computing my brilliance. I want to marry you, I added solemnly, as if we were in the middle of a romantic play instead of preparing for mass demon murder. There it was, the purest, most powerful facepalm in recorded history. She didn't say a word, just walked away, muttering something under her breath about stupid nobility and probably filing paperwork on my idiocy later. I wasn't a princess in reality though, so she was in her role even in the rage mode. Mila, however, was smiling. He got it. My people. Still grinning, I turned the ring over in my palm and examined it. Ring of shouting. Real loud. Quality. 4 exceptional restriction. Level 10 description. Turns your whisper into a war cry. Perfect for arguments, bard gigs, or ruining stealth missions. I blinked. Oh. 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 My voice cracked into a laugh. Stupid. I forgot something as trivial as this. I slicked it onto my index finger, where it pulsed faintly against my skin like it was waiting to ruin someone's eardrums. Immediately, I felt the subtle hum of magic form a switch in my mind, easy to flick with a whisper of mana. Just a nudge and I could shout down walls. Hopefully, because that name was either very literal or I was about to become the world's most tragic mime. The demon army finally halted about a mile from the fortress, the ground groaning under the sheer weight of steel, bone, and unnatural muscle. As they settled into place, their formation didn't, twitching, shifting, restlessly pacing, like a tide of barely restrained violence. It wasn't just me who had trouble keeping people in line. Erwin's army looked about 2 seconds from eating itself out of impatience. And then, as if conjured by sheer drama, Erwin emerged. She didn't march. No, that would imply effort. She strolled from the center of the demon horde like she was attending a garden party, long silken robes billowing with every step, her silver crown glinting in the daylight like a personal spotlight. She radiated power, mythic and untouchable, and walked straight toward us. Oh right, the declaration of war. I bit my lip, forcing air into lungs that suddenly felt too tight, and tried to gather my composure. That lasted a whole 2 seconds before an arm slung casually over my shoulder. Charlie? Sup? Catherine grinned at me with that lazy, cocky smile, the one that never failed to lighten my chest. Her perfect storm blue eyes met mine, and without thinking, I threw my arms around her in a hug. She stiffened for a second, then wrapped her arms around me, her grip firm and grounding, just as at our first meeting. Then WHAM, Lisa slammed into us like an overexcited puppy with no regard for personal space. We staggered under the weight of her enthusiasm, but thanks to Catherine's brick wall-like sturdiness, we stayed upright. We're the best. Lisa giggled into my neck, breath warm and voice low, her arms squeezing tight. You are the best. I'm so glad you're here, Charlie. I didn't deserve them. But I had them, and I wasn't letting go. Stairs again? Catherine asked, eyebrow raised as she finally pulled away. Right. Business. I took a step back, wiped the faint moisture from my eyes, and glanced toward the waiting army of nightmares. Yeah, Charlie, ice, K? Kit added. Ah, right. Mana flared at my fingertips, cool and precise. I reached into the ground's moisture, yanked it skyward, and sculpted it with ease. A staircase of crystal-clear ice spiraled from the top of the wall down to the battlefield, each step glistening like glass under the sun. Not just functional, but elegant. Why? Well, Riker was funding a full-blown TV broadcast of this insanity. Naturally. Earlier, a notification pinged in the corner of my vision, politely requesting permission to film my event. My event. That sounded real. My event for public consumption. I barely spared it a glance before swiping it away. Whatever. Let them watch. The battlefield was already swarming with them. Players decked out in matching blue Clark uniforms, practically glowing in the morning light. They darted around like hyperactive beetles, cameras on. Catching angles like this was a fashion shoot and not a war zone. Before I descended, I saw like one guy even crouched dramatically in the mud. Another blue cap waved frantically to another, trying to capture the perfect shot of me descending the ice stairs. Right, because that's what people need, a cinematic shot of me getting vaporized by my mythic level mum. I let out a snort and kept walking, my skirt fluttering like I was in some epic fantasy flick. If they wanted a show, I'd give them one. It was only the three of us this time. We'd debated, of course. I wanted to go alone, noble, stupid, dramatic. They all insisted on coming with me, protective, stubborn, opportunistic, and just as dramatic. The compromise? Bring the strongest. Lisa and Catherine, although I banned her from streaming the conversation. She was sad for 10 seconds, before already forgetting it. We descended together, steps crunching underfoot, breath fogging slightly in the chill. The demon horde stood silently, watching. And Erwin, my mother, waited, still walking toward us with unhurried grace, matching our pace, matching my heartbeat, matching the fear I wasn't sure I could hide. We met in the no man's land between the fortress wall and the seething edge of the demon army, a field of tall grass. Each step toward her felt like crossing an invisible threshold. Arwen stood there already, waiting, her beautiful hair catching the sunlight like a halo. And then she smiled, not just at me, at us, and even bowed slightly, a graceful incline of her head that felt like a royal favor given upon peasants. "I'm glad to meet the best friends of my daughter," she said. Lisa narrowed her eyes, scanning Erwin with the intensity usually reserved for scammers trying to sell you fake whiskey. "Wait," she squinted, flicking her gaze between me and Erwin. I thought it was a joke or, like, a weird roleplay thing, but her jaw dropped slightly. "Is she also a player and your mom?" "For real?" Catherine snorted, practically hiccuping on her words. "You're so cool." She looked like she'd just found out I had a secret dragon lair and had never told her. I could feel it then, something squirming in my chest, warm and fuzzy and terrifying. It was like they weren't just talking to Erwin, but about my mom. And somehow that made this terrifying queen feel real. It was real. She was real. It's complicated, but yeah, I admitted, my voice a little too soft as I tried to process that this was actually happening, that they were meeting my mom, even if only in this context. Then, Erwin dropped that bomb with a glint in her eye. "I hope you'll take good care of her and find her a suitable husband." They both lost it. Full-on belly laughter. I, on the other hand, was melting into a puddle of mortified rage. I could feel the heat rising up my neck like molten lava. "Mom," I gasped, my voice cracking like a preteen at a school recital. "The declaration? Please." "So, that's how it feels." Right, she chuckled, sidestepping with a dancer's grace and turning her attention to the fortress wall. She gave it a quick once-over, as if appraising a sandwich someone hastily made. "Is that all your army?" she asked, her voice full of polite disbelief. I sighed. "One Imperial Dawn," I gestured behind me, "and maybe 2 or 3 more with adventurers cobbled together." "Mum, are you crazy?" I flailed a hand at the massive demon horde, a wall of black steel, bone, and nightmares. "This isn't a light attack. This is like tea." "Is that an entire host?" "Yes," she confirmed, her voice sweet as sugar and her smile innocent enough to make angels suspicious. "The Dread March host." She let the name settle like a stone dropped in a lake. Then, twisting the knife, she added, "You said you could handle it." I blinked. She wasn't wrong. She just weaponized my own words. Chapter 15, A Picnic Before Battle. Book 2 Pie. "Yes," Erwin confirmed, voice sweet as sugar, smile innocent enough to make angels suspicious. "The Dread March host." "Great," I muttered, dragging a hand down my face like I could wipe the situation off my skin. "That's just great." "I must say," Erwin continued, and I raised my head, already bracing. "The forces you've gathered in such a short time are nothing short of extraordinary. Truly, I'm proud of you." So, naturally, I did my best to gather mine. She paused, her tone dripping with that same terrifying maternal sweetness. "You see, the world detonated. A sound like the sky snapping in half cracked through the air. Thunder, but sharper, primal. It didn't just echo, It clanged through bone. My ears rang. My skull felt like someone had flicked a tuning fork against it and turned the volume to existential dread. Then the pressure hit, an invisible wall of force slamming into us. My clothes snapped like a whip behind me. Dust exploded upward in angry swirls, stinging my eyes, gritting my teeth, curling in my hair. The very ground beneath our feet quivered like it was trying to flinch away. Erwin's head snapped around. Her expression, usually carved from the same unyielding metal as her crown, wavered, just for a blink. Her brows pinched, eyes narrowing. Who dares? Thud. No, not a thud. That was too soft. This was the sound of a mountain remembering gravity. Something, or someone, landed behind her with the impact of divine punctuation. The dirt beneath us jumped. I half expected the horizon to split. Erwin turned, and I swear she hesitated. "You are?" she asked, voice tight, careful. "That's right, careful." Erwin, mythic queen. And she sounded like someone checking for bees before sticking a hand in a bush. The answer came in the form of laughter, low, wheezing, and riddled with audacity. A laugh with no sense of occasion, like it had crashed the wrong funeral and stayed for the wine. "Oh ho ho," came the voice, old, cracked like a cursed bell, and gleeful enough to cause concern. Thought I'd missed the party. And there he was. Gatai, dusting off his plate armor like head just tripped over time itself and didn't want to make a fuss about it. One hand on his hip, the other holding a woven picnic basket. Yes, a basket. At a war declaration, in between two armies. "I brought snacks," he said cheerfully, like we were all gathered for brunch and not on the precipice of destruction. And then he started handing things out. To Erwin, he offered a glass bottle, thin, dark, and elegant, the liquid inside swirling as if it had ambitions. It was stoppered with twine and crowned with a fresh petal that was clearly not from this Rimelion dimension. "For clarity of mind," he said, with a bow that was 90% sarcasm and 10% doom, or utter madness. "It depends on the mood of the liquid." Erwin blinked, her fingers tightening ever so slightly. She didn't take it. To Catherine, he turned and dropped a porcelain teacup into her battle-calloused hands. It was fragile, off-white, with a single spidery crack running along its belly. The thing you'd find in an old house and instinctively know was haunted. "It shatters on impact," he said reverently, like a priest describing a relic. "And when it does, something else will shatter too. Unclear what. Maybe time. Maybe bones. Fun, isn't it?" Catherine looked at it like she was deciding whether to throw it or sip from it. Possibly both. To Lisa, he handed over a piece of coal. Just coal. Uneven, brittle, dark as regret. Lisa held it between two fingers like it might be a trick. "It's already remembering a fire," Gatti whispered with wide eyes, like that explained anything. My friends took one collective step back, which, given the context, was less retreat and more strategic emotional buffering. A moment later, 3 messages flickered across my vision, all variations of mild panic, and one confusing suggestion from Lisa to yell, "Es gestai," if I need them to attack anyone, whatever that 2 words meant. And then, finally, me. He reached into his basket with all the ceremony of an award presenter and produced a rock. Not a gem. Not a glowing shard of ancient power. Just a rock. Rough. Roundish. A little warm, like it had been sitting in a sunbeam. I stared. Gitayi beamed. "His screams when thrown," he said, so damn proud he might have teared up, like properly screams. "You'll love it." I looked at the rock, then at him, then back at the rock. It did feel warm in my hand, not magic warm, just slightly off. I half expected it to grow teeth. "That's," I began, then stopped, because what do you say to a man who just handed you a rock? "Thoughtful," I finished, deadpan. "Really?" Gate wiggled his fingers at me. "You're welcome." My mother recovered first. Of course she did. Her posture reassembled like a collapsing star gathering gravity, spine straight, voice polished into regal ice. "Who you may be?" she asked, each syllable clipped clean, like she was filing paperwork mid-interrogation. Her fingers hovered near the bottle Gate had given her, as if it might explode or recite poetry. "Me?" Gate barked another laugh. Just a friendly, "Twe're here to bash some demons." Then, without even glancing down, he kicked the ground casually. A bench, a thing that used to be a bench, lurched up from the earth like it had been summoned from retirement. Moldy wood, lopsided legs, and an armrest that was obviously a femur, maybe or maybe not cleaned. It creaked like a ghost, sighing as it tilted upright, perfectly upright somehow. Gate flopped onto it with a groan of victory, his armor clanking like a drunk orchestra. He pulled out a piece of crumpled paper, torn edges, ink stains, possibly a cursed treasure map or someone's forgotten whiskey contest invitation, and used it to fan himself like he was the Belavoid. The battlefield. Irwin didn't move, didn't blink. But I saw it. A flicker, small, brief, the kind of twitch you'd miss if you blinked. The corners of her mouth ticked down, just a hair. That subtle micro-expression that translated to this is wrong. Wrong like a puzzle piece that looks right but doesn't fit. Wrong like smiling when you spill a bottle on a bar. Gate saw it too. He leaned forward, elbows planted on his knees, fingers laced together like a priest about to confess to something extremely illegal. His grin widened, slow, teeth gleaming just a bit too much like they tasted things they shouldn't. "Don't worry, Your Majesty," he whispered, but we all heard it clearly. "I won't break the battlefield." I coughed once, clearing my throat and my pride. "Ire, Mom," I began, biting my lip because, wow, this was already veering off script. "Let me introduce Gatai. Hesitweer, sort of, but not actually a god. Just a helpful guy who agreed to assist." Gatai beamed like a cult leader mid-recruitment. "Never heard it put more correctly," he declared, tipping an imaginary hat so flamboyantly I half expected confetti, or at least blight mages, to start throwing corrosive hexes again. Then he straightened, offering Irwin a formal nod that carried just enough flourish to be polite and just enough smugness to feel like an insult in disguise. "She gets it. We're not gods, just humble travelers with catastrophic hobbies." Irwin's eyes narrowed. "And what kind of help do you offer exactly?" Gatai threw his arms wide like he was about to hug the battlefield. "I destroy things," he announced cheerfully, "sometimes on purpose." Then he leaned in, his voice sinking into conspiratorial velvet. "Mostly demons, occasionally gates. There was a city. But that was a misunderstanding involving a goat, some fireworks, and a treaty I technically hadn't read." Irwin studied him for a moment, her posture elegant but coiled like a scroll ready to snap open. She drew in a breath, her tone clipped. "I know what twills are, Mr. Gate, especially about the terrifying weapon." Her gaze flicked back to me, softer now. "So that's why you were so confident. You brought help from a god." "Not a god," Gate barked, his voice slightly muffled by the fact that his mouth was now stuffed with what looked like a glowing mana shard and… was that a folded map made of jerky? The crystal sparked faintly with each crunch of his teeth, letting out tiny, distressed hums that sounded vaguely like screaming fairies. I watched, more fascinated than horrified, which probably said a lot about my week. Irwin blinked. Is he eating a mana core?" I sighed long and deeply. "Honestly, that might be the least alarming thing happening right now." Gatai raised one finger in dramatic declaration, only to choke, probably on the map portion. He thumped his chest, ineffective because of the plate armor, coughed twice, then swallowed it down like an oathbreaker swallowing shame. "Cartography tastes better than memory," he announced, somehow proud. I rubbed my temple. Irwin gave me a long look, one that said, "This is your circus," and tilted her head. "He won't help you defeat me, will he?" Her voice was light, but her eyes had cooled, sharpened. I shrugged. "Sadly, no, just here to bash some demons." We all turned to Gate for confirmation. He gave us a cheery thumbs up, shards of mana core glittering in his teeth. Didn't say a word. That was probably the most reassuring part. And if I may, honestly, I glanced back at my friends. Catherine gave me a firm nod, arms crossed. Lisa's smile was small but fierce, her eyes already glowing with restrained magic. "I don't need a full army," I said, voice steady. "I need idiots who know when to duck, a wall that holds, and enough explosions to convince death to take the day off." I took a breath, then met Irwin's gaze without blinking. "We will hold you," she laughed. Not that careful, court mask kind of laugh, but something lighter. It rolled off her tongue like music, like pride hidden beneath amusement. "If you manage that," she said gently, "I will be happy." Then she lifted her chin. The warmth faded, replaced with something ceremonial, powerful. "Shall we start?" I nodded once. No more games. Irwin's smile dropped like a broken bottle. The weight of her presence shifted, warping the air like a subtle gravity well. "I, Irwin," she intoned, voice echoing slightly, Queen of all united elven lands, invoke the god of war, under Agreement 21. For a moment, nothing happened. But then, "You called," said a voice beside us, soft and melodic. I answered. A young woman stood there in heavy armor with silver-red plating. Her black hair curled beneath her helmet in defiant strands, and her deep brown skin reflected the light of the runes. Catherine jumped like a kid, spotting her favorite streamer mid-raid. "Sira! Sup!" She marched forward with zero hesitation. "I'm as in class, by the way." Sarah's jaw tightened, visibly trying to maintain her celestial professionalism. "Present your case," she said, her voice measured and dutiful. "And as for you, Catherine the Juggernaut, fifth glory seeker, please be quiet." Owen said nothing, but her smile twitched. She was enjoying this. Sarah's command bounced off Catherine like a feather against a boulder. She closed the distance, pulled the armored girl into a hug like it was normal behavior when summoning a god's envoy, then fist-bumped her breastplate with a solid thunk. "Your sword's also awesome." Sarah's fist didn't move, but her composure cracked, just a hairline fracture. But I saw it. "There is a protocol," she snapped, the words intense enough to cut air. Somewhere, in the back of my mind, I could feel Lola nodding with approval from whatever logistical hell she was buried under. Gatai, of course, had already lost it. He doubled over laughing, wheezing like someone had just performed an interpretive dance using only tax law and explosives. "Protocol," he managed between snorts. "Oh, where's that brat?" Sarah blinked. "Brat?" But Gatai wasn't answering. Not really. His eyes had gone glassy, tracking something none of us could see. He tilted his head like listening for a distant echo and muttered, "See mir." Then he kicked the dirt. No fanfare. No rooms, no cinematic light show, just wrongness. A silent snap echoed across no median. The air didn't ripple, but I felt it pull, like gravity hiccuped. The ground remained still, but it felt watched. Even Sarah stiffened. Her hand tightened around her weapon. The tension in her jaw sharpened to a blade. Gatai tilted his head, gaze still distant, voice low and cutting. "Still recruiting only pretty young girls, huh?" he muttered into the void, like an older brother judging a very dumb sibling's dating profile. "Please not," Sarah hissed, panic blooming in her tone. "Don't call my boss here." Hirwin raised an elegant eyebrow, her voice sweet as whiskey dipped in malice. "The god of war?" "Yeah," Gatai replied, more grumble than word, "that brat." Then, deliberately, tauntingly, he kicked the dirt again, like poking an angry dragon with a toothpick just to see what would happen. The earth hissed back. Chapter 1116, Divine Paperwork. Book 2. "Ha, there you are," Gatai said with a grin that belonged nowhere near diplomacy. He kicked the dirt again, and this time, the ground answered. The air thickened, and something tore open, reality folding in on itself with the reluctant groan of a rusty door. Then someone materialized, not walked, not appeared, manifested. "You dare to summon me, mortal?" The voice boomed, not from the throat of the figure now rising from the fractured earth, but from everywhere. It vibrated through my bones, whispered under my skin, the same way Sarah's voice carried presence, but this one was worse, like swallowing French whiskey and choking on it. And yet, unlike my god, distant and invisible, this one stood in plain sight. Towering, cloaked in plate armor that bled dark yellow light from the cracks. Every inch of him screamed ancient power, and his presence twisted the surrounding space as if gravity had a poor opinion of him. And Gatai? Gatai did not care. "Don't call me mortal, you mortal brat," he said, with his mouth full of suspiciously old cheesehead, apparently been storing in one of his plate armor's side compartments. I could smell it from here. The god's eyes, if you could call those burning wells of divine pressure eyes, swept the battlefield with disdain, his voice a knife dipped in judgment. "Why did you summon me?" It wasn't a question. It was a verdict. And in the blink of a thought, he moved. One instant, he was across the field. The next, he stood inches from Gatai, his shadow swallowing the ground, a sword larger than Catherine's raised high enough to cleave through the twir. Gatai, utterly unbothered, gave the god a lazy grin, then stuffed the rest of the moldy cheese into his mouth like a man preparing for exactly the kind of mistake he enjoyed. "No reason," then he said, around a mouthful of dairy doom. Then he kicked the dirt one last time. With a deep whomp, the earth spat out his hammer. Some weird one. Massive, scarred, glowing faintly at the edges like it had recently been in an argument with the laws of physics. He caught it with one hand, twirled it once, then slammed the butt against the ground. The very air shivered. "Come and get me," Gatti said, grinning like war was a personal hobby and God of War forgot to pour him. And just like that, we were all very aware this battlefield now had two lunatics with mythic power and zero adult supervision. We exchanged a glance, me and always 15 steps ahead. Irwin, except this time, she wasn't composed. Irwin looked as if someone had rewritten her script mid-performance. Her spine stayed regal, her gaze determined. But I could see it, the tightness in her jaw, the stiffness in her fingers. She was off script. I was willing to bet very good gold that none of her plans included a god of war squaring off with a Tweer, whose hobbies included chaos, snacks, and accidentally leveling cities. Time to end this. All right, you two. I stepped forward, deliberately striding into the tension like it was a ballroom and I was due a dramatic entrance. The space between Gatai and the god felt like a fuse mid-spark. My heels clicked against the now frozen dirt with just enough finality to announce, I wasn't here to babysit gods with territorial issues. "We've got a war to declare," I said, planting my hands on my hips, "and then you can go explode each other. Sound fair?" Gatai let out a delighted snort and promptly snapped his hammer in half like it was a twig. Both pieces spun lazily behind him and vanished into nothing, as if reality itself agreed it was better not to ask questions. Then he sat back down on nothing, I might add, and began munching something new, possibly dried squid. The god, meanwhile, hadn't moved. His face remained hidden behind that large, angular, blackened armor, but his burning gaze pinned me in place. Twin stars. No flicker, no blink. Just pressure, steady and searing, like being judged by an ancient furnace. "Very well," he said finally, voice rumbling. His chin dipped almost imperceptibly. "Sarah?" He flicked a hand toward the angel beside us. The motion was small, but it sent a gust through the air like an imperial order had just been issued. Sarah was already in motion, heels clicking with military efficiency. She bowed low, strategically low, because, of course she did, just enough to offer the god a calculated peek inside her silvered neckline. Probably his orders about how to bow. "I serve," she intoned smoothly, her voice syrup-thick with protocol. "I've monitored this conflict closely. While political complications are present, in my assessment they do not override the grounds for formal war." She straightened. Queen Erwin's forces, bolstered by demonic entities, hold overwhelming superiority, barring Tweer involvement. A quick pause. The daughter, Princess Charlie, is technically a minor noble acting counter to imperial interests. Minor noble. Ouch. I let that one roll off me like morning dew. And it was true, I wasn't a countess. Yet. The god turned his attention back to me, not his head, his presence. It pressed down like the weight of law itself, a force that demanded truth whether I was ready to speak it or not. "You value your mother more than the empire?" he asked, but I was ready for this. With all due respect, I said, drawing myself up, "No, my heart lies with the empire." And it was true. Since the first playtest, since my earliest dive into Rimelion, I'd thrown everything behind this grinding machine of state. I'd chosen it and loved it all the way. "I have no interest in fighting the rebellion," I added, voice calm, "but I will stop the demons." The god murmured, a sound so low it felt like a tectonic shift beneath my feet. "Convenient for your mother, isn't it?" I met his gaze head-on, not flinching. "I won't lie," I said plainly. "It is. She benefits far more than I do." I inhaled, steady. "But this move? This declaration? It's my risk. If I declined and you still judged it worthy of war, she would have the attacker's advantage, and I'd be the one scrambling." The god gave a single nod, crisp and absolute. "Seda, I approve." Then, without preface, he turned his head, and a sword, impossibly fast and wide as a tree trunk, slammed into Gatai. The impact cracked the air like lightning striking stone. The ground beneath them rippled from the force. Dust surged outward in a rolling wave, and yet nothing happened. Not a scratch, not a wince. Gatai remained exactly where he was, still seated on nothing, legs crossed now, gnawing calmly on what looked like a roasted chestnut. Despite the blade currently embedded in the reality just above his shoulder. He chuckled, the sound raspy and too pleased with itself. "Brat," he said, grinning up at the god like a misbehaving uncle scolding a grown-up nephew. Already forgot, huh? When you were a snot-nosed little boy, it was me who kept your stick safe. Your mother made me promise. Get I? He asked, voice hitching slightly. Surprise cracked through his composure like my ice under pressure. You are not dead. It wasn't quite a question, not quite an accusation. If you help her, I will not allow a declaration. You can end the rebellion in an instant. Gatai just shrugged, as if being not dead was the most boring state to be in. Hey, if Shed called in her favor as an eternal friend of the council, sure. I'd have wiped out anything she pointed at. One time. No repeats. Then he turned to me. His voice lost its mirth, stripped of madness, grave as a mausoleum. Never do it, princess, he said, and for the first time I felt the weight behind his smile, the danger behind his kindness. I said quietly. I meant it. The Twir weren't meant to be controlled. Even the favor they gave was more curse than blessing if misused. You have my word. That earned me a grin. Not the mischievous kind, but something more primal, older. Then, ill fight as my old self, he murmured, almost giddy. Been a while? The god didn't respond with words. He simply vanished. No sound, no flash, just gone, as if the very concept of him had been momentarily erased. That's when I felt it, a hand resting on my shoulder. My mother. You have the eternal friendship of the council? Erwin's voice was soft, but something coiled beneath it. Caution, curiosity, maybe even awe. Yup, I said with a shrug. But don't worry, I won't call in help for any fight. I glanced down at my hand, where I just accepted a rock that screams when thrown, or for snacks. Gate let out a wheezing cackle that sounded like it hadn't seen daylight in a century. Mother, in a move that would have shocked the entire war council had they been here, smiled. A real one. Pride flickered across her face, and then, with a casualness my soul definitely did not inherit from her, she ruffled my hair. My hair! Wah, hey! I flinched, too late. She was already turning. Regal once more, cloak sweeping behind her like the beginning of a storm. We attack in 1 hour, she called over her shoulder. Once the contract is signed. That's it? I blinked after her, still awkwardly standing there with hair sticking out in new and exciting directions. That's how you declare war? Yes, she replied coolly, eyes already on Sarah. The angel was standing off to the side with her quills scratching furiously. Ink glowed as it stamped itself into the enchanted parchment. Gold, of course, nothing less. I stared at the paperwork, then groaned. Oh no, bureaucracy. And with that, the battlefield officially transitioned into a waiting room. On the other side of the river, in a far distance, Dmitri hated his skeleton horse. It obeyed flawlessly, silent, obedient, and utterly devoid of initiative. Just how he liked it. And yet, it infuriated him. Every ridge, every rise in the road, every pitiful, pebble-strewn decline had to be micromanaged. It wouldn't so much as twitch a femur unless commanded. Like a servant with no spine, no initiative, just bones and obedience. Pathetic. Around him, his hand-picked elite surged forward with cold precision. The Vainqueurs Imbatables. Of course, had named them himself. Who else could be trusted with something so essential? Victory, invincibility, grandeur. Everything he was. Or would be. They sped through the barren fields like a blade, clad in iron and shadow, leading the demon cavalry, the queen banners streaming behind them. To his right, keeping pace like an overeager dog, was Ian, his new project. Dmitri thought that burning the boy alive might sharpen him, forge him like steel. But all it had done was leave the idiot with new skin and old ideas, still green, still wide-eyed, still unfit, but moldable. All about respect, right? You said that, the fool piped up. Respect, Dmitri said, voice like tempered glass. He directed the skeletal reins left to avoid a shallow incline, and the horse jerked, bones grinding like distant whispers. They must respect your power, as you must respect theirs. But never, never should someone hold more power than you unless they are already kneeling. Ian furrowed his brow, trying to think, an exhausting thing to witness. Well, you're old, so. I'm 30, Dmitri snapped. Rage flared in his gut like kindling catching flame. My body betrayed me, not time. It withered, crumbled, and I conquered it. I wear it like armor. Ian shrank under the weight of his gaze. Sorry, he mumbled. At least the boy could grovel. That was something. The best tools were the ones that bent easily. She isn't half your age then, he muttered, trying to salvage his thought. No, she isn't. Dmitri allowed a slow breath through his nose. But she wouldn't have agreed to the wedding if I didn't hold power in both hands. You said you wanted women, didn't you? Ian gave a dumb nod and looked away like a beaten cur. Then learn this. Women are drawn to power, to wealth. Not words, not pretty faces. If you stay with the Vainqueurs and Battables, you'll have both. Across the river, the horizon split with a column of red smoke. Signal 5. A wave of arcane curses bloomed into the sky like infected fireworks. Dmitri smiled. For the first time that ride, a real smile. Cold and thin and without a hint of joy. Your little friend Charlie accepted the war. She isn't. Don't interrupt me, Dmitri barked, fury boiling over like oil on fire. His voice burned the air like a whip, and even the skeletal beast beneath him flinched. This was the kind of insolence he hated the most. Listen, he yelled. We flank them, we kill them, then we ask for surrender. In that order. March. Vainqueurs, Imbattables. Chapter 17. The Left Sock Division. Book 2. Sira was scribbling with the intensity of someone trying to outrun fate. Her quills scratched across the enchanted parchment in elegant, looping script that seemed to shimmer with authority. Some divine nonsense, probably. The resulting document was ridiculous in how efficient it looked. 2 copies, both brimming with gilded borders and arcane flourishes, floated in the air like summoned relics. One hovered toward me and with a soft chime, slipped into my inventory with the reverence of a holy artifact. Attention! A rebellion against our homeland has started. I could already picture Lola's face when I showed it to her. Eyes wide, lips pressed into a line, hands twitching toward her filing system like she'd just been presented with the crown jewels. I'd probably have to pry it out of her hands later. Irwin, meanwhile, stood a few paces away, her eyes drifting lazily over our defenses. That same inscrutable smile tugged at her lips, graceful, unreadable, equal parts confirmation and amusement. It's a war, she said simply, like she was announcing tea time. Then, without another word, she turned and began walking back toward her army, her clothes trailing behind her like falling dusk. My brain scrambled like a panicked Italian. Meet you on the battlefield? I called after her, a little too loudly. My voice flapped uselessly through the air. She didn't respond, just kept walking, smooth and terrifying. Well, that was fine. Totally normal interaction with my mythic level mom. I turned back and immediately spotted the chaos. Seen that? Catherine was mid-rant, gesturing wildly with both hands as she animatedly recounted some past battle to Sarah. Then just blew. Ya no. Both. But me won. Sarah looked like someone had just aged over a decade. Her eyes were slightly glazed. The aura of divine professionalism was cracking under the sheer force of Kit's unrelenting charisma. Kit's laugh, loud and unapologetic, rang out in the field like it belonged to a festival, not the aftermath of a war declaration. And somehow, it settled me. It was the same cackle she had on her stream. Familiar, comforting. I edged closer. Sarah, thank you for your help, I said, trying not to look at Gatei, who was now fully horizontal in the grass, arms spread like a collapsed scarecrow, and definitely snoring, loudly, in a rhythm. I hope I didn't, complicate things too much for you. Sarah gave a small shake of her head, then turned and offered Kit a nod that was polite on the surface and weary at the edges. Her smile to me was courteous, restrained, bittersweet. It ended well, she said. You called, I served. That is the deal. Her voice held the kind of tired grace you'd expect from someone used to carrying a flaming torch through a wind tunnel. Then she glanced at Catherine again, lips twitching. It was an honor to witness this historic moment. And just like that, with a flutter of wind and light, she vanished. Gone, probably into a quiet room with soundproof walls and no mortal noise pollution. I let out a slow breath and turned toward Lisa, who'd somehow been calm through all this, and threw my arms around her without hesitation. She hugged back instantly, warm and solid, her chin resting lightly on my head. Moral support, I mumbled into her hair. Always, she whispered back. When I pulled away, I looked at my girls, Catherine still glowing with post-chaos joy, Lisa's complicated look, and smiled, heart thudding but focused. All right, I said, planting my feet, squaring my shoulders. Let's go, team. We've got a war to win. And for the first time today, that didn't feel like a joke. It felt like truth. Irwin had given us 1 hour. Should have been plenty of time. Enough to breathe, prep, maybe scream into a pillow. But no, give players more than 60 minutes with nothing actively trying to kill them, and you don't get efficiency. You get chaos. Idiotic, flame on the curtains chaos. I was deep in the trenches, organizing defense lines, drilling through formations with team leads, and assigning towers based on competence level, rather than who had the flashiest title in the duty calls. When I was finally done grumbling orders, I sent the squads scattering to their positions like anxious little storm clouds. That's when I heard it. "Please, that is not the plan." Lola's voice rang out from the upper wall, like a distress beacon wrapped in academic despair. I bolted toward the sound, feet hitting the stone stairs 2 at a time, brain already bracing for another fire. When I reached the top, I blinked. Gate was sitting upside down on a merlin, yes, on the outer edge of the fortress wall, like he was gravity's personal nemesis. One leg hooked over the stone, the other swinging lazily in open air, arms folded behind his head, like this was a hammock in the Bahamas and not a 30-meter drop. "Gate," I said, trying not to shriek. "Sit, normally, and explain why my Lola looks like she's about to have an existential aneurysm." "I'm not on the verge," Lola whispered, voice brittle. But I pulled her into a hug anyway, calming myself just as much as her. Because truth was, I was on the verge, nerves buzzing, stomach fluttering. Every inhale felt too shallow, every second dragged too loud. And yet, there were still problems to solve. "What's going on?" I asked, my words muffled in her shoulder, masking the edge in my voice. Lola exhaled slowly, then stepped back, straightened her papers like they were moral support, and yanked my sleeve. She pointed accusingly at Gatier, who had now sunk halfway into the wall like it was memory foam. His legs dangled, swinging gently over the side. "This man," she said, tone grim enough to declare the end of civilization, wants to create an elite squadron unit and recklessly yeet himself into the demon horde. Gate gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, upside down and grinning like a toddler who just discovered fire. "That is not the plan," Lola deadpanned, as if trying to manifest sanity back into the world through sheer willpower. "But it's fun," Gate said, springing upright without touching anything. "Just, boop, airborne." Again, the gravity was a suggestion Head politely declined. No magic involved. I hate gods. Damn no. First not a dragon, and now not a god. "They can't die anyway," he added, spinning mid-air before landing with a smug little heel click. "They'll just respawn. And great at demolition. You want damage? Boom. Done." He turned to face the horizon, eyes glowing faintly as he drank in the distant, twitching line of the demon horde. That hungry gleam returned, the kind that said he wasn't just here to fight, he was here to enjoy it. "Besides," he breathed, almost to himself, "I am the best use of me." A new voice sliced through the growing absurdity, like a whiskey slamming on a bar. "Are you immortal?" Mila appeared with a kind of commanding presence that made people straighten their backs before they realized it. Gatai turned toward him with a delighted gasp. "Oh, you must be the logistics gremlin, or the stick-up ass." Mila didn't even blink. "I am Imperial Doan, Commander Mila. You do not get to ignore protocol." "The stick-up, then?" Gatai tilted his head like a curious crow. "Ah, yes, that word again. Protocol. Your people really love putting rules on everything." Mila's gaze sharpened to frost. "This is not a theater. Your power is not an excuse to break structure. If you want to fight under this banner, you do so under my command. No exceptions." Gati clapped like Head just been served dessert. "Oh, I like you." Then he leaned forward, lowering his voice in a whisper. "You remind me of an old friend. Tried to chain me to a comet once to stop me interfering in a friendly quarrel. Didn't work. Still send her snacks." Mila didn't respond, just stared, eyes narrowing. The aura around him thickened like storm clouds forming. Gate gave a breezy shrug. "I'm not in your army, dear. I'm a variable." "I don't allow variables," Mila replied, his tone honed to a blade's edge. Gatai's smile sharpened into something both bright and ancient, and yet he stretched his arms wide. "Here. I am." I had to resist the urge to facepalm. "Stop, both of you. We're wasting time, arguing is useless. Gate will charge into the enemies when we tell him, leading the elite squadron." Mila's eyes widened. "But lady," "No buts," I said, sharp as glass. "It is your army, but my war." That shut him up. Not from offense, Mila didn't offend easy, but from understanding. He straightened, his nod crisp and clean. Understood. Gate made an exaggerated ooh sound, then pointed between the two of us. That was spicy. Do it again. I gave him a flat look. Save it for the demons. He winked. Words spread like wildfire, or, rather, like someone had lit a flammable idea and tossed it into a haystack. The moment players heard there was a shift in plans, and that someone might do a full frontal suicide charge with Gatai, every berserker in the army practically trampled over one another to sign up, including, of course, Catherine. Me join in the left sock division, she announced with the giddy triumph of someone winning a pie-eating contest. She had one arm raised like a sword, the other already halfway to the gate. The what? I blinked. Left sock division, she repeated, grinning from ear to ear. Chargin', glory? Tats me. Her eyes were practically shimmering with joy. I think she'd been waiting her whole life for us to finally, officially, allow her to recklessly hurl herself into danger for fun and prestige. I let out a sigh that carried the weight of someone used to being surrounded by lovable idiots. I was counting on you to help hold the flank with Lisa. You know, actual strategy. But if you're that excited, fine. I tapped open my interface and started shuffling names. I'll reassign Frosna and Scamantha to cover the flank instead. They'll love that. Yay! Kit immediately launched herself into a hug like a heat-seeking missile made of limbs in chaotic glee. I caught her with a soft oof, trying not to smile. But I still don't understand the name. Left sock? Left sock division, Catherine repeated, puffing out her chest with pride. Sounds cool, right? I blinked at her, then looked away before she caught the faint blush threatening to rise in my cheeks. Yeah, I muttered. Definitely sounds like something Gate would come up with while high on entropy. Exactly. She beamed, then turned on her heel and strutted off like a general headed to battle, with glitter and unearned confidence. I watched her join the gathering crowd near the main gate, where Gatai stood at the center of the madness, like a prophet recruiting zealots for a beautifully doomed crusade. I exhaled and tried to activate the ring to contact the prince, but no surprise, silence. Sleeping, or just ghosting me for the vibes? Fine. I switched gears, fingers dancing across the interface to issue the new orders to the squads, watching names and unit tags flicker and reassign themselves in bursts of light. Then, with another deep sigh, I climbed the stone stairs toward the central tower. Because, apparently, my job for the first phase wasn't to fight. It was to command. Yay! The tower was already buzzing with quiet focus. Mila stood at the center, posture perfect, eyes scanning the shifting battle map as if daring it to deviate from his plan. Lola was there too, sleeves rolled up, clipboard in one hand, and ink-stained fingers flying across the interface like she was transcribing the history of the realm in real time. Around them, a handful of Imperial clerks murmured updates and adjusted formations on enchanted scrolls that glowed with troop movements across the terrain. The battle hadn't begun yet, but the pulse of tension in the room was thick enough to bottle. I leaned against the doorframe for a second, soaking in the organized chaos, and muttered under my breath, Gods help me, I missed the left sock division already. Chapter 118. Tactical Divergence. Book 2. Lola held her breath as the report reached her ears, the words hanging heavy in the charged air. Catherine was reassigned by Charlie. Her gaze flicked toward her liege, fleeting, but she didn't protest. Catherine wasn't disobedient. She was simply Catherine, unyielding, instinctive. Reining her in would have been a mistake, not a strategy. Resolute. Lola gave a slight nod and reached toward her plans, the system parchment humming faintly under her fingers. With a swift incantation, the ink shimmered and vanished, erasing the section that included both supply routes and the influx of eager recruits for the left sock division. It didn't occur to me, Mila breathed, wonder threading through his voice. Twir was right. They're immortal. Used the right way, the devastation won't just be strategic, it'll be devastating. Lola checked the plan. Overall command structure. Supreme Commander, Princess Charlie Roll, provides strategic oversight. Key buffs, Princess Grace, powerful magical intervention, unknown ice magic, and moral leadership. Note, requires protection but is expected to enter combat as necessary. Tactical Field Commander, Imperial Doan Commander. Mila Roll, responsible for the overall disposition of forces, troop movements, and maintaining discipline, particularly among the Imperial soldiers. Location: commands from the central command tower overlooking the main wall and river. Player liaison logistics: Lola steward role, operates from the command post alongside Mila, manages player assignments via the system, Charlie's Doan, relays intel, coordinates supplies, and handles bureaucratic issues. Note: identified as a potential conflict point with the Attaché, Guard Command, High Warden Alma role, responsible for the direct protection of Charlie and the defense of the inner fort command post as a last resort. What we need to change in the zones? She asked Mila with a heavy sigh. This was potentially where they are going to lose. She changed the interface roles and updated tactics. Defensive zones assignments. Zone 1, the main wall, facing the plains. Primary assault. Objective: hold against the Black Tusks' frontal assault. Endure aerial harassment. Counter enemy casters. Command: Mila directly oversees this sector, delegating sections to Imperial officers and integrating player leaders. Backbone forces: majority of Imperial Doan soldiers. Disciplined shield walls on the battlements, archer companies in towers. Players: player warrior stacks, reinforced shield walls. Ranged DPS supplement archers. Healer contingent, led by FD. Player healers positioned behind the lines, providing focused healing to the main wall defenders. FD coordinates their efforts and mana conservation. Techie Lama, assigned command of a critical central section of the wall, leveraging his tanking skills and disciplined approach. Note: do not let him set additional 30 rules. Coordinates player shield walls. Luminaria leads a contingent of player mages from a fortified tower position, focusing on counter magic against blight mages and delivering devastating lightning AoE against massed infantry. Tramar, assigned to another mage squad, focusing pure fire DPS, cover fire for anti-air. Night Swallow, tasked with coordinating player rogues, the scouting enemy movements from the wall, and potentially counter-sniping key enemy units, providing early warnings about Nightwing infiltrators. Tactics update: maintain shield wall integrity. Focus ranged fire on siege towers, then enemy casters, especially corpse binders. Use magic AoE to break up dense formations. Endure aerial bombardment and prioritize shriekers to maintain coordination. Prepare for breaches and internal defense. Zone 2, the river flank, critical weak point. Objective: prevent the elite flanking force, Revenant Knights, Doom Riders, Blight Mages, from crossing the river ford and breaching the formation from the side. This is the most vulnerable point. Command: Lisa, the Rebel Fire. Her powerful fire magic is ideal for area denial at the crossing and effective against undead. Frosner update: positioned on the tower overlooking the narrowest point. Note: do not allow her to tame more animals. Her ranged DPS and beast companions are vital for harassing crossing units, disrupting Blight Mage casting, and potentially targeting Revenant Knight leaders. The beast can engage enemies who reach the bank. Scamantha update: utilizes her resourcefulness. Note: do not buy her op potions, set traps along the riverbank, identify optimal ambush points, or use consumables gadgets. Note: do not grant additional funds to disrupt the crossing. Her less direct combat role makes her suited for this flanking defense, where terrain and tricks might matter more. Dedicated player mages range DPS, focus intense fire on the ford itself, creating a kill zone. Water ice magic to slow crossing. Player melee tanks, positioned to engage any units that make it across the ford and reach the other side. Tactics update: heavy area denial at the ford using magic, Lisa's firewalls, ice water spells. Focused ranged fire on Revenant Knights first, then Blight Mages providing cover. Use traps and terrain if possible. Scamantha contingent. Be prepared for a desperate melee if the enemy reaches the wall. This sector requires constant vigilance and reinforcement if pressured. Zone 3. Air Defense Internal Security Objective. Mitigate damage and disruption from Sky Reavers and Shriekers. Detect and eliminate Nightwing infiltrators, attempting assassination or sabotage behind the walls. Command update: Night Swallow for internal threats, coordinated by Milas officers on the wall. Forces: Imperial Archer companies, player ranged units focusing fire upwards, Frosnas Beast Riverside, Tramar's mages using targeted or AoE spells against flyers. Dedicated player rogues led by Night Swallow patrol inside the fort, especially near command centers and logistics hubs. Tactics update. Prioritize Shriekers to prevent defender disruption. Utilize volley fire against Sky Reavers. Maintain vigilance against stealth units. Quick response teams needed for internal threats. Zone 4, the Left Sock Division, Stupid Suicide Charge. Objective, charge out when commanded. Note, only when commanded. Note 2. Yes, not before. Note 2. For the last time, you charge when we give order. Note 4. Charge when needed. Disrupt the enemy formation. Target siege weapons or casters, cause maximum chaos and buy time. High attrition expected. Command, Gatai. Note, yes, command. Note T2. His role is less command, more point me at the demons and watch the fireworks. Spearhead command update, Catherine Juggernaut. Her immense melee damage and aggressive style are perfect for leading the charge and breaking enemy lines. Volunteers, player berserkers, warriors, damage-focused classes willing to die. Note, no, we will not reward bashing to a wall. Note 2.2, there is no glory in falling off the wall. Note 2.3, do not drink poison. Or Note 4, don't provoke mages to fire at you. Volunteers update, player berserkers, warriors, damage-focused classes trade their lives for glory and disruption. Likely chaotic but potentially impactful. Tactics, hit fast, hit hard. Note, I will not put hard into quotation marks. Target identified weaknesses if possible. Siege towers, caster groups. Inflict as much damage and disorder before being overwhelmed. Note T2, no, friendly fire doesn't count. Their success is measured in disruption, not survival. Note T3, yes, jumping on enemy sword counts. Note T4, Fuzuki, if you survive, I will kill you after the battle. Contingency. Breach on main wall. Fall back to secondary defensive lines. Utilize choke points. Almas guard becomes critical. River flank overrun. This is the worst case scenario. Forces here must delay as long as possible. Mila may need to pull reserves from the main wall, weakening the front. Charlie's intervention essential here. Queen Erwin. If Erwin directly enters, only Charlie, potentially with Gatai, if he feels like it, has any hope of stalling her. Lola finally slammed the last batch of assignments into place with a precise flick of her fingers, teeth gritted so tightly it was a miracle the air itself didn't crack. The last of the revised plans settled like a puzzle board snapping together. Satisfying, sure, but not without cost. The guilds had held formation better than expected. Minor grumbling here and there, the usual backroom posturing, claims over resource nodes, passive-aggressive debates over deployment zones, and the eternal war of minimal contribution for maximum gain, but all manageable. Political, not personal. But Left Sock Division? A disaster. On paper, it was the smallest strike force. In reality, it had 10 times the complaint volume of any other. Lola had done her utmost, shed cross-checked combat logs, shuffled rosters, and enforced cooldown rotations. She tried, really tried to keep her tone polite when people sent in requests like, please let me join the Sock of Legend. I was born to be a left sock. Let me fulfill my destiny. I like right socks. Can Tramar hit me with a fireball and end my suffering in left socks? Still, the jokes were getting under her skin, no matter how composed she remained. That serene exterior? Paper thin. Inside, she was one cracked scroll away from sending someone into logistics exile. This wasn't just another raid. This wasn't cleanup. This was her test. A battle not only of armies, but of infrastructure. Discipline. Her name would either be buried in footnotes or inked into imperial memory. She read that in Rimelion, the title Queenmaker wasn't ceremonial. It was a weight. And she felt it now, heavy against her shoulders. Her face began to flush, and she quickly lifted the nearest system parchment like a shield. Not that anyone would notice, but she couldn't risk it, especially not with that memory lurking. Charlie. At Rimecon, Lola practically hissed under her breath, forcing the image away with the violence of someone slamming a door on an intrusive daydream. No, bad thoughts. Not now, later, never. To distract herself, she jotted yet another side note to Fuzuki. The rogue had been oddly flirtatious. Through the system. Through documentation. Her cheeks betrayed her again. She shut her eyes, counted to 3, and visualized filing cabinets. Order. Then, scout reports movement in Zone 2. one of the assistants called out, their voice a little too enthusiastic. Lola's spine stiffened. She was a planner, a strategist, a master of structure and delegation. But she was not a general. "Mila," she said, already turning. The man didn't look up from the map, already moving parts. On it. Efficient. Professional. Sharp as a dagger forged in bureaucracy. A joy to work with, really. Lola allowed herself a soft smile until her gaze drifted toward the other side of the command post. Charlie was hunched in a chair, half buried behind a fake wall of scrolls, clearly pretending to be busy while sneaking snacks and dodging responsibility. Their eyes met. Charlie froze mid-bite. Lola narrowed hers. The scroll snapped back into position, and a muffled cough of guilt followed. She sighed and muttered to herself, "Numb. Bad thoughts. Go away. That's why I'm a queen maker, not a queen." "That's my cue, isn't it?" Charlie asked the entire war room, flashing a grin that somehow managed to be both charming and deeply unhelpful. "Time to finally put that ring you gave me to use." She smiled at Lola. Light, easy, like it was just another day. It wasn't. Lola felt the heat rise to her face before she could stop it. Again, she ducked her head behind the nearest map scroll, as if it held the power to disguise betrayal written across her skin. She doesn't mean it like Fuzuki, she reminded herself, stabbing the message into the interface with more force than necessary. She's just being Charlie. The words didn't comfort her. Not really. What stung most was that the thought made her sad. Before she could unpack the why, Charlie moved. One blink, and she was already dashing toward the nearest open window. Not even a hesitation, just wind, cloak, and the fading echo of a laugh. Lola gasped and lunged forward, joined by Alma, the motion in sync without coordination, both of them reaching the window ledge at the same time. But instead of a body in freefall, they saw her. Charlie stood effortlessly atop an elegant ice staircase spiraling upward, each step shimmering with crystalline defiance. She locked eyes with them from halfway up, her expression unreadable, determined, focused. Something else beneath it, something Lola felt more than saw. Alma stiffened beside her, torn, her fingers twitched toward her sword. "You shouldn't go," Lola whispered, knowing the answer. Alma shook her head. "No, I mean yes. My orders are clear. I am to defend her, but only when the wall falls, in the last line." Lola nodded once, though her chest ached with something tight. And then she ran. She didn't think, just moved, skirt flailing, boots pounding against stone. Down the command tower's spiral stairs, out across the inner wall, and then up again, ascending the battlements 2 steps at a time. She pushed through the final iron door and emerged into open air, breathless just in time to see Charlie. Perched atop the tower now, framed against the pale sky, the wind tugged at her cloak, tousled her already wild hair, and made the hem whip like a battle flag. She stood with one hand on her hip, the other curled tightly around the enchanted ring, and below her, the fortress bristled with weapons, players, hope, and dread. She looked like a queen of chaos and impossible plans. "United Army!" Charlie shouted, her magically amplified voice cutting through the wind like a thrown dagger wrapped in glitter. "I know what you're thinking. Why is that princess yelling from the roof again?" Some nervous chuckles echoed from the ramparts. The tension cracked, just a little. "Simple answer," she continued, turning slowly in place so her voice reached every corner of the fort. "Because I'm the one who signed the paperwork. And also because if I don't talk now, someone else will. And let's be real, you don't want a motivational speech from Gatai." A groan of agreement rippled from the left sock division. She raised her hand. "Today, we fight demons. Not because it's heroic, not because it's glorious, but because if we don't, they will turn this land into a crater with a body count. And I don't know about you, but I really like our walls the way they are. Unscorched, uncollapsed, very stone forward, laughter this time. Genuine." Her tone dropped just a notch. "This is not a game for them. The enemy doesn't respawn. They don't panic. They don't stop. So we hold. We fight smarter, not harder. We stick to the plan. And for the love of every god and subroutine watching, when someone yells, 'Duck! You duck!'" A cheer went up from the players. Even a few of the more serious NPC commanders cracked grins. Charlie pressed on. "I won't promise you no losses. I won't pretend this is easy. But I can promise you one thing. If we fight together, if we hold this line, then we'll prove that this alliance isn't just banners and treaties. It's real." She drew herself up, So whether you're sword or spell, soldier or sock, someone in the left sock division whooped. You are not alone. I am with you. Every step, every scream, every damn cooldown. She paused, let the wind whip past. And then, quieter, let's make sure the world remembers who we are. Then she raised her fist and shouted the words that would be burned into the war logs forever. Lola already did that. East Clippy, hold the damn line. The fortress exploded with cheers, weapons raised high, players pounding the walls, NPCs slamming fists to chests. For just a moment, every difference between them blurred. Race, faction, real or coded, human or character. Dimitris Venqueurs imbatables. The signal was clear. His orders were simpler still. The defenders wouldn't know what hit them. It took Dimitri 10 minutes to reach the ridge above the river. The waters stretched before him like a dare, broad, slow-moving, deceptively shallow. Not roaring rapids, not treacherous currents. That would have been too dramatic, too honest. No, the river offered resistance the way Lisa did. Subtle, insistent, and ultimately meaningless. A delay, not a denial. A speed bump pretending to be a wall. The demon commanders proposed a crossing at the low ford upstream. Dimitri smirked. Predictable. That kind of thinking was why most companies collapsed before their fifth fiscal cycle. Exactly what the defenders expected. Exactly what they were already preparing for. So, naturally, he did the opposite. Build me a bridge, he ordered. They balked at first, until his adjutant produced a scroll of temporary terraformation, snagged from a dead mage's library. A brittle thing, dusty with disuse, useless to most, perfect for him. The river was half a mile wide here. He didn't care. The spell wouldn't last more than an hour. He didn't care. By the time the enemy realized what was happening, his vanguard would already be hammering at their flank. By the time they blinked, it would be over. He swept a hand forward. The second wave moved instantly, splitting into two jagged arrowheads. One veered left, racing upstream to the ford with noise and fire, an obvious clumsy feint led by disposable demons. The other, his true force, pressed close to the waterline under cover of low fog and conjured silence. As the fodder reached the ford, they also moved in. At his signal, the Venqueurs surged. One by one, his casters unfurled scrolls and slammed them into the mud. Arcane sigils flashed as slabs of earth rose from the riverbed, locking together with brutal elegance. The bridge didn't grow. It manifested, rising not from nature, but from intention. Dimitri's intention. And it was wide enough for cavalry, wide enough for war. Soon, it was too late. The bridge met the opposite bank with a heavy final slam of stone, locking into place like the last tooth in a devouring jaw. Spells and arrows burst from the lone tower across the river. Predictable, almost pitiful resistance. A token garrison. Window dressing for the illusion of control. The kind of empty gesture weak leaders like Charlie tolerated. Just enough to make her feel clever. Dimitri laughed. A short sound. No mirth, just scorn. He carved that mistake open. The tower might be raised the alarm, but it didn't matter. The bridge was built. His forces were already crossing. And then, like a curse pulled from the dirt itself, the wolves rose. Wolves, coated in muck and thorns, crawling from under roots, from cracks between stones, from the very bones of the land. They didn't arrive. They emerged. Hellhounds thundered across the bridge in answer, dozens at first, then hundreds. Their claws gouged the conjured stone with every pounding stride. The air trembled with their momentum. Jaws unhinged too far, too wrong. Green fire burned in their sockets, sickly and furious. They didn't bark. They didn't howl. They just ran. Dimitri's pulse echoed the rhythm of their charge. Precision, power, beautiful. Then came the reply. About 30 mud wolves surged up the slope like the land had decided to answer back. Broad-shouldered and low-slung, they wore the battlefield itself as armor, caked, cracked mud over stone-thick hides. Their golden eyes burned with calm hatred. No hesitation. They charged. The impact hit like thunder. Hellhounds slammed into them in a frenzy of teeth and fury. Fire met stone. Speed crashed into mass. Dimitri's eyes narrowed as the first demon hounds faltered, thrown back by sheer unyielding resistance. Interesting. Claws scraped uselessly against a hardened mudplate. Jaws snapped, but couldn't pierce. One mud wolf was flipped, another crushed, but they didn't break. They bit back. One seized a hellhound by the throat and rolled, dragging it, screaming, into the river below in a tangle of teeth and filth. The bridge became a kill zone, too narrow for full formations, too short to retreat. Bodies jammed shoulder to shoulder, howling and raking and biting, turning the structure from a tactic into a bottleneck. For someone else, this would be a setback, but Dimitri's eyes glinted as he observed the chaos, calculating, rearranging the battlefield in real time. The bridge didn't need to hold forever, just long enough. Then the birds came, shrieking, circling, diving, an aerial swarm of clawed pests. But one broke formation. Larger, faster, sharper, it came for him. The largest falcon cut through the sky like a thrown blade, wings tucked for speed, eyes glowing with cold precision. Its plumage shimmered with frost-rimed feathers, talons trailing a mist that turned the air brittle. Her most powerful summon, said not to disrupt, not to harass, to kill. Of course the enemy, Frosner, by the intel, aimed for the head, the only piece on the board that mattered. Dimitri jerked his skeletal reins, but the undead mount was too slow. The falcon was already on him. "Annoying!" he hissed, panic sharpening into fury, a flash of claws, too close. His fingers curled into a sigil, teeth clenched. He spoke the incantation through gritted teeth, no time for flourish. The magic hit like a cannon blast. Flames exploded from his palm in a concentrated arc, pure, unforgiving heat that scorched the very air. The falcon shrieked, its wings igniting mid-dive, momentum hurling it sideways in a spiral of smoke and cinders. But not before it struck. Talons raked across his shoulder, tearing through cloth and charring skin, the frost biting even as fire consumed it. Dimitri recoiled, nearly toppled from his saddle, one hand still burning, the other clutched to his seared flesh. A warning. A challenge. He wiped a streak of blood from his cheek and smeared it down the side of his mount's skull like war paint. "Frosner," he muttered, his voice low and trembling with wrath. "You'll pay for that little stunt." Then, louder, lashing the reins, Sky Reavers ripped them out of the sky. The demon commanders didn't give him much command over them, but for these pests it was enough. Push through, kill, then ask them to surrender. The Vainqueurs roared in response. In the distance, a flash of movement, riders on the far hills scrambling to reposition. Too late. Lisa would rally, of course. She had the spirit, the kind that confused stubbornness for strength. He welcomed it. The harder she pushed back, the more thoroughly he could break her. Strategically, his voice, cold as the water flooding his boots, rang out above the charge. "No prisoners until the line breaks. Let them see the cost of loyalty." The falcon hit the river like a meteor, trailing embers and ash. Its charred wings twitched once, then stilled. On the bank, just beside the tower, a scream tore through the din. Dimitri's gaze snapped to the source. And there she was, Frosner, kneeling in the mud, surrounded by the fading glow of support spells, her hands outstretched toward the smoking ruin in the water. The shriek had betrayed her position, her weakness, her grief. He almost sighed. Again, compassion is their downfall. And this time, he didn't rush the casting. He lifted his hand, channeling the spell properly. Hero spell. Already upgrade to 7 legendary, fire-based, a rare luxury in his arsenal. The surrounding air rippled with heat, the sigils forming with ruthless elegance, each glowing rune a nail in her coffin. "Burn with purpose," he whispered. The spell snapped through the air like divine judgment. Frosner barely had time to register the attack. Her shield flared, too slow, too soft. It shattered on impact. The blast struck her chest dead on, engulfing her in a spiral of flame that bloomed like a crimson flower against the stone. She hit the ground hard, still breathing but stunned, face pale with shock as her summoned beasts fell around her, dropping like puppets with cut strings. Dimitri didn't watch her suffer. He already had the next spell ready. A second firebolt cracked through the haze, precise and final. At that moment, half the remaining beasts collapsed mid-flight or mid-snarl, a chain reaction of death. The battlefield cracked open like glass underfoot. "Advance," he growled. The Vainqueurs surged, filling the breach. Doom Riders galloped across the now cleared bank, their bone-plated steeds trailing smoke and bloodlust. Behind them came 5 ruined warlocks, their hands already crackling with conjuration sigils, dark robes whipping in the wind. The tower stood no chance. The warlocks raised their staffs in unison. Storms of razor-sharp bone erupted from the ground, screaming through the air like 1,000 serrated blades. The tower's outer wall crumbled under the barrage, support beams splintering as stone and mortar were chewed away by the bone cyclone. Within moments, the structure buckled, collapsed, reduced to debris and choking dust. Dmitri stood tall in his saddle, firelight reflecting in his eyes. He didn't cheer. He didn't gloat. Victory was expected. He simply raised his hand and pointed forward. To the heart of their line, he said. Chapter 119, The Battle Arrives. Book 2. After the speech, I retreated to the command tower like a queen with stage fright. I avoided Lola's eyes like they were traps, because they were. And I definitely didn't look at the scrolls multiplying on my desk like paper-based rabbits. Every 15 minutes, there were more. I suspected some were breeding. The hour is up, Mila said, his voice low, like a judge about to hand down a sentence. He stood by the wide window, his silhouette stark against the light. His gaze scanned the horizon, and though the demon army hadn't moved a step, it felt closer. Oppressively close, like the silence before a landslide. I glanced toward the river. Nothing. A curtain of fog rolled over it, thick and unmoving, smothering the eastern flank like a secret. We'd sent scouts to pierce the veil, but they'd gone quiet, too quiet. All we got was a single word, movement before silence swallowed them whole. They're moving, Lola confirmed, fingers trembling just slightly as she traced symbols on the map. Toward the river. But we've lost contact with the forward team, I grimaced. Anything useful? No, just that they're fast. And not subtle. Great. Everyone is ready, she continued, flipping through system reports like a woman possessed. Except Fuzuki. She's in the toilet. Allegedly. But I think that was a euphemism, a very unwanted euphemism. I winced. We'll deal with her later. What about socks? Lola's hands stilled. She peeked at me over her stack of parchment, eyes glassy with suppressed rage. They're ready. Lunaris is vibrating. She actually said, and I quote, "Death is just a cool down." Gate hyped her so much, she's practically a martyr with sparkle effects. I barely had time to groan when a shout pierced the air. Contact! Lisas Group, one of the clerks called from the river window, voice full of adrenaline. I rushed to the overlook, but the fog was still there, thick as soup, cruel as silence. I couldn't see the river, but I felt the clash. A bloom of fire lit up the mist, brief and bright. Lisa's spells. Her new flare spell, wild and brilliant. Then another voice. Movement. Frosner's Tower, Zone 2. I spun, eyes darting to the next vantage point. A red flare blinked from a distant tower. Danger. It's fine, Mila muttered, mostly to himself. He adjusted a few markers on the map with slow, deliberate movements. This is within parameters. Zone 2's fallback is stronger. Another flare burst into the sky. Second red light. Lola shouted this time, her calm finally cracking. What's happening? I hissed, already moving. My gaze flicked between the map and the windows, the terrain shifting in my mind. Miller's hands stilled over the map. They fainted. River was bait. His voice was tight now, controlled, but worried. Redirect Lisas Group, I ordered, my heart thudding. Chez Mobile, get her upstream. Too slow, I saw it. From the tower's eastern window, just for a second, a pulse of black light shimmered in the fog. No fire, no shadow. Death, a signal for imminent loss. Catastrophic breach. The room snapped into panic. Clerks shouted over each other. Names, locations, retreat paths, ideas, questions, too many. Mila tried to regain control, but even he looked like he was second-guessing the map. It was moving too fast. I didn't expect them to hit Zone 2 first, Mila muttered, teeth clenched. They're not just charging, they're coordinating. I turned back to the interface, flipping through team logs, and Frosner's name faded. Dimmed. Gone. She was dead. I felt the cold settle in my gut like a stone dropped through water. Not a random casualty, not a lost skirmish, a blow. They weren't testing our defenses. They were dismantling them. And the proper fight hadn't even started yet. I'm going, I said, already moving toward the window, the glass catching just enough light to reflect my own panicked face back at me. Before I could leap, Lola caught my hand. Her grip was soft in contrast to the rising chaos around us. I turned, expecting another wave of logistics or strategy, but her eyes were wide and glassy, her cheeks flushed with something deeper than stress. Lady, she said, her voice urgent. That's exactly what Dimitri wants. He knew you'd go if Ian was there. Why do you think we even knew those two were going to strike that flank? Her words hit like a slap through the fog. He wants me to commit, I said through clenched teeth. And he's forcing my hand. We can't afford for the riverfront to fall. We won't, Mila cut in, already adjusting unit markers. Her fingers danced across the updated battlefield like a conductor rewriting a symphony mid-performance. Send Lunaris. Shell go in with the primary rogue backup squad. Samantha slows them down, Lisa holds them, Lunaris ends it. We need to pull reserves from the main front. From the wall. We all gulped, because that was the worst case scenario. They'll hate us. The plan made sense. But it's Ian, I said, quieter this time. I need to know why. Why has Frosner died? Lola interrupted, tightening her hold like she could secure me in place. But she bought us time. She knew the risk. Don't let that sacrifice be wasted. My heart thudded in my chest, angry and hollow, but her words settled the storm for just a second, just long enough to exhale. He'll go, I muttered. To tell Lunaris in person. Lola's grip loosened, but her eyes stayed locked on mine, unwilling to look away until I did. Then I turned and jumped. Wind slapped my face as I fell, cold and clean. Ice bloomed beneath my heels, forming a spiraling path as I descended in an extreme arc down the side of the tower. The magic thrummed through my nerves, responding before I even thought, creating, adjusting, steering. Normally, I might have enjoyed the rush, the thrill of slicing through air like a falling bottle, surfing curves of frost like Roberto drifting corners in his absurd car. But this time, no joy, only speed. I hit the ground and never stopped, the speed carrying me as I shot across the courtyard toward the forward rally. The world blurred at the edges, stone walls, flags whipping in the wind, soldiers parting in awe or panic as I streaked past. Lunaris! I shouted, twisting the ice beneath me into a tight loop to bleed off speed before landing in a clean, icy skid right beside her. The air hissed with frost as I came to a stop. Her armor glinted in the light, both swords still sheathed, but her hands hovered near the hilts like they were seconds from leaping free. Change of plans, I said, breath curling in the now cool air as I offered her a crooked smile. I need you at the river. She blinked. But her gaze flicked toward the front lines, where Gate and his glorious lunatics were gathering like a firework waiting for a match. I said at the ceremony, I'd fight for Ilaim, for honor, for glory. I want to carve through the enemy like a tweer. Her voice cracked just slightly, equal parts protest and longing. I know, I said gently, shaking my head, trying not to grimace at how many people would probably rather die than not be part of the cool charge. But the enemy hit hard. Too hard. Frosnar's dead. Lunaris flinched. She bought us time with her life, I continued, voice low but clear. And the Lisas defenders, they're not breaking. They're holding the line tooth and nail, inch by inch. I gestured toward the left sock division, still assembling with mad grins and half-baked slogans, and watched as realization flickered across Lunaris' face. A shadow of fear, quickly buried under something hotter. Fiercer. This is an important fight, I said. Not backup, not boring. It's glory, just of a different flavor. But if your heart's set on the front charge, it'll find someone else. I rose to my full height, throwing one hand skyward, like I was calling fate itself down from the clouds. But this is war, Lunaris. You're ranked 74. You're strong. You are the cavalry that turns the tide, not decor on someone else's parade. If you go now, you save the river. Her lower lip trembled. Her eyes shimmered. Then she squared her shoulders, chin lifting, the fight flaring in her like a flare thrown into dry kindling. I'm sorry, she blurted. I'll go. I'll save them. Please, let me go. I exhaled, relief loosening my chest. The rogue squad's rallying south of the fort. You're in charge. Lead them. Save the riverfront. She nodded once, and then she was gone, boots pounding against packed earth, dust trailing in her wake like the tail of a falling star. She didn't need much, Gatai said beside me, his hand landing on my back. If Shed hesitated, I would have spoken, reminded her that every soul fights their own war, even if it burns. We stood in silence, watching the dust settle behind her. She didn't need the speech, he added, voice softer now, almost fond. She chose. That's better. I spun toward him, cloak flaring slightly from the motion. Your stupid sock division just threw whiskey into our battle plans, I snapped, hands flailing toward the growing disarray of gathered berserks. My pout was weaponized. I hoped he felt it. Gatai, of course, looked positively radiant with mischief. Exactly! That's not a compliment. I crossed my arms like a barrier against further nonsense, leveling him with a glare that could melt steel. They set part of the barracks on fire. Gatai raised a dignified finger, as if about to deliver a philosophy lecture. Mine are fire. It exploded. He blinked, faced the picture of innocent gallantry, a fiery learning opportunity. They tried to deep fry a mana crystal, Gatai. And now, he said with exaggerated patience, they know not to. Valuable knowledge. My eye twitched. They brought a goat into the strategy tower. Gatai tilted his head, genuinely confused. You try holding morale without a goat. I opened my mouth, closed it, reopened it. It bit the map. He snapped his fingers, grinning, which revealed a hidden ink room. The goat has instincts. I stared at him like he'd sprouted antlers. I am this close to disbanding the sock division. Gatai gasped, scandalized, clutching his chest like Id stabbed him in the feelings. You wouldn't. Oh, I would. You can't just erase greatness, he wailed, spinning theatrically. They already got jackets. You gave them jackets? He nodded solemnly, the weight of legacy in his posture, with pockets and little embroidered socks on the back. I groaned and buried my face in my hands. Holy Nathan! Gatai reached out and gave me a patronizing pat on my back, utterly pleased with himself. You're welcome. Just charge when we ask, okay? I said, pinching the bridge of my nose. When? Not before. Not on a whim. Not because the wind whispered something exciting. Gatai looked offended. His entire posture slumped like it asked him to die of boredom on command. But spontaneity is half the devastation, he muttered, making vague, spiraling motions in the air. You don't surprise an army with timing. I raised an eyebrow. He groaned like a theater kid denied stage time. Ugh, fine, but only because the tiny one said it nicely and threatened to reprogram my lunch. I blinked. Lola? He nodded, scowling like a god forced to do taxes. She said, and I quote, if you jump early, I will personally redirect all your snacks to the logistics tent and label them as rations. The earth rumbled beneath our feet. No, growled, a low, teeth-rattling vibration that rolled up through the stone like some buried beast shifting in its sleep. Damn it, Gatai, I snapped, already spinning toward him. You held me here. I should have been in the tower. He blinked at me with the calm of someone who had not caused this and was also not sorry it had happened. Well, he said, tone maddeningly sunny, you were having such a moving conversation. I gave him a glare so sharp it could have been classified as a siege weapon. The ground is literally moving. He tilted his head at the spiderweb of cracks, snaking across the ground and beamed. Yes, it does that sometimes. Usually right before a great story starts. I groaned like a storm cloud and bolted, heels slamming against the stone as I ran for the wall. You better not jump in early, I shouted over my shoulder. In waiting, Gatai called after me, arms raised toward the sky like a misunderstood drunkard on trial. Look at me, patient. I should get a medal. A fresh tremor rippled through the air, tiles rattling. Then, quieter. Or at least a goat. Llama, I shouted, cupping my hands to my mouth as I spotted him pacing atop the wall. He turned at the sound of his name, boots scraping softly against the stone as he walked along the parapet with all the grace of someone used to being in high places. His brow was drawn tight, a storm brewing just behind his eyes. Exactly what I needed, he called down, voice edged with restrained tension. You pulled my backup squad. Order 5. The one stationed to intercept if Order 7 failed. Why? His tone wasn't angry, not yet, but it held the weight of someone who'd spent the last hour trying to make puzzle pieces fit, only to find one missing. Riverside fell, I shouted up, the words bursting from my throat like they might outrun guilt. I wanted to apologize in person, but I jerked a thumb over my shoulder toward the earth, cracking. Now I have to run! His eyebrows rose slightly, and I caught the subtle shift in his stance. The frustration didn't vanish, but it tempered. He gave a small, curt nod, more acknowledgement than forgiveness. But I'd take it. It meant he got it. That I wasn't just reshuffling for fun. I held his gaze a second longer, and then spun on my heel and took off. heels hitting stone in rapid rhythm as I darted back toward the storm that was about to break. The moment Lola started giving orders through the system, I knew I was out of time. No chance to reach the command tower. Mid-stride, I veered, sprinted toward the nearest building, some barracks, maybe a supply depot. I didn't care. I vaulted up the side with the help of a conjured ledge of ice and landed on the sloped roof, breath already coming fast. No hesitation. I crouched, palms slammed down on the shingles. Ice bloomed beneath me in a spiral, crystal and frost rising in elegant arcs as I conjured a jagged spire, launching me skyward. I rode it like a lift made of winter, the wind tearing at my cloak as I climbed higher, until I stood level with the command tower. From up here, the world opened. The demon army had closed the distance. A dark, seething tide of steel and rotten bone, now fully in range. The battle was no longer coming. It had arrived. Chapter 1:6. The Wall Defiant. Book 2, Defense on the Wall. After the talk with the commander, Lama turned toward the approaching army. The foot soldiers advanced, not in a charge, but a deliberate crawling press, like rot spreading across clean stone. He noted every misaligned plate of armor, every rusted edge, and every uneven gait. They were an insult to form, mismatched gear, some helmets too big, others fused to flesh. Efficiency forgotten, symmetry murdered. He sneered. "Order 3, Lama called. Soldiers responded without hesitation, shields raised in perfect unison, a living wall formed with mathematical precision. No delay, no questions, just order. Seconds later, the reason arrived. The air twisted with a low hum as something dark rose behind the enemy lines. Not riders, not beast things. Sky Reavers. Step 1. The sky darkens, Lama thought. Enemy playing by the book. They burst from the ground like blighted seeds, clawing their way into the sky, wings ragged and black as spilled ink. Their forms were wrong, bones jutting at odd angles beneath desiccated skin, eyes burning with a color no order-abiding world should know. Each clutched a cursed spear, its shaft veined with glowing rot, tips twitching as if eager. Opening salvo. Of course. Immediately, the spears arrived. They tore from the sky in a synchronized arc, not thrown but released, like hate given shape. The sound was obscene, 1,000 cords slicing air like screaming sinew. The impact against the shield wall was thunderous. Metal screeched, soldiers staggered, and a few screams broke formation. Lama clenched his jaw. He despised waste. Given the distance, their accuracy was abysmal. Most of the cursed spears slammed harmlessly into the stone wall below, or whistled high overhead like warped birds losing altitude. Only a few found shields, and fewer still stuck. They weren't aiming. They were announcing. The Sky Reavers shrieked, a grating, high-pitched sound like metal bent past its limits, and conjured another round of spears from the foul mist that clung to them. Black veins pulsed along each weapon, as if the spears themselves hated being held still. This time, they moved faster. Their formation tightened. The second volley came straighter, harder, and with intent. "Hold!" Lama barked, his voice like a hammer striking steel. "This is what we expected. Every spear you defend against is an XP in your pocket." The phrase snapped through his lines like a shot of clarity. Efficient, familiar, motivating. The worst is yet to come. He hadn't meant it as a prophecy. As if on cue, the ground behind the Sky Reavers ruptured, vomiting up another wave, this time taller, leaner, with twitching jaws and flayed skin stretched taut over elongated skulls. Shriekers. Step 2, Lama thought grimly. The screaming begins. His teeth clenched so hard his jaw ached. "Prepare cleansing spells," Frey commanded his healers. "Focus on fellow healers first, then the front line. Mages, you are on your own for now." And then it hit. It wasn't a sound, it was a fracture. The shriekers opened their mouths, and the air broke. No words, just raw, weaponized agony. The scream rippled outward in a pulse, invisible yet undeniable. It tore into ears, bypassed helmets, and slid into the skull like a cold needle. Not damage, but disruption. Disharmony. Lama staggered a half step, caught himself, but his vision wobbled. His HUD glitched. Text wavered at the edges of his view, flickering like a corrupted code. His own voice sounded distant in his ears, muted, underwater. The formation was still standing, but ragged, shields tilted off angle. One player buckled to his knees, his name flashing yellow. A low-level fighter screamed back, a poor imitation, and turned to run before someone grabbed his collar and yanked him back in line. Attention. Moderate sonic damage applied. Effect. Communication garbled. Audio feedback impaired. Focus. Llama growled. Or tried to. His words felt like they hit cotton instead of ears, so he had rehearsed. Therefore, Order 47 existed. He lifted his hand, 3 fingers held high, a visual signal. Backup for auditory loss. Even chaos had patterns. You just had to crush the noise until they revealed themselves. Another wave of spears screamed through the sky. This one found its mark. The shield wall, already staggered from the sonic barrage, faltered. Timing slipped. A single mistimed raise, a poorly aligned stance, and suddenly there were gaps. Gaps meant exposure. Exposure meant death. One spear slammed into a mage's chest behind the line, the cursed metal punching through robes and ribs alike. She didn't even scream, just collapsed, twitching, a red mist clinging to the air. Attention. Moderate sonic damage, removed. Llama exhaled sharply. Thanks, Phi, he muttered toward the leader of frontline healers, whose white glow pulsed like a heartbeat behind the lines. But he didn't have time to acknowledge more. Another cursed volley carved the sky. He turned toward the horde, toward his line, and his stomach twisted. Too thin, too exposed, too slow. He gritted his teeth and spat venom at the one person he wasn't allowed to blame. The commander had pulled his reinforcements westward. Charlie. Tactical necessity or not, but damn her, she wasn't here, and his wall was cracking. The next salvo struck. He knocked one spear away mid-flight, the shaft shattering against his braced forearm guard in a spark of corrupted steel. But to his left, Captain Merrick wasn't as fortunate. The spear struck clean through his thigh deep. The cursed wound flared with sickly black light, spreading rot and static across his armor. Llama barely had time to shout before the shriekers zeroed in. They screamed again. That awful distortion felt as if the air itself were peeling apart. Merrick fell, hands pressed to his ears, his leg buckling. His nameplate blinked red. FD's healing wave surged across him, light cascading through veins that were already turning black. But another spear followed. It plunged down like a sentence passed by an uncaring god. It hit Merrick square in the back, and that was the end. Where is the anti-air? We're taking heavy casualties, Llama roared toward the tower. Holed up in the battlements, Tramar stood, sweat soaking his robes. Out of range. Nasty bastards are still just outside the range, he yelled, and hurled a fire spell towards them in raw defiance. It bloomed before it reached the target, then ruptured like a balloon struck by needles. The explosion fizzled before it even reached the Sky Reavers. Llama stared as ash rained down. They were being picked apart. Not by numbers, not by force, but by imperfection, and it was unacceptable. Hold the damn line. Llama bellowed, his voice raw, shaking with the strain of being the only damn spine in this mess. Is there anyone in this godforsaken army who can do something? If this keeps up, we'll be slaughtered before the ground assault even begins. As if the world answered out of pity or irony, he felt it. The air shifted. The ground hummed. Power surged, not his own, but poured into him like molten gold, warm, overwhelming, alive. It wasn't just him. The entire front line straightened. Wounded soldiers gasped as strength returned to their limbs. Even the air smelled clearer. Player Charlie casts Princess Grace on you. Stamina increased by 19. Damn that surprising commander and her ridiculous power, he growled, trying not to smile. But then, protect me, Luminaria. The beautiful, brilliant, reckless woman strode forward like the battlefield was a stage, and she was the lead actress of a divine opera. Sigils bloomed in the surrounding air, spinning and coiling like galaxies summoned into existence. Llama's heart stopped for a half-second. She was going to cast. Here. In the middle of a spear storm? Are you insane? He hissed, but it was already too late. He surged forward. His body moved before thinking. Muscle memory from drills, from discipline, but not for this. He threw himself between her and the sky, just as another Sky Reaver volley screamed down. A cursed spear slammed into his raised shield with a force that bent steel and crushed bone. He dropped to one knee, teeth grinding, arms shaking from the impact, but held. He held. Behind him, her spell reached its crescendo. It was like standing in the eye of a hurricane. Light exploded from her staff. Lightning not of weather, but of will. It spiraled skyward, then snapped down like divine wrath, crackling across the heavens. Sky Reavers screamed as the bolts found them, ripping through their ranks with surgical precision. They fell in clusters, burning, twitching, dying. Super effective, Llama whispered, eyes wide despite himself. He turned to her, close. Too close, inches from her face. He could see her eyes in detail, and she smiled, soft and apologetic. Can you do it again? He asked, voice a whisper. He was gripping discipline by the throat now, forcing it to stay. Sorry, she said. 20-minute cooldown. Of course it was. Llama exhaled, shielding her again without question. Back to Charlie. When Lola first walked me through the early stages of the battle plan, I nodded like I understood. Shield walls, casters, aerial counters, easy. It all sounded like clean lines and clever timing. Hold against the Black Tusk formation. Endure the flying deathbirds. Prioritize the creepy robe guys throwing sparkly doom from the back. Simple. But now, watching it unfold from the ice tower, I finally understood the real meaning behind Millis they'll hate us line. And I hated it too. Because words on parchment don't scream. They don't bleed. They don't fracture under pressure, or have panicked eyes when reinforcements don't come. We had failed before the real assault even started. Princess Grace had helped a lot, but even Divine Fire couldn't patch every breach. They needed backup, and we hadn't given it to them. I grit my teeth and jumped, skating down a thin trail of conjured ice toward the cluster of mages huddled at the rear. Master Majmara! I landed beside him, my heels cracking the ice beneath me. I need your mana. Now. Mara didn't hesitate. His eyes flicked to me, and he gave a solemn nod. We are ready at your disposal, lady. I could see it in his eyes, that kind of fire. The kind that didn't flicker or waver, only burned steady, like it had something to prove. The mages stood at attention, around a massive arcane formation, carved deep into the stone, glowing softly with dormant potential. The spell circle spanned at least 30 meters across, layered with runes within runes. Delicate filigrees of light crisscrossed over primal glyphs, the outer ring reinforced with angular ward script. Are you sure you can endure it for the entire cast? I asked, my voice pitched above the low thrum of the active circle. This is a legendary siege scroll, not some enchanted whiskey meant for party tricks. Mara didn't flinch. If anything, his spine straightened, his shoulders squaring with a quiet, deliberate pride. With all due respect, lady, he said, his tone clipped but composed. I promised I could do it, and I do not make promises lightly. He raised a hand, sweeping it toward the gathered Imperial mages flanking the circle. They stood resolute, dozens of them, robes fluttering in the pulsing breeze of mana, some with weathered faces and silver brows, others young but grimly focused, all of them radiating one shared thing, commitment. A silent oath etched into the lines of their posture, the calm of their breath. I blinked, surprised by the sheer force of it. Okay, I murmured, a little flustered, a little guilty. I apologize for doubting you. The blush crept in, traitorous warmth crawling up my neck. I turned slightly, under the pretense of checking the scroll again. Totally, just a professional maneuver. Not because I was embarrassed or anything. Mara only inclined his head with the faintest of smirks, like a man who knew he'd just won a duel without drawing a blade. Instead of making this more awkward, I turned to the circle. At its heart, a raised platform. I stepped into the center, heels echoing on smooth stone, and conjured a tower of narrow ice beneath me, rising in a spiral to give me height and maybe a bit of flair. Can't blame a girl for wanting a view. Then I pulled it out. The legendary siege scroll. Not stolen, just temporarily borrowed with righteous purpose from the Cloud Library. The moment I unfurled it, the air shifted. The parchment hummed. Lines of golden ink shimmered like veins of starlight, and sigils danced faintly along its surface, rearranging themselves as if sensing the battlefield. It wasn't a scroll, it was a warning to the world. Ready, Mara? I called down, bracing myself against the sudden gust of rising wind. He responded with a single nod, then barked a series of incantations that vibrated in my bones. Around him, The circle flared to life. The mages raised their staves, hands, or just focused with burning intensity, and I felt it, mana surging toward me in thick, wild threads, like standing in a storm and daring it to hit you. It did. The mana hit me like a physical blow, a tidal wave of raw energy crashing against my senses. I gasped, staggering slightly even on my ice spire, the sheer volume of it threatening to overwhelm me. Gods, this isn't like tapping into my own pool. This is trying to hold back a river with bare hands. I unfurled the scroll, the parchment humming against my fingertips, instantly thirsty. It drank the mana greedily, the golden lines flaring brighter, pulsing like a living heart. The air went utterly still, the sounds of the distant battle muted, replaced by the roar of power building within the circle, within me. Okay, Charlie, focus, just like exploit paths, remember? Find the weakness. Follow the flow. The first sigil of the scroll lit up, demanding attention. I reached out with my mind, my will, trying to grasp the shape of the magic, to bend it into the form required. It resisted, bucking like an untamed beast. No. Control. Breathe. I forced my concentration tighter, visualizing the rune, pouring the channeled energy into its intricate lines. It's too much. The thought flickered, sharp with panic, as the mana surged again, threatening to break free. My hands trembled, the scroll vibrating violently. No, hold it. For them, for the wall. The first rune stabilized, locking into place with a silent click that resonated deep in my bones. Relief washed over me, chased by the dawning horror of realizing that was only step one. There were hundreds more. My gaze flicked down the scroll, the complex web of magic daunting. How did anyone ever cast this? I focused on the next sequence, pulling the mana, shaping it, feeling the strain in my mind, in my very soul. It felt different from my ice magic, different from the amulet or the ring. This was raw creation, raw destruction woven together, like weaving frost, but the threads of fire and lightning and something else. The power built, swirling around me, within me. It was exhilarating, terrifying. The sheer scale of it, I could feel the potential, the raw, destructive force waiting to be unleashed. One wrong move, I pushed the thought away. No room for doubt. The mages below were pouring everything into this, their faces strained, sweat beading despite the magical chill radiating from my spire, rune by rune, line by line.